Yo, 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 yo. What's up? What's happening? What's going on? What's popping? Big victory today by the Falcons. Much needed victory. Gave us a nice Christmas present. So shout out to the Birds for coming through at home, which is potentially the last home game of the year. Definitely the last regular season home game of the year. Whether or not we make the playoffs, that remains to be seen. But we're gonna see how it play out one way or the other. So let's come here. Let's talk about this game a little bit. Of course, it's Christmas Eve, so I want to first off wish everybody a very happy Christmas, a very blessed Christmas, and a early prosperous New Year. Happy holidays or whatever you celebrated or recognize it at. I wish you the very best. We're going to talk about this Falcons victory tonight. Of course, I'm your host. My name is Toddy. And in the famous words of Mr. Mills Lane, let's get it on. Yeah, so good victory balls today, guys. I was very pleased on what I said. Before we really get into the meat of everything, let's go ahead and get these commercials out of the way. As you come in here on YouTube, please do me a big favor, do me a big solid. Make sure that you do like the video, as I always say. That lets YouTube know that we are on live, and that way they'll shoot out the notifications to more people. Thank you in advance for doing that. Also, the Facebook crew, make sure you like the video there on Facebook. Also, everybody checking in on Facebook. What's up, Facebook? Make sure you like like the video. That way Mark Zuckerberg and his crew will know we on live, and they'll shoot the video out to more places. Help us jump into the all-important algorithm. Thank you very much in advance. I do appreciate that. Again, it is New Year's Eve, so we will not be here long at all. Tonight, we're going to just check in and check out real quick, so this won't be a long show at all tonight. While we're still in the commercial phase, we're talking about likes. Make sure you do like the video once again. Our like goal for this broadcast will be 40 likes. Not a huge like goal, but again, it's New Year's Eve, man, and we're like 30 minutes from Christmas. So don't anticipate we'll get as many people, but everybody that's here, I definitely appreciate you for coming through and joining the show. Thank you very much in advance. Let's get our shots out. I got my guy Red Swarm checking in the building. What's happening with your Red Swarm? Just seeing you on Big Low Country video. Shout out to Big Low Country. Shout out to you also, Red Swarm. Appreciate you coming through, showing some love. So yo, what's good, Tidy, my good brother? Great total team win today by our Dirty Birds. Let's ring the bell for a great team victory, please. Great team victory, man. I was pleased, man. I was pleased, and I got to be honest, I haven't been able to say that a whole lot lately watching our team. But yeah, that was a great team victory. Red Swarm says all we need is a new head coach and Justin Fields. We're going to hear a lot about the Justin Fields rumors, definitely, as the season comes to an end, especially if we happen to not make the playoffs. Those rumors and that talk, the media will push the narrative, and that remains to be seen. So we'll definitely wait and see. Of course, him being a hometown kid, he's from Kennesaw, Georgia, I think, which is Metro Atlanta. I think that's a little past Smyrna. Kennesaw's a nice little city too. I've been to Kennesaw a few times. I like Kennesaw. I've been thinking about moving to Kennesaw, just so y'all know. Y'all might catch me in Kennesaw this time next year. Let's ring the bell for me maybe moving to Kennesaw. I like Kennesaw. I like Kennesaw a lot. I really do. I really like Kennesaw. Close to the Braves Stadium too. I like Kennesaw. Kennesaw just got a nice vibe about it. My brother Millie Mills is in the building. What's up, Millie? Appreciate you coming through, showing us some love. Tyler, what's up? The defense came to bang today. Yes, they did. The defense banged today. They had a shaky start on the first drive for the Colts, but after that, it was lights out. Defense played great football today. Defense played great football today. My dog John Brooks is in the building. Y'all make sure you check out John Brooks also on YouTube as well. John says, yo, what up, Buck? We got that dub, bro. Let's go. I'm taking all wins. I know, right? And let's ring the bell for us taking that dub also. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. You got to love it. Dexter Vlash is in the building. What's up, Dexter? Appreciate you coming through, showing us for love, man. Hope everything is going good for you. I think that's an emoji on the screen, but it didn't come up on my end. But I appreciate you coming through. I got Wallace Smith in the building as usual. What's good with title? We got a must-needed win today. We did, man. We did. We look good today. Falcons look good today for a change. Man, look good today. I mean, for the first time, y'all, in a long time, I watched the Falcons game and I wasn't stressed. I was not stressed. I felt good all 4 quarters. Even toward the end of the game, late third, early fourth quarter, I did not feel we was going to blow the game. Normally in the fourth quarter, we got a lead, man. I'd be sitting here about to go nuts. But I felt good and confident all game long. And I can't say that a lot about the Falcons, but I felt good about this game. I was utterly pleased, man. My dog, Matty T, is in the building, checking in on Facebook. What's up, man? I appreciate you coming through, showing some love. So what's up, Ty? Have a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you and your family also, Matty T. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Our brother David Starks coming in, showing some love. Always appreciate you coming through, David. Says, happy holidays, Ty. Funny how when you put up points, sustain drives, and not turn the ball over, the defense looks so much better in late game situations. Let's ring the bell for that. Because that's all facts. That's all facts. That's all facts. Team football. That's what we seen today. Team football. I loved it, man. I loved it, man. I was hyped. I wish they could have played 6 quarters today how our boys played, man. I was very pleased in what I seen today. We got our bro Tyrell Nickers in the building. What's up, Tyrell? Hope you're doing good, man. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you. Appreciate you coming through, showing some love. Happy holidays to you as well, my good dog. We got Jordan, Texas boy in the building. What's good, Tyler? What's good, Jordan, Texas boy, man? Hope everything's going good with you. Appreciate you coming through, showing some love. Monica checking in. What's happening, Monica? Thank you for coming through. Hope everything going good with you. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you. Big Mike Geiger in the building. So Ty, that was a very complete game. But yes, it was. Let's ring the bell for that. Definitely a complete game today by the Falcons. That's exactly what I had in mind. That's really what I had in mind all season long. But today, man, it was good. It didn't even feel like Falcons football because, like I say, my stress level was low. My stress level normally be high dealing with the Falcons, but man, the stress level was very low today. Tyrell says Heinicke had the offense running smooth. That's a fact. No turnovers. That's another fact. And Smith could open up the playbook just a smidge with Heinicke. Once again, a fact. Defense was stellar today. Big facts. They have been solid all year. Huge facts. Yeah, that's a complete game. Complete game. And it's a shame that we hear, what this is, game 15? That we finally said we played a complete game. Oh, man. We got Coach in the building. What's going on, Coach, man? Merry Christmas to you, bro. Hope everything is going good with you. Says Merry Christmas, Todd in chat. Smash the like button. Yes, please smash that like button. I do appreciate that, man. And also sub as well. Thank you very much, Coach. Whole team looked like they bought in behind Taylor Heinicke. Everyone played with passion and heart. I wonder what it would be if he had started. That's a good comment, man. Coach, I said on Facebook earlier today, man, I think we'd be sitting at 9-6 if he started all game. Sorry, if he started all season. The team really seemed like they rallied behind him, man, and they just played good football today. We played good football today, and I was elated to see it, bro. Tyrell says, "Oh yeah, big play Bates doing what he does." Yes, he does. That's what's interception number 6, I think, for Jesse Bates the third. Let's ring the bell for that. Definitely on his way to an all-pro team. He should be first team all-pro. If he not first team all-pro, we're going to need to recount the votes. Jesse Bates has been just spectacular all year. Man, what a signing. Great free agent signing. I know when the contract was initially announced, a lot of fans or a lot of us or a lot of analysts, they questioned, did we overpay him? But as this year, no, we didn't. We might need to throw him a bonus. Good as he been. We might need to throw Jesse Bates a bonus. He been balling. Straight balling. I got my guy Loud Pack in the building. Appreciate you coming through, showing some love. Loud Pack says Heinicke made plays that kept the offense flowing. That is a fact. Big facts. Big facts. I think Taylor played fairly good football today. Fairly good football. Has had a few bad throws, but we'll discuss that. We ain't gonna harp on that, man. It's a good team victory. So I'm good with it, man. Good game by Taylor Heinicke, man. That's how you come on off the bench and propel your team to victory. Barbara Ridley checking in. What's going on with you, Miss Barbara? Hope everything is going good with you. Merry Christmas to you. Hope everything is going well. One of the best wins we had in a long time. That's a fact. One win should have saved Arthur Smith, though. Arthur Smith needs to go, so she banging on Arthur Smith. Banging on him. That remains to be seen. I do think if Barber, if he wins out, they might bring him back. I don't know. They might bring him back. I don't know. But we shall know soon. My brother James Holloway checking in the building. What's going on with you, James? I had a chance to go in there and chill out with James. He broadcast the games in our Atlanta Bird game group, so I fell through today and hollered at him for a quick second. James says incompetence or arrogance for the team win. Let's ring the bell for incompetence or arrogance. Inside joke. You have to watch the Waffle House to catch that. That was pretty clever, James. Tony in the building checking in through YouTube. What's going on with you, Tony? We playing Justin Fields and the Bears next week. You know what? He might be auditioning for Arthur Blank and Font, knowing, and I won't say Arthur Smith because I don't know if he's gonna be here, but that may be an audition for Mr. Fields next week. So that game gonna have a lot of storylines revolving around it. That's gonna be a pretty interesting game. We better go in and win that game. It's gonna be in Chicago, the Windy City. Chi-Town, what's up? Chi-Town, stand up if we got anybody checking in from Chicago. I don't know what the weather gonna be like, but let's win the game. Let's win out. Yes, and rest in peace also to the late, great, legendary Mr. Mills Lane as well. And pardon me for not actually acknowledging that when I originally used his phrase that he made oh so famous. My brother Dom checking in here. What's going on, Dom? Says what's going on, brother Toddy? Didn't watch the game. Heard we got the dub. Yeah, we did, Dom. You missed a good one. You missed the best game of the year for us, Dom. We did. Shot Red on the track. What's up, Red? Good win, Falcons. What's up, Toddy? Happy holidays, bro. Happy holidays to you. Also, Red, appreciate you coming through, showing some love as usual, bro. Hope everything going good with you. David says for the Ritter, apologies. This is what our offense could be with competent quarterback play. I agree. And we left points on the field. We did leave some points on the field. We probably should have ended up putting up about at least 35. A strong 35, I think. I think that's a moderate number based on how we played today. I think that's pretty moderate. Barbara says 6 sacks. Excuse me. On Minshew, Bravo defense. Yeah, defense played well. 6 sacks, 1 interception. And they held the Colts offense to less than 270 yards of total offense. Only 10 points. Defense was balling as usual. Redskins look pretty solid today. Great defense, good running game, timely pass plays. I must agree with you on that also. DeMarcus checking in. What's going on, DeMarcus? I ain't seen you in a minute, bro. Hope everything been going good with you. Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays. Appreciate you coming through, showing some love, bro. Always good to see you pop up on the screen. Barbara says, too bad the Jazz couldn't help us with the Bucks. Yeah. I hate to say it, but the Bucks been playing some good football lately, man. Maybe we should have signed Baker Mayfield. Maybe we should have got Baker. Baker has played good football this year, y'all. Surprisingly enough, I gotta give credit where credit is due. Baker Mayfield has played good football this year. Somebody fact checked me, but I think Baker got like 26 touchdowns and only 8 interceptions. That's a good season, man. I think he got probably a 96 quarterback rating. That's a good season. We should have signed old Baker. James says, very good win. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to you also, bro. Hope everything going good with you and the family. Thanks, viewers. I love what I saw today. Rizzo. Let's ring the bell for Rizzo. Let's go. So when you win, that slogan on sign is bad. Because everybody be telling me, Tyler, man, we need to change that slogan. That's it's corny, it's lame, we don't never rise up. But that's how it be when you're losing. The slogan sounds terrible when you're losing. But when you start winning, that slogan don't sound as bad. It don't sound as bad. Personally, for me, it don't matter to me one way or the other. It's just a slogan. It's just for marketing and branding purposes. It don't matter to me. We don't win or lose no games with it. But I understand why they use it. Again, branding and marketing. Redskins Falcons were definitely completely arrogant today. Let's ring the bell for the Atlanta Falcons being very arrogant today. Let's ring the bell for that. There were some arrogant SOBs today out there on the field. Without a doubt, they were very, very arrogant. My dog Dios Joven checking in, and pardon me if I mispronounce your name, I do apologize. Says, wait, did we make any changes between this game and last game? That's a good question, dog. What's the difference, man? Did we make any change? Was it the uniforms? Was it being at home? Was it a nice Christmas Eve day in regards to the weather? What did we do differently? Were there any changes made? We're gonna talk about that also. Appreciate you coming through, bro. We got that's Winston checking in. What's going on with you, bro? Always good to have you coming through. Always showing some love. Just what's going on, Buck and chat. Happy holidays, people. Happy holidays to you also, Winston. Smash the like button. Please smash the like button. Amazing how different of a team we look like with competent quarterback play. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Who would have thought with just some competent, adequate quarterback play? What a difference it makes on the football field. Who would have ever thought that? Who would have ever thought that quarterback play could dictate an NFL game so much? Who would have thought adequate, competent quarterback play could dictate an NFL game so much? That's why they make the big bucks, man. That's why they are the most polarizing position in sports, quarterback, because they make such a difference. Kenderson checking in. What's up, Kenderson? Appreciate you coming through so much for love. What's up, Titan? We see now what this team is capable of with a quarterback that can distribute the ball properly. You're absolutely correct. Man, you said a key statement there. Kenderson, I think we found 9 different receivers today. So when you say can distribute the ball properly, I think we found 9 different receivers today. Everybody got involved. Everybody felt engaged. Everybody was touching the ball. These guys are playing for Arthur Smith. We need to roll with Arthur Smith next year. Let's ring the bell for that. They might get you in the comment section, Kenderson, but I'm going to ride with you. Anytime we win it, I'm going to ride with it, bro. I'm going to ride. Anytime we win it, I'm riding with you. Dom's energy definitely changed today with Heinicke on the center from what I see. It did, bro. It did. It was night and day. It was from what we seen when we played the Panthers to what we seen today. Oh man, it was a totally different ball club today. Totally different ball club. You'd have thought we brought out 53 new players compared to last week when we played Carolina. RJ coming through. What's up, RJ? Always good to see you coming through, showing love, bro. Hope everything going good with you. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to you as well. Good to see you coming through. Let's see. Red says, tidy. That's Arthur's problem. He waits till the season is basically lost to make a major move. It cost the team and the fans. Yeah, like I say, man, I think we're sitting at 9-6. If Heinicke would have started the season, man, I think we're sitting at 9-6. And I'm not saying that Heinicke is the answer because obviously he's not. But I do think pound for pound, he is a better football player than Desmond Ridder. I do think that. Dio says, I don't know, something just looked different. I can't quite put my finger on it. What was it? Does anybody in the comment section know what the difference between today's performance and last week's utterly disappointing performance was? It was something. It was something different out there, man. The energy was different. The engagement was different. You know, the boy just rallied up, man. Tony says Zach Harrison, Caden Ellis, and Calais Campbell applying pressure. They applied pressure the whole game. Let's ring the bell for that. Because they definitely did. They applied pressure all game long. Tony, you absolutely right. Miller says, hey, tighter them 2 linebackers, Ellis and Landman. There they go again. Yes, sir. When was the last time we had 2 good linebackers? I've been really impressed by both. I have 2, also Miller. And it's been a long time since we had 2 good ones. Oh man, shoot, bro. 2 good ones. Not just 1 good, but 2 good ones. Shoot, man. We might be going back to the Grits Blitz days. I'm trying to think. I know Debo and Vondre had a pretty good year. 1 year they were together. I don't know if they were as good as Nate Dogg and Caden been this year. It's a good question. Red says Big Zach Harrison, 2 sacks today. Good job, Revere. Good job for the. Let's ring the bell for the rookie getting 2 sacks. And Red, that's a real rookie. That's not a red shirt freshman rookie in the NFL. That's not a red shirt freshman, Ricky. That's a real Ricky. Zach Harrison showed a lot of promise today, showed a lot of potential. Big Zach was out there in today. Big Zach was out there in. Miss Lisa Shepard in the building. Appreciate you coming through, showing love as usual. Lisa, I hope you are doing fantastic today. I saw you on Facebook at the game. Also, as usual, says it felt great leaving the Benz for the last time in 2023 with a win. Let's ring the bell for that. Let's ring the bell for closing 2023 out in Mercedes-Benz Stadium the correct way. Georgia, Texas boy said he shaved that mustache. He did. He got rid of it, man. He got rid of it. And it came at a good time also for him to get rid of it. Also, respect my defense. See what happens when the offense scores points. Exactly, man. Like Winston say all the time, complimentary football. That's what it's called, complimentary football, man. And that's what we're seeing today, complimentary football. We played good today, man. No, we played great today. I'm going to say we played great. Could have been better, but we played great. Facebook is the best game that they have played all season. It is, without a shadow of a doubt. Definitely the best game. Tyrell says Harris and the AK-17 are emerging to become solid pass rushers. Yes, and I love to see it. AK has been playing good football these last 5 or 6 games, y'all. I don't know if y'all noticed it, but he has really, really stepped up. I wouldn't mind him putting on maybe an extra 5 to maybe 8 pounds of muscle mass in the offseason, just so just enough to get a little stronger, a little more body mass, but not lose his quickness and his elusiveness. But he's been playing good. Good football. Lisa said the energy in the bin was great today. More people in attendance than I expected. Me too. I looked at it on TV. I said, "Well, we got more people in it than I thought we would today." I thought people would have shut it down after that Carolina game, but it's good to see the fans come out and still showing some love to the team. That's all. It's a good thing. Facebook said the players have not stopped playing for Smith. They were hungry today. They were very hungry today. And that's a good thing too, to see that they are still playing for Coach. Maybe they want him to keep his job next year, and that remains to be seen. I will say this, if they play the last 2 games like they played today, Arthur Blank got a real tough decision on his hands. They play the next 2 games like they played today, he got a real tough decision. Now, if they play the next 2 games like they played today, we happen to sneak in the playoffs, I don't know if they're going to fire him, y'all. I don't know. Because that means we 9-8, we in the playoffs, and that's improvement. And that's what Arthur Blank said he was looking for. So I don't know. It'll be tough for them to get rid of Smith if we can, do something like that. Monica says defense did great. They did very good today. They've been carrying the team all year, so it's good to see them continue to playing hard this late in the season. Definitely been carrying the team. Minshew has 0 touchdowns. Minshew been playing pretty decent football too, and that's another testament to the defense. I think this week was our first time on defense giving up a touchdown on the opening drive. That says a lot. That says a whole lot. What's up, Raymond? I appreciate you coming through. Says, what's good, Toddy? Good all-around win today. It was. Go Falcons. It was a great all-around team game today, man. We needed that. We needed that to keep our playoffs hopes alive, and we just needed that as a morale booster for the players and also the fan base, so it came at a perfect time. DJ Games says, what's up, Toddy? I was at the game today and listened. So you did go to the game. I know you said you was kind of skeptical the last time we talked. Listen, I could be speaking from recency, bias right now, but this is the best game we played in years all around. Know it? That's not recency bias. That's a fact. Let's ring the bell for that. It is, man. That's the best game that we have probably played in the Arthur Smith era. I can agree on that. Barbara says Mayfield has been playing good. Mayfield, which Mayfield? Maybe I'm forgetting. Because I think we cut Jalen Mayfield. I know we cut Jalen Mayfield. So let me know which Mayfield you're talking about. I'm probably just having a brain for it. Tyrell says wide receivers were actually getting some separation today, and Heinicke was throwing people up. Yes, and that guys, that's the difference when you actually attacking the defense. You're keeping the defense on their toes. As somebody mentioned earlier, you can distribute the ball around to different receivers. You don't have to just lean on Drake London and get 8 or 10 catches or 6 catches. Everybody gets open, everybody gets involved. And that's the epitome of teamwork. So that was great to see today. And also when you do that, as we all know, it opens up the running lanes. It gives you a better opportunity to run the ball as well. DJ Gamer says our playoff hopes are pretty much done, though. All the teams we needed to win, needed to lose, won. So we're not mathematically eliminated, are we? We're not mathematically eliminated, are we? I think we still got a shot. I think. I didn't looked at the playoff picture yet today, but I think we still got a chance in there. Y'all let me know. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think we still are mathematically in there. And if we don't make the playoffs, that is disappointing from not making the playoffs perspective. But the good thing about it, we get a better playoff spot also. So that's the good thing about that as well. Dom says, I agree with you, Toddy. If they would have started the right guy with 9-6 easily. I've been saying we wasted games with Ritter. Arthur Smith still should be fired, point blank, period. Let's read the bell, but still firing Arthur Smith. Still get him out of here. I ain't mad at it. Let's see. Kenderson says we're gonna have more money. I remember that movie. That was who started More Money? Is that Damon Wayans back in the day? Next year. Ain't over yet. If we make it, they're not gonna want to see us in the playoffs. Happy holidays, fam. Happy holidays to you too, also, bro. Thank you very much. Monica says thoughts on Terry Bradshaw's comments. You gotta let me know what he said, Monica. What did he say? I'm not sure what Bradshaw said, so let me know what he said, and then I'll let you know my thoughts on it because I don't know what he said at this point. Daniel in the building. Appreciate you coming through, showing some love, Daniel. So trading for Justin Fields would only be a $1.1 million cap hit. Just keep that in mind. Yep. But for next season, the only I say complex thing about Fields is you got to pay him the very next season, though. So if you trade for Fields, you got to hit on Fields. Because if you trade for him and you don't hit on him, you're going to lose some significant draft picks. And then the very next year, you still got to go out and find a quarterback too. So we're going to see, man. Like I said, that's going to be interesting because I know the Fields and the Atlanta talk going to be huge in the offseason. Again, he's a Georgia hometown kid. So, especially if Arthur Smith stay, because Fields really does fit a lot of the things that Arthur Smith likes to do with his quarterbacks. Zigzag says, good to see Calais doing the dirty bird throughout the season. Yeah, Calais like that dance. Calais Campbell likes that dance. He do it every time he do something good on the field. And what's up, Zigzag? Appreciate you coming through, showing some love, bro. And I must admit, man, I like when our players do the dirty bird. I don't know. It seems like to me when I see somebody, when they make a good play, sack, touchdown, tackle for loss, or what have you, and they do the dirty bird, I just feel like they're more connected to the team. I don't know why, because that's our staple. And it kind of it has always agitated me when opposing teams, players come, they'll score a touchdown, and they'll look right at our fans and start doing the dirty bird, you know what I mean? It always kind of pissed me off. I'm like, man, that's our dance. I've been trying to disrespect us like that in our crib. So when our players do it in our crib, I really like that. I do. I don't know why. That's probably just the Falcon homer in me. DJ says Coach Arthur Smith turned into prime Bill Belichick at the end of the season every year, without a doubt. T-Dub is in the building. What's up, T-Dub? Appreciate you coming through, showing some love. Are we trying to save Smith's job? I think so. I think he's trying to save it, and I think the players are trying to save it also, man. It seems like they like Coach Arthur Smith, man. Because I would say if they didn't like him, it seems like they would have just laid down on him today and let him get fired. If you lose this weekend, you lost last week, then he out of here. Playoff hopes are gone. You done lost back-to-back games, lost Carolina. So it looks like they're trying to keep him in the A-time, man. Mike says, I don't know what these next two games will bring, but we need to play with ruthless aggression. I agree. Like we did today. I totally agree. Georgia, Texas boy said, did you also know that TJ Yates working with the quarterbacks on the sideline? I did see that. I saw him speaking with Taylor, and I saw him speaking with Ritter at some points during the game. I saw that. I wonder if that's something that they just implemented today. I assume so. We'll probably hear more about that tomorrow once the beat writers for the Falcons start doing their post game reports. Don says another Kyle Pitts sighted today. 3 touchdowns on the year. # free Kyle Pitts. Let's ring the bell for free Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts going touchdowns, and Kyle Pitts, look, man, y'all got this crazy campaign on your YouTube channel trying to get me out of Atlanta. I'm gonna come out here and I'm gonna ball today. Kyle look good today. He only had about 50 yards, but he looked good. He looked engaged today. I got to give him credit on that. T. Terry, what's up, T. Terry? Appreciate you coming through, showing love, bro, as usual. Still draft Jaden Daniels. Let him play behind Heinicke. Let's ring the bell for that. T. Terry, you know I'm all on board for that, bro. That's who I got my eye on as far as our potential draft pick next year. I like Jaden Daniels, man. I think that kid would be good for this football franchise. Dravius Card in the building. Dravius, what's up? Appreciate you coming through, showing some love. Happy holidays to you. Despite the win, Arthur Smith still needs to give up play calling duties or go. I saw somebody, it might have been on Twitter. Somebody was saying that he didn't call the plays today. Did anybody hear that? Does anybody know for sure whether or not Arthur Smith called the plays? I saw that rumbling going on Falcons Twitter today. Wallace's title, we finally got a win where it didn't come down to the last drive to win the one score. Let's ring the bell for that. Hell, preach, Wallace. Man, it just does wonders for my stress levels and my anxiety. When I know we're going to win the game. I knew we was going to win the game today. After the first quarter, I said, we're going to win this game. No doubt in my mind, we're going to win this game. James, to change the quarterback, the offense moved seamless, and the defense was able to get off the field. Yep. And that's what happened when both sides are playing on the court with one another. Offense did what they were supposed to do. Defense did what they were supposed to do. You get easy victories like that. And we make it look simple. No, man, we should have been doing this all year long. Because like we have the talent, we have the potential to do it. Zig says that Nate Lemon getting extended for sure. Let's ring the bell for Big Nate Dog. Big Nate Dog. Nate had another good game. Hey, y'all, Nate Lemon is a baller, man. Y'all, if y'all didn't know yet, Nate Lemon is a baller. If anybody out there knows Troy Anderson, let him know he's not getting his job back. Let him know he's not getting that job back. Nate got that locked down. He ain't getting that job back. You know, so I assume he gonna be good with a depth role because he sure ain't starting in front of Caden Ellis. Or maybe they move him to the outside and let him rush the passer with that 4.4 speed and that 240, 245 pound frame. But he ain't getting that job back. That's Nate's job. That is Nate's job. So Troy, when you come back next year, bro, you first team, you're not getting that job back. That's locked up. Nate might be in the Pro Bowl this year, man. That's how much he been balling. He might get in the Pro Bowl. I think Big Nate Dog was an undrafted free agent. Somebody fact check me on that, but I think he was undrafted free at Big Nate Dog, man. Lisa Arthur Smith is not off the hook. He needs to explain to us what he saw in Ritter in the first place that made him start Ritter over Heinicke. We should all convo down at the beginning of the train. Yeah, I didn't understand that, Lisa. Like why be so confident in Ritter and you done paid Heinicke a pretty decent contract? Like, why not have a quarterback competition? Why sign him and then when you sign him, you automatically tell him, well, you the backup. We just want you to mentor Desmond Ritter. That's probably one of Arthur Smith's worst coaching decisions of his tenure in Atlanta. Absolutely terrible. I don't know what to make of that. And that's another reason, Lisa, some people saying like, Todd, I don't care how good we look today, boy, you got to get Arthur Smith out of here, dog. I done seen enough. And I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at him at all. You know, I ain't finna come here and defend Arthur Smith tonight, so I ain't mad at him. I understand either way it go. Well, I said, I think the difference is that we had no turnovers. Let's ring the bell for that. Probably because somebody was sitting on the bench. I ain't gonna call no names, but probably because somebody was sitting on the bench with the offense and we scored points on every drive. Yep. And that's the key, man. Just keep scoring. Sustain drives. You ain't got to put up 35. You ain't got to put up 40. Sustain drives on offense and take the points as they come. And that's what we did today. Man, the Colts went in this game. The Colts scored first, and that was it for them. Once they scored first, they was out the game. Our offense did what we needed to do, and our defense just started shutting them down. They got that first initial scoring drive, and after that, they didn't get nothing. Total shutdown. Total lockdown. Red says the difference if nobody wanted to kick Heinicke's ASS on the sidelines like Hollis. Well, is Mac Hollins still hurt? I ain't seen Mac Hollins in a minute, man. He's still hurt. Dio says, man, what's gonna happen with Troy Anderson? Know where he starts next. Yep, we just said that. We just man. Troy better get used to being a depth guy, a depth guy, a great special teams guy. He should be a great special teams guy. I don't know if they lose Bud Dupree, maybe they try him out on rushing the passer. Maybe they can turn him into our version of Micah Parsons. But he's not getting that job, man. That's done. That is over with. There is no defensive coordinator in the NFL that would put Nate Landman on the bench for Troy Anderson next year. None. Not at all. Nate Landman comes out the ball every single game. Nate Landman shows the real traits. And I'm going to stress the word real. Nate Landman shows the real traits of an inside linebacker. I get it. It's 2023, 2024. You want your linebackers to run a 4-3, 4-4, 4-5. I get it. I understand it, man. You want them to be big and athletic. But at the end of the day, you still got to know how to play the position. All that 40 time and all that athleticism, if you ain't playing the position effectively, it don't matter. Nate plays the position effectively. He makes big key stops when we need him. He comes up and he fills the gap. He's not like Troy Anderson. He comes up in the hole being timid and sometimes lost. So shout out to Nate Landman. I like Nate, dog, man. I might buy me a Nate Landman jersey. I like Big Nate. Tyrell says Devondre Campbell, Deion Jones. Yeah, they were. Both were running hit guys. Curtis Lawton and Michael Boley too. Shout out to Michael Boley. I ain't heard that name in a long time. What Michael Boley doing right now? Lisa says, when was the last time the Falcons had a six-sack game versus a team with a winning record? Love to see it. Was it what's the guy named with the dreadlocks that had the 5-sack game? Claiborne. Did we play a winning team when Claiborne had those 5? Was that we played Dallas, I think. How many sacks he had? Lisa, 5 or 6? Were they a winning team at that point in time? I can't recall. Dio says, and we had them at the best times in their careers. They were fast and physical. They were. Shout out to Dan Quinn being fast and physical. Let's ring the bell for that. Shout out to old Quinn being fast and physical. Winston says Harrison has looked good all season. To be honest, as a true rookie, keyword true rookie, not a red shirt NFL rookie. As a true rookie, now he's hitting the stride. He is, man. He is, and I anticipate he'll get more playing time these last 2 games also, and that way they can get a proper evaluation of him going forward. My dog Seymour checking in, point game and finishes. What up, Seymour checking in? What's going on with Seymour? How you feeling, bro? Appreciate you always coming through and showing love, man. Thank you very much. I got my guy, let's see, Marlon checking in. What's going on, Marlon? Always good to see you coming in. This is Brother Bird Gang family. What's up? What's up with you, man? Atlanta got the win. I was impressed how Coach Smith finally realized how good his 3-headed monster is. Tyler Algier, CP, Cordell Patterson, and B. John Robinson said, hey, man, that boy look good. Shout out to CP. Also ran the ball strong and hard today as well. CP looked like, man, y'all trying to force me out. Y'all trying to get me to retire. Still got something left in the tank. CP looked good today. Lee said, so is Montana Troy getting his job back next season? No, not at all. No chance, Lisa. It's not going to happen. No. It's definitely not going to happen. Not one bit. Redskins teams and defenses play well when you know you have a chance to win. That's true. Instead of having your hopes dashed and destroyed by dog QB like Ritter instead of a solid, stable QB like Heinicke. Very well. So let's ring the bell for that. Adequate quarterback play. Adequate quarterback play. It makes a difference. Makes a big difference. Wallace is tired. I don't think Fields is the answer. And giving up draft picks and just go and get Daniels in the draft and keep adding it free agent players in the defense. Let's ring the bell for that. I'm with you on that, man. I'm a fan of Justin Fields. I like Justin Fields. I follow him very close in high school with him and Trevor Lawrence, who, they were kind of 1A, 1B in high school, best quarterbacks in the state, arguably the best quarterbacks in the nation. So I like Justin Fields. I'm a fan of Justin Fields. My preference would be to get Jane Daniels. That way, you still got 4 years on the rookie contract to continue building the team. Because once you pay Justin Fields, he's going to, y'all know how I go with quarterback contracts, man. He's going to command a hefty bid. And that'll be a significant portion of the salary cap. And that's going to kind of limit what we can do as far as our salary cap situation goes. But we're going to see how that plays out, man. I know that's going to be a real big point of contention in the offseason. Big Mo Lewis in the building. What's up, Mo? How you feeling, man? Says Pitts and London still slick, non-existent. It really crazy given that the draft position. Yeah, you definitely want to see more out of them. I've seen more out of London than I've seen out of Pitts throughout the season, with the exception of today. Drake London is a dog, unfortunately for him, and also Pitts to a certain extent. We just have had below average, bad, and mediocre quarterback play since they've been here. Of course, Pitts did do pretty good that 1 year that he had Matt Ryan, of course. Dio says he's very fundamentally and very instinctual. Nate Lamon. Let's ring the bell for that. I totally agree. I'm a fan of Nate. I'm a fan of Nate Lamon. I'm a fan of him. Wallace is tired. I knew that Lamon was a diamond in the rough as an undrafted free agent that was going to pay big dividends when he got his chance on the field. If y'all recall, man, Nate Lamon was balling in the preseason. He was balling in the preseason, him and LaCole London. But Nate Lamon stood out even in the preseason. You knew that we had us something with Lamon, man. He was balling in the preseason, And I wish I wish Troy Anderson a very speedy recovery. I'm never going to wish injuries on nobody at all. But sometimes injuries can be a blessing in disguise. And, maybe that's what happens with us. Maybe it's going to end up being a blessing in disguise for us. Anthony, what's up, bro? Appreciate you coming through, showing us for love. Says, plot twist. Dun-dun-dun. Mac Hollins was never hurt. He didn't want to take the field with number 9 no more. Let's ring the bell for Mac Hollins. Let's ring the bell for Mac Hollins faking an injury because he didn't want to play with Desmond no more. Man, you funny. Let's see what else we got checking in. Let's see. Wallace is tired. I don't think Hollins is hurt. I don't think Hollins is hurt. I think that he have just shut it down for playing with the team and is ready to move on when the season is over. So it sounds like you saying he shut it down also because he didn't want to play for Ritter. But y'all crazy. Prayloud Faulkner, what's up, man? Appreciate you coming through, showing some love. So Dallas 6 sacks. Okay, I do remember that, man. I do remember Claiborne with those 6 sacks against Dallas. That was a hell of a game for him, man. MacTown, what's up, MacTown? How you doing, bro? Appreciate you coming through, showing love. Says, what's good, Tyler? Great Christmas Eve. Last home game win, yes. Defense and offense complemented each other today. They did perfectly, man. They complemented each other perfectly. And also, I almost missed it. Merry Christmas to everybody. If you watch this on the East Coast, it is officially Christmas, December 25th. We made another Christmas, man. So again, Merry Christmas to everybody. We're gonna ring the bell for that. Hope everybody and their families, their loved ones, their friends, associates, what have you, have a blessed and happy Christmas, man. And also a very prosperous and a blessed new year as well. Let's do this, y'all. Let's go ahead and let's cut the music. Let's get to the business. Y'all make sure to continue to drop the comments in the chat. We're gonna keep the chat going, and don't forget to like the video. The like goal for this broadcast is 40 likes. So let's see if we can get up to 40 likes. You see the headlines: the Atlanta Falcons players speak. Desmond Ritter is out. Taylor Heinicke is in. Let me read that again. The what you call it? The caption, the headline, whatever. The Atlanta Falcons players speak. Desmond Ritter is out and Taylor Heinicke is in. The players have spoken. Did they say it verbally through the media? No, they did not. But they said it on the field today. Taylor Heinicke is in. Ritter is out. As everybody has essentially said in the comment section, man, we have seen a complete game like this in a very, very long time from the Falcons. What I seen today with the difference in the quarterback is a team that played for the quarterback. Last game against Carolina was some of the most embarrassing, disappointing football that I've seen from the Falcons. And trust me, I've seen a lot of bad football from the Falcons. But last week, oh man, I had my head low, I ain't want to wear my Falcons attire out in public or nothing because I didn't want to deal with the jokes. But this game showed you that the players spoke and they are in support of Taylor Heinicke. Everybody was engaged. Hashtag free Kyle Pitts. Even Kyle Pitts looked like a different player today. Kyle Pitts was coming out the block. He was running his routes. He was finishing his routes. Got him a touchdown. Y'all play the lottery tomorrow too, because you know anytime Kyle Pitts score a touchdown, that's good luck. But even Kyle Pitts, Bijan, after having his worst game as an NFL player, Bijan looked like the old Bijan today. Bijan looked like the Bijan from the beginning of the season today. I'm talking about Bijan looked like just a brand new player. He looked revitalized. The entire team looked energized. Even the defense looked like they were crunk that they had a new quarterback. They gave us 6 sacks, 1 interception. Tyler Algier was out there balling. Like I say, CP, he just rose from the depths, and he came out pumped up and energized. That's what happens when you have adequate quarterback play. And I know no matter what you do in football or a lot of things in life, people are going to always find something that they can either complain about or not satisfied with. But look at the narrative from Arthur Smith today. And I know a lot of y'all want him fired, and trust me, I'm not here to try to save his job talking through this microphone. But you see how much better the play calling looked today from Arthur Smith when you got adequate quarterback play. When the team is engaged, they're playing with a purpose. You saw a team out there playing with a purpose today. So the players spoke. Taylor Heinicke in, Desmond Ridder out. I honestly think that they had given up on Ridder. I think the players had given up on Desmond Ridder. And you brought Heinicke in there, and he just new energy. New energy, new quarterback, and a new outlook, new plays. Yeah, we can still fire Arthur Smith. Like I said, I'm not here to save his job, but he looked much better today. When Arthur Smith mess up, I'll be the first person to come on here and bang on Arthur Smith. But Arthur Smith looked much better today with the play calling. Yeah, you can question running on this down or passing on this down. Yeah, we can do the nitpicking all day long. But he looked like he called a good football game today. That's what happens when you have adequate quarterback play. When your quarterback is able to distribute the ball around to 9 different people and not just focus on his best friend on the team, Drake London. Now you're attacking the defense. When you start attacking the defense through the air, now defensively, the opposing teams, they got to focus on the pass. When they focus on the pass, that enables the run game to get going. And we got our run game going today. We averaged 6.3 yards per play today. That's great. We averaged 6.3 yards per play today. That is great. 400 plus yards of offense, 29 points. I mean, like I said, we can nitpick and complain about this and that, but hey, that's our best game we have played in years. So the players have spoke. The players have spoke, and they spoke highly in support of Heinicke. Hopefully Heinicke can finish these last 2 games off strong because, again, the players really rallied around Heinicke today. In fact, I want to share something with you. I want to share this with everybody. Look at the Falcons. Look at them after the game right here.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Hey, good job today. gonna rock the baby now. Let's go.
We need them, man. We ain't no counter salt. We still in.
Merry Christmas, and let's go Falcons.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Christmas in the trenches.
Rise up, baby, rise up.
I mean, Young Way crew, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Let's go.
Merry Christmas.
It's all about Christmas. Falcons win.
Y'all see that, man? That's good energy, man. That's good, contagious energy from the team, man. That is good energy. That's a team that was pumped up today, man. And I think that was mostly in part to the quarterback change. The players spoke. Y'all saw Kyle Pitts when he came through that tunnel. Hey, man, you see it in his eyes. Like, yeah, let's go. Jono Smith, Merry Christmas from the trenches. I think the players spoke today. The players spoke in support of Heinicke. In on Heinicke, out on Ritter. And now don't get me wrong. No, don't go say, well, Todd said, we got to keep Heinicke. No, I'm not saying that. Because I'm sure, and I advocate for them doing something different in the quarterback room next year. But these last two games, the best game we done seen all year long. Easily. The players have spoke. We hadn't played a complete game like that on defense and offense. And I'm watching this defense, man. I'm like, what? Minshew ain't got no time back there, man. Every time he stepped back, somebody was in his face sacking him. Quarterbacks, a lot of times they don't have no dirty jersey, but his jersey got dirty today. They applied pressure to him. Bijan, Algier, CP, oh boy, they was running amok. They was running amok today. Spread the ball around, almost had 30 points, 400 plus yards to offense, man. That's a great team victory. That's the team telling you we in on Heinicke, we out on Ritter. So let's talk about that, y'all. In on Heinicke, out on Ritter. That's what I saw today. The Falcons players spoke loudly today. That's what I got. That's what I gathered. That's what I saw. So we're going to talk about that. Like I said, I ain't going to keep us here long, y'all. I know it's Christmas Eve, man, so we won't be here too long. But I do want to talk about it. I want to discuss that. Now, I'm also going to bring one of the family members of the show on here also. We're gonna chop it up and we're going to talk about the post game as well. So we're going to bring our guy Simo in the building, and we're gonna hear what Simo thinks about this also. Simo, how you feeling, man?
What's going on, Tidy, man? Appreciate you having me on the show, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you coming through, man. How you feeling, man? How you feeling about the win today?
Man, I'm feeling great about that, man. I like that the players came out there and still fought, man, and we still in it. So it was good to see the offense be able to operate with some, just some decent game management from our quarterback. It don't take a lot,
Yeah, you're right. And we've been saying on the show, Simo, and I know you've been probably watching and listening backstage. We put Ritter back on the bench today. We brought in Heinicke. What difference did you see from your Falcons today with the quarterback change?
I felt like he's making better decisions with the football. He definitely we didn't have the turnover issues that we had. We didn't have the stalls on drives. He took the check downs when he needed to. He was able to put those balls in the right windows and anticipate throws at certain points, and was just more accurate overall. He left some throws on the field still, but was just overall better with his decision making and stressing the defense. You have to be able to go deep, but also, make them come on those check downs as well too, and be able to just when you're passing the ball, you got to be able to do just like how your running back has to get that tough 3 or 4 yards. You got to be able to just get that first down and keep the chains moving. And Heinicke did that today. So, And I mean that it looks like it's all-star football compared to what Ritter was doing. You know, when you get all these playmakers around it. But yeah, that was the main difference to me.
Do you think Heinicke was a significant part of us being able to run the ball as well as we did?
Yeah, I think that was part of it. I definitely feel like that was a little bit part of it. What I didn't check it. I didn't pay as much attention to what was going on with our line this week. Did we have some of our starters come back?
I'm pretty sure every starter played today with the exception of Caleb McGarry. I think Caleb missed his third straight game, I think, but everybody else was back. Lindstrom was back. Dahlman was back. So I think outside of McGarry, everybody was there.
Yeah, no, I feel like that probably would also had a little bit to do with it. I think it hurt their offense, the Colts not having, Pittman out there as well. So we definitely were able to capitalize on that. They weren't able to, go after the big chunk plays in the same way. I mean, that's a big part of your offense, losing a guy like that. So I think that we were able to capitalize on that and keep at it. And there was times I wanted to see him run the ball a little bit more. I think he got a little bit cute almost at the end of the game, Arthur Smith. And then we went back to the run. But
yeah, went back to our bread and butter. And I agree with you. Them not having Pittman, that does make a big difference. Let me also give a shout out to Big Low Country Sports Center. But let's ring the bell for Big Low. Shout out to Big Low. Y'all make sure that you are following Big Low on YouTube.
And I mean, and I also, even though they didn't have Pittman, you still got to go out and play and execute. So it don't matter. Everybody get paid. They get paid to suit up every week, just like we do. So, we could have easily not capitalized on that. So I'm not trying to poo-poo any of that as well, too. So, but I feel good that we capitalized on it. That's what you have to do if you want to be a good team. If you want to be a playoff team, that's the mentality that we have to have as a team overall.
Right. And also, Simo, what about like the defense today? We already talked about them 6 sacks today. 1 interception, which was Jesse Bates again. I think that makes his 6th interception on the season. I want you, if you will, to talk to us about the defense, and if you don't mind, also a 2-part question. Talk about the defense and the old man on the team. He's probably older than the entire coaching staff. Calais Campbell played another good game today. He's on a 1-year deal for $7 million. So talk to us about the defense and your thoughts next season. Would you take Calais again with a nice, he gonna want some significant money? Would you re-sign him, or you got to let him go at this point?
I'll take Calais. I don't know what kind of money he's gonna want, but I would definitely take him because what are we gonna get out on the market that's gonna be hands down better than him, and we could still also draft some young talent to potentially put around him. We don't know what Grady's gonna look like when he comes back. That's a tough injury to come back as you get older. And Anyamata's still older as well too. So it's good to have those veterans. I think it's helping out with our young pass rushers and having Ebiketie out there. I was really happy to see Harrison start coming along as well too. When we drafted him, I was hoping that he could turn around because he's got that size that you would like to actually have for a defense. He's actually bigger than Ebiketie as well. So it was kind of good to see him get after it as well. But also Ebiketie. I was kind of concerned why I didn't see him as much last game. So I don't know what they're doing with that rotation, but it was great to see him out there getting after it as well a lot more this game. I feel like the team has started. This is like when you want to be playing your best football of the year anyway. So
definitely. Playoff run.
Last few weeks, definitely. And it feels like the team as a whole had been, aside from Ritter, with the defense. So it's good to see some of that consistency come back and kind of be able to do that platoon thing. That's why I would pay Calais as well, because depending on what he wants. If it costs us like maybe $10 million or it's a 1-year deal, I'm not too upset about that necessarily.
Ooh, that's more than he make now.
Oh, we said 7. You said 7. You say you're gonna want some significant money. I don't know how much. What's his sack total? He don't lead the team in sacks.
without looking, I want to say Calais probably has about, and people in the chat, please fact check us, but I want to say he probably around 4.5, 5.5 sacks, somewhere around that area.
I mean, I think Calais is gonna come back I think he'll give us a team friendly deal again because he came here because he believed. He could have went to a lot of other places, as well. So
yeah, and he's a great locker room guy. And he still obviously has stuff left in the tank, and he's also doing things in the community as well, which you like to see from any of the players. Kind of jumping back into the quarterback discussion. Mo, we set Ritter back down on the bench, and of course, we played Heinicke. And as I said earlier, Heinicke hit 9 different receivers today. So if you will, talk to the people about what you might have saw from Heinicke today that you like, what you did not like about Heinicke, because you mentioned you left some throws on the field, so we're not going to talk about it like you Joe Montana. So talk to them about what you like from Heinicke, what you didn't like from Heinicke, and also contrast Heinicke and Ritter. And go ahead and talk to them about that. I'm going to step away for about 15 seconds. I'll be right back, though. But go ahead and talk to them about that.
Yeah, there was a couple overthrows that Heinicke made that I didn't like in some various spots. And he's just got limitations that you just can't get around. He's gotten a little bit older. His arm strength isn't as good as it once was, and he's not as mobile as he once was, and he's not just a necessarily overall all-around mobile guy just to begin with. So those are my things with Heinicke. I like that he didn't go into bad Taylor with throwing those interceptions like he would, because I know a lot of people were screaming they wish he would have started the season with Heinicke instead, but Heinicke is known for throwing some duds and putting your team in danger as well too. So that's my thoughts about Heinicke. But I like that he was able to just go out there and just take what the defense gave him, and able to just kind of take some of those easy plays and just keep the ball moving. That's all you really want out of your quarterback, is just keep the chains moving. I mean, Brady made a career on dinking and dunking all over the field. So that's my whole overall with Heinicke. I still feel like we need to have us, we got to go after a rookie or go after something young this offseason. Now, you brought up Justin Fields earlier. If I'm not saying I want to go after Justin Fields, but if we did go after Justin Fields, we could franchise him, couldn't we, if he played well?
We still have his franchise rights.
Yeah, we'd be able to franchise him for like 3 years in a row if we wanted to. If he's playing marginally borderline, I think that's kind of what you have to do with them anyway. But I'd rather go in a different direction potentially.
So when you say a different direction, are you saying you'd rather draft the guy or maybe try a different guy in free agency or via trade other than Fields? Like specifically, what are you saying?
Potentially, I would like to draft somebody. I mean, we definitely getting ahead of ourselves. We don't know how the rest of the season is going to shake out. It's still 2 more games. You still got playoffs, off-season things. Teams are gonna. These guys talk to each other. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's like the party. Like, yo, you going to such and such as whatever. Oh, man, I'm going on this trip because this party. They do that same thing. Hey, man, the bread is good over here, bro. Like in the off season, we looking at teaming up and going over here or whatever. So anything could happen. But I don't want to just get too far ahead because I don't know what all is available and what we're gonna be looking like completely. Yeah, I know there's only 2 games left, but that's still some more football to play or whatever. And also, if we make the playoffs or anything else, so it could be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, theoretically, I would like to try to go on the quarterback. If I was Arthur Smith, I wouldn't be trying to rehab Justin Fields.
So you pretty much saying you passing on Justin Fields?
I mean, listen. If I was Arthur Smith, I would pass on him if I got another chance to be here. And I don't see why most fans want to play around with that anyway. Everybody tired of losing already. You know what I mean? So I haven't seen necessarily anything in Justin Fields that has showed me he's gonna necessarily take that leap, and he could, you know what I mean. But I'd be okay being wrong on that as well too. So
Yeah, and honestly, I'm kind of in the same boat, and I'm a Justin Fields fan. You know, those who remember, they can remember me kept waving at Justin Fields fan.
I wanted to draft him. I was mad we didn't draft him when at first, but I'm okay. I was okay with it after Pitts put up 1,000. So.
Me too. I was campaigning hard for him, and not that I don't think Justin Fields could do decent in this offense with our weapons. Is my concern is with Fields is we still don't know whether or not he is the guy. Even though he has shown flashes of brilliance, he's also shown flashes of not so brilliant. But it's the fact that if you do get him, as we've already talked about, you're going to have to pay him the very next year. And once you commit yourself to a franchise quarterback contract, now your salary cap flexibility is gone. So that's really probably my main concern with Fields. I kind of would rather go in the direction of getting a rookie that we can still have 4 years on a rookie contract and continue to put talent on this team.
Hey, my homie told me, he said, man, you want to stay away from them Ohio State quarterbacks. And so this year I was like, well, what about Stroud? He's like, give it some time and see what happens with that as well too. So I'm not so antsy to go in on Fields. But yeah, we gonna see what happens, man. So
I don't know, man. I don't know about Stroud. Like he official, man.
He do look official.
He official. It's very rare that a quarterback plays this great in his rookie year. He just falls totally off the map. You're gonna rarely ever see that from a rookie.
Well, and see, here's the thing, man. Like people, it's so easy to armchair it right now. Like going into the draft, nobody was beating that drum. You know what I mean? The Cardinals believed it, but a lot of other people, it was Bryce. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't CJ. So.
Right. And let me read this super chat coming from the eye test. Shout out to the eye test, which is John Harris and also his tag team partner, Winston. If y'all are not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the eye test on YouTube. Drop some excellent Falcon content, so show them some love. Run up the subs, run up the likes, run up the shares, and let's beat the drum. Appreciate that, John. Says Andy has the 27th defense in the league. We gave the 8th defense some rest. They played better because they weren't tired after only a minute's rest, which I definitely agree. You know, when you sustain drives, man, it's like Romeo and Juliet, like milk and cereal, peanut butter and jelly. It just goes together. And really, I mean, football is complex, but it's so easy a fifth grader can understand it also. You know, you sustain drives, you put points on the board, your defense is going to play better. What do you think, Sibo?
I agree. I'm trying to look up and see what's Indy's with how many points per game they give up, because I feel like their defense is actually probably a little bit better than it would be if it wasn't Gardner Minshew. But he's managing the game as well too. I feel like they kick a lot of field goals and all that. But yeah, definitely we did what we needed to do. We kept the drives going, so that makes everything better when you're getting points and then you keep pushing and then you come back and you get you some points on the other drive. You know that wears. So
yeah, and also when you're not turning the ball,
turning the ball over, it just kills things, man. Like it changes momentum, it just destroys you as a defensive player. Like you can try to be as optimistic as you want to, but you out here playing good and getting the ball back to them and doing your job and not getting scored on, and then you turn around and they give the ball right back. You tired and you upset. It becomes divisive a little bit, you know.
It does.
Like it makes you stop riding for a guy. I'm pretty certain they were riding with Ritter very hard at the beginning of the year, and it's like, hey man, you costing us though, man. We got it. Friend or not, you gotta go.
Right. Especially, I mean, it affects both sides of the ball. Make no mistake about it. But you make a key point when you say they start riding for you. When the defense been playing their hearts out for 3.5, 4 quarters, and you turning the ball over, their morale get broken a little bit. Oh man, this quarterback, oh dang, and that's natural. And that's normally what happens a lot of times.
Right.
And I want to ask you this, Simo. Now, this is something that me and you have been talking about for months. It's something that me and you have been debating for months. And we're going to switch the subject to Mr. Bijan Robinson. Because I've been telling you, CMO, all year long, dog, why did we draft the guy? I like Bijan, but man, a running back at 8, and then you'll come back like, Toddy, I'm telling you, bro, this dude is the truth. You say, Toddy, you just thinking this because you got a bad quarterback.
Right, man.
And you always tell me, CMO, like, when we get a good quarterback, you're going to see. And then, like, last week when Bijan looked like he was mentally on the beach, I felt like I had some ammo. Like, man, I told you, man. Like, bro, we should never draft no running back. But this week, Bijan had 122 all-purpose yards. So, Simo, if you can continue to enlighten me and also explain to the people that are watching or will watch later on, why do you feel like Bijan was actually the right pick?
Man, because I feel like he gives them versatility with what they want to do with this offense. A lot of people, like, I don't think Tyler Algier is necessarily going anywhere either. I think that he's gonna fill that Cordero role that he was using Cordero Patterson with, but he can carry the ball a lot more and do a lot more because he's younger and just, he's just used to taking that beating and probably and a lot more durable and just better as an all-around athlete and running back. I think, like, did you see it? You saw what Cal Hurd was talking about. CMC is the most talented running back ever, or whatever.
I didn't see him say it, but I saw the quote on Twitter.
Right. So, like, that's what Bijan can be. Like, that's what we're looking at with Bijan. Like, all those guys that they're talking about, Marshall Faulk, Barry Sanders, LaDainian Tomlinson, he has a skill set of those guys at like 220 pounds. Like, people be like, yeah, put Tyler Algier in and blah. People forget. I mean, Bijan Robinson's not a small running back. You know what I'm saying? He's not a tiptoeing guy. So I just think he's a weapon. Like, yeah, when you talk about just drafting a running back, drafting that high. Yeah, if you talking about somebody like with just Jonathan Taylor or some of these other guys out here, or just Nick Chubb or something like that. And these are really good running backs who I think still got drafted close to the bottom of the first round or early second round, and probably gonna be Hall of Fame guys. But Bijan just allows you to do so much more with your team and his skill set. I think as he grows more, he's gonna be able to do a lot more. And just, I mean, look at what he did with Cordell Patterson. Nobody else in the league has been able to figure out Cordero Patterson. He spent forever in Minnesota, didn't do anything up there. Went to Chicago. They tried him at running back, but couldn't figure out ways to do anything with him. He becomes like back to a household name with Arthur Smith. That's what's kind of wild to me when people say he can't coach. It's like he knows how to get the players into space if you give him just a decent quarterback. You know what I mean?
Okay, we keep that train of thought in your head because we're gonna come back to that can't coach comment in just a moment. Staying on Bijan just a little bit longer.
Yeah, right.
Going back to the last week's Carolina game, and not trying to crowd with spilled milk, but it from my vantage point, it does seem like sometimes Bijan does have these games where he just kind of mentally checks out. Where he don't really give you nothing. He fumbling, he dropping passes. What's your thoughts on that? Is that a Ricky thing? Is that something he's going to eventually grow out of?
I mean, I think that's a little bit of it. I think that's a little bit of a rookie thing. I think this is the first time where he hadn't been like as much of a focal part of the offense as he has probably in his career. Also, and not trying to make any excuses for him. I mean, he's going to have to kind of figure that out. But I don't think he's able to get into the flow of game the same way as he typically was before. And I mean, he's split some carries in Alabama, but not like this.
Texas.
I mean, Texas, yeah, my bad. But yeah, not like this. So I feel like that's a little bit of it. I feel like, all the running backs say they need to get into a rhythm. And when you really good ones, I mean, I feel like by carry 20, he's going to be a lot more stronger as time goes on as well too. So, but that's what I think it is. I think there's a combination of that and then having bad quarterback play. It's hard enough to remember X, Y, and Z as well too. But then when you do it right, and your quarterback is messing up and missing things, You kind of had like, I mean, and you even look at today. We had a missed opportunity with Bijan where Heinicke didn't get on the ball. I think it was like a fourth down or something. Or it was a play we had it drawn up just perfect, and he just missed them. It's like I think if he makes a lot more of those plays, and he gets a lot more of those opportunities, that you're overlooking a lot more of that other stuff, like those fumbles and some of that. You know what I mean? And like this ain't even a tip of where he's going. You know, we just got to scratch the surface with this kid right now. And
right.
these are good numbers for everybody else in the league. Like we got people in the group posting up stat. So why you don't take a running back as high because these other guys are doing all better. I mean, these are like guys that have been in the league for years who are getting more carries and played more games than him. That you know they're putting up those yards. Imagine if he was getting as many carries as CMC, or if he was getting more of the focal point. So yeah, I think it's gonna get better. But I do believe that I think it's a little bit of a rookie thing, and I feel like it's probably a rhythm thing, and just kind of figuring that out a little bit in this whole situation as well too. I don't think it's not the most ideal situation, but it ain't the worst situation that he could have went to as well too. So.
All right. And speaking of a rookie, and also speaking of rhythm, and also speaking of fumbles. Now, one thing that I have noticed about Arthur Smith, if you fumble that football, he's gonna discipline you for fumbling the football.
Yep.
Every time this year Bijan has fumbled, I'm not gonna say he's benched, but his carries decreased dramatically. We saw that in Carolina last week when he fumbled. They pretty much went exclusively to Tyler because Tyler don't fumble. My question to you is, do you think that is helping or hurting Bijan?
I mean, I think that helps. I mean, you don't fumble as much. I don't think the fumble in Carolina last week was as egregious as a typical. I don't think that was as much of a mental lapse and error. I think he's just trying to make a play, and the way they kind of handled it, and that was a good defensive play where they hit him at as well too. I also feel that like last week is the type of game that you want to play Tyler Algier a lot more. You know what I mean? Like with it being a mud fest, just a sloppy game like that, that takes away some of the best stuff that Bijan does. That takes away some of his speed and the quickness, and that neutralizes him a little bit more. So yeah, I think that's one of those games that you want to play Tyler Algier even more with that. So I don't know if that was as much of a direct correlation, although I'm sure it had something to do with it. You know what I mean? He definitely don't like the errors with that and shit. So, but I don't think it's hurting him to do that. You're not gonna be able to fumble. Yeah, you can't fumble, but. Yeah. We've also seen people leave lead running backs in who have fumbled like 5-6 times in the season. So
that's true. All right, we're gonna shift gears just a little bit. Shout out to the Dixon Way. Y'all make sure that you follow the Dixon Way on YouTube as well. That's Larry and Shunda always doing a great job over there. He has a question. He says, "Hey, Atlanta Bird Gang, Arthur Smith coached his best game because Arthur Blank was his crushed red velvet firing coat with a black town on the sidelines." Let's ring the bell for that. Simo, I must tell everybody that's watching, like you are one of the few, you and also someone who commented earlier, I don't know if he's still watching, but Dios. There's not many of you guys that are kind of pro Arthur Smith guys still in week 16. Why are you a pro Arthur Smith guy when 98% of the fan base saying get this bomb out of here and send it back to FedEx?
Man, honestly, it's kind of funny. Half the time, I don't feel like our fan base be on top of it anyway. Our fan base got a lot of negativity, and we kind of got a very loser mentality. We kind of expect the worst, and we're not able to see some of the best in some of those things as well too. And we used to just seeing like, oh, fire somebody and get somebody else in there. I don't think that that's how you get better. And I don't think you could judge him accurately off of it being Desmond Ridder. I think there's some other For one, what does that say about you as an organization when you bring in a coach and you brought him into a shitstorm to begin with? Like, what happened with Terry Fontenot? What they allowed that? Not Terry Fontenot, Dimitrov. They made a mess of that cat, and some of that was Dimitrov, but some of that was Arthur Blank as well too. You know, you can't fire the owner when he makes a bad move or whatever. The team just suffers, and I don't think he's a bad owner. I feel like he's trying to win out here. He's competitive as hell, and if we didn't have a coach that blew it, we wouldn't be even talking about him being a bad owner at all. So he's been one of the best sports owners we've had in this city, probably thus far at all. So, but I'm pro Arthur Smith because I feel like he got brought into a shitstorm, and he had an aging Matt Ryan, so that was kind of a wash of a year, and we were not expected to make the playoffs. That was very impressive to push for it. We were expected to be a 4-win team, and then it's not like the next year people were like, oh, okay, watch out for those Falcons. We lost more players that we thought were promising, and we're expected to be a 3 or 4 win team and still push for the playoffs again with Marcus Mariota. With the Desmond Ritter thing, I don't think it was a bad idea to try to go for that, because I feel like Taylor Heinicke was going to leave some desirable shit for you as well. He's potentially going to put the ball on the carpet as well. It's a reason that he's not in Washington anymore, and they went with a second or third round pick themselves in Washington. It was not like people were like, oh, Sam Howell is going to be that guy, and he's playing just good enough to keep that job up there at this point. So I think that's part of the reason why you have to do that. And like I said earlier, you don't get better changing your coach every few years and changing the identity. Out of all the coaches that I've seen in Atlanta over the last few years, and Dan Quinn knows a little bit about some, but he was terrible at game management decisions. As bad as people think that Arthur Smith is, we don't have things like that onside kick happening. We don't have guys quitting on us at the end of the game. We don't have guys blowing their assignments as a whole and not being on point with stuff, and just completely bad decisions where he's even his challenges that he goes for, he's pretty good on those. His fourth down decisions that he goes for it on when he takes his gambles, he's pretty good on them most of the time and everything. So I think he's a pretty good coach. And to be fair, he does some things that pisses me off sometimes. He makes some decisions. Sometimes I'm kind of like, he's a little bit conservative with some things, but I think that you can win with a coach like that. I don't know who we're about to get in here that's going to just be better. And I don't know. I mean, who do we know that's going to be available next year that's automatically better? I've seen people say, bring in the defensive coordinator and fire him. Well, for one, let's keep in mind that the defensive coordinator came in hired as the run game coordinator, and he's the coordinator in title, but Frank Bush has got a lot to do with our secondary being what it is and our defense being what it is. Because in New Orleans, our coordinator worked with the secondary coordinator as well there as well too. So let's not get into that thing where we just automatically believe because somebody's a good coordinator they're going to be a good coach. Dan Quinn wasn't necessarily a great head coach. He's going to get another head coaching job with that as well too. But let's also give Arthur Smith some props for going and getting him as a coordinator. You know, a lot of people didn't like.
Was that Arthur? Or was that Fontenot?
I mean, I don't know if I imagine they talk with each other, but it's to my understanding that coaches hire their coordinators typically, unless your GM is just kind of like, nah, we ain't trusting you no more. You fumbled it out here. Typically, if I'm not mistaken, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, if they got some just evidence that it's completely contrary, but the GM hires the coach, and then your coach hires his staff, and fires his staff.
Well, that's a big point of contention in our fan base, because they're saying the common storyline is that Fontenot did not hire Arthur Smith, and that's pretty much the Falcons' power struggle. Arthur Blank and I guess Rich McKay They pretty much hire and fire coaches themselves.
I mean, I feel as though I imagine they had to let Fontenot have some input on that because I don't think it was a very long distance between them hiring who they were going to hire. With those two guys, I remember that being kind of relatively close to each other, and they got to be telling, hey, look, this is who I'm probably going with. This is where we're looking at. That deal could have been a done deal behind the scenes, and just couldn't be all the way eked out.
Well, yeah, you're right about that because Fontenot was still in the playoffs with New Orleans, so we had to delay officially hiring him when we did hire him. I want to stick on the coach.
And just to go with that too, because there's going to be some other people that's going to miss that point. Just to drive that home even further. Remember when the stuff with Brian Flores, where he went to sue the league, and Coach Belichick congratulated him on the job, and I think it was
yeah, and he had to delete it.
Yeah, sorry, wrong Brian. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I remember that. Let's ring the bell for that. Actually,
stuff should be done deals, man. Like, you know what I mean? Just because we hear about it, don't mean that's when it happened. You know what I mean?
Right, you're right. And hold on real quick. Let's go to our super chat here. Shout out to John Harris. Appreciate you very much, John. Always showing love and supporting.
Flacco, man. Oh my
Thank
God.
you very much. Let me
Flacco.
Hold on. Let me read it to you, Simo. Then I'll let you handle it. But John Harris from the eye test, and make sure that you do follow the eye test also here on YouTube. Says, I want to know why Joe Flacco wasn't looked at as a backup versus Heinicke. He would have been better than anybody on the staff to coach up Ritter. Go ahead, Simo.
No. No, like, you know how bad in trouble we got to be in if we having to go with Flacco. I mean, I don't think he was going to give us a full 17 games of that off. He's a highly inconsistent guy. That's been his career. That's been him in all his career. He's sucked in Baltimore at times. He was kind of like he was Baltimore's Matt Ryan. Like as much as the fans hated Matt Ryan in Atlanta at times, Flacco was even more inconsistent and was worse. So, good for him. He still got that arm, but like he's even more immobile than Heinicke is. So yeah, I'm good on Flacco, man. I'm just fine on that. I don't know what Flacco is gonna. I don't know that nothing about Flacco tells me he's like gonna be a good coach. Like it's not like he was like a great player to begin with. Like
no, he's talking about as a player. Flacco back in the league.
Right. I know that, but I was just saying, like he said to coach him up, right? He said to coach up Ritter a little bit.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, it's like what is he? I don't know what fundamentals he's got. It's not like we got Brady over here. It's not like he's Steve DeBerg or something. Like he's giving them some I say Steve DeBerg, how I think we had him on the roster with Vic or something, right? To like gotta give him some guidance or some shit. I don't think he's giving them that type of like, you know what I mean, game management type of tips. Like I just don't see it with Flacco, man. Like he's kind of like known to like make those messed up plays too. Like people don't remember that Ed Reed, the year before they won the Super Bowl, when they got bounced out the playoffs, Ed Reed was so mad that he went to the press and was like, get Flacco out of here. Like for the longest, he was the reason that they hadn't got to a Super Bowl. So yeah, like I don't got the revisionist history or the immediate, you know what I'm saying, like prisoner of the moment stuff because he's doing good up there and with the Browns right now. Not Flacco. Right. Heinicke was where we should have went.
Okay, this is coming from Larry at the Dixon Way, and he's addressing you on this, so I'll let you respond accordingly. He says, hold on. Buddy said we don't have bad clock management with Arthur Smith. 100% cap. Let's ring the bell for he's saying you capping. He said, I guess he missed the halftime, don't spike the ball in the 2 minutes offense, and Arthur Smith didn't get the play in. So you want to respond to that?
I mean, you could pick nits like every week. Coaches have decisions where they mess up on some things. I think last week during the going into the half with the Jacksonville game, they had a very similar situation and they didn't get the 3 points with the Jaguars. You gonna tell me Doug Peterson don't know how to coach? That man won a Super Bowl with man, who was that sorry quarterback he had? He had Carson Wentz looking like an MVP in the race for MVP, and then he won it with Nick Foles when he got hurt. So I mean, yeah, he turned Ryan Tannehill wasn't looking good in Miami and then he came to Tennessee. It was straight. So yeah, it's a bad decision on that. But I don't think in general, we're making bad decisions with us. I think it typically looks worse with Ritter because there's a lot of times last year where people weren't saying he couldn't coach, where Mariota was just coughing it up at bad times or fumbling or doing something like that too. So I could find a lot more plays where he is making the good decision and making the right call. Like again, we don't have shit happen to us like the onside kick that happened to us during the COVID year with Dan Quinn. We don't have those type of lapses. We don't have late game 28-3 scenarios happen to our complete total overall defense and our team as a whole, where everybody just the offense and the defense just falconed out. Like we've closed out some games with him. I feel like there's a lot more in that than I, so I'm not saying he's gonna be a Hall of Fame coach or nothing, but
all right, let me read the super chat from John. Appreciate you, John. I definitely appreciate it. Thank you for showing up.
Flacco is a Super Bowl winner. He won today. So is Trent Dilfer, and so is what's the guy from the McMahon from the 85 Bears. It's some and Brad Johnson's a Super Bowl winner as well too. I mean, I feel you. Like Joe Flacco is not going in the Hall of Fame. I don't think he might, but I don't. He'll go in there the Ravens Ring of Honor, but like
I don't think he's Hall of Fame either.
Yeah, it's just like he's a Super Bowl winner. I mean, like I'm not trying to poo-poo on Joe Flacco. Don't get me wrong. Like he has accomplished more in life than I have. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like let's not like he made it to the league. Like he's accomplished. I'm sure he could coach some people up. I just don't think that he was gonna. I don't think it was like I don't think we did a disservice to Ritter by not getting in Flacco. I don't think the season was going to look a lot different, and I don't feel like he was going to be a better quarterback for us at this point than Heinicke, and that's what we talk about him playing at this point in his career.
All right, let me read this comment also to you. Appreciate it again, John. Thank you. I'm gonna read this comment to you. I'm gonna make a statement, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Like I said, we're not gonna stay here long on Christmas Eve, and I'm gonna drop the link. We'll be on here about another 15, 20 minutes. And if anybody want to come here and talk to us, you're more than welcome. But I want to throw you a bone, Simo. You finally got somebody to back you up, bro. Everybody else been on your behind.
They be on my neck, bro. They be on my neck. But you know, it's
but this is coming from Kenderson. He says that man is preaching. Arthur Smith is a good coach. The team plays for him. We're finally building a good team. And I want to give you a real quick perspective statement. From what I gather from some of our talking points as fans, some of us that do say he's a good coach said, well, y'all, like he never had a good quarterback. They'll even say, even with Matt Ryan, like we all know Matt Ryan was washed up at the time, even the big Matt Ryan fans. So some people say, what do you expect him to do with these bad quarterbacks he's been given? Now, the other side of that conversation, Simo, that I want you to touch on is a lot of people say, well, he's at fault for that because he didn't bring an adequate quarterback in. He decided to run with Ritter, and they'll say that's part of coaching also. You know, you gambled your career with Desmond Ritter. You didn't sign a free agent. You didn't draft the quarterback. So what part of that seesaw do you go with?
Man, I feel like that's like it's like a cyclical conversation because we always address it and for one, nobody ever could tell us who we should have got. And they start talking about players that we could have went after, but then we always debunk it. Well, you could have gone after Lamar. We couldn't go after Lamar Jackson. We weren't going to be able to trade for Lamar. So I saw somebody else was like, well, we should have went after Lamar years prior. Nobody was trading Lamar Jackson away. We came in, like, who was he supposed to come in with? Matt Ryan. When he came in and Matt Ryan was here and we didn't have any salary cap room. And even the next year when we went after Deshaun Watson, he went after Deshaun Watson. So it's like he did the one move that you guys like, we didn't go. He didn't bring in a quarterback. He tried to go in with a quarterback. I can see if Justin Fields is like setting the world on fire right now, and it's like, well, you didn't draft Justin Fields. So it's just like, I don't know who they wanted him to get. Like, I just, you know what I mean? There hadn't been any quarterbacks for us to go after. And then some people might say, well, we could have traded up last year. I think last year would have been a terrible year to trade up, because look at what Bryce Young is doing right now. And I think Bryce Young is a great example of why you go and get talent for him to throw to first. They traded away their number one receiver to draft him, and then brought in an aging wide receiver and then drafted a young receiver, which was like, to me, was a dumb move. Like, Adam Thielen is like, yeah, it looks good for fantasy football numbers and stuff like that. If we look talking about numbers of what somebody got there, but that didn't help. That didn't help Bryce Young out. That didn't help that team out. They should have. There's no way they should have traded away DJ. DJ Moore is a guy who didn't have a quarterback his whole career, and he was like putting up pretty good numbers as a wide receiver. You put him, Justin Fields, as bad as I feel like Justin Fields has been, he's the best quarterback that guy has had so far. And looking at what his career is looking like now. So they should have kept him and at least had somebody for him to throw to, and maybe still try. I don't know if they would have been able to draft Mingo still or not, but you don't bring a rookie in and not have like some vet talent or some just some good talent to really throw to for him and stuff. So whenever we get one, and I feel like we also needed to build out our team some more. We wouldn't have Matthew Bergeron, I'm sure, if we would have traded up, because it's hefty to get up in that higher range. That we talking about one or two. We absolutely needed Bergeron. I was happy as hell we got Bergeron. We drafted him, and who knows what he could become later. Somebody who's a tackle. He's one of the rare guys you can play at multiple positions. So when you talk about tackle and guard, what a lot of people wanted Penei Sewell before, like, you could actually do that with this guy. We might be able to bump him back to tackle if we do get a guard. I think he's that talented. He's that good of a guy. I feel like we needed these other guys to fill out our roster as well too. Guys like some of these linebackers that we had, Malone, Ebiketie. We don't have some of those guys if we traded up earlier. Guys that we're starting to develop. Harris, we don't have that guy if we don't have that cornerback. I forget his name. We
definitely don't have Bijan.
We definitely don't have Bijan. Look, a lot of people don't like Richie Grant, but he makes a lot of plays in our run game, and he almost had a turnover fumble for us today. He's not a good cover guy, and that was a knock on him when we saw him come out of college as well too. But I think he excels a little bit better in that strong safety type of role with whatchamacallit back there ball hawking for us. So I feel like people our team was as bad as it was because we were not as good on special teams as well too. We got guys gunners who can go down and pin guys back on punts. We got guys who are going to make open field tackles on kickoff team and punt team, and guys who can make out rotational guys, like having a second and third unit where you can have sub packages. That cornerback that we drafted, he was a special teamer for us as well, and can also play some of those nickel positions. Like that's where you have. That's what you don't have a lot of those safety and linebacker guys in those rounds that can develop into something for you. Phillips can be a starter for us for the next few years, or at least definitely he's shown he could play that nickel back for sure, and he's looking better on the out. That was what they were saying. It was like, well, I don't know about him on the outside, and shit, he filled in quite nicely. So
yeah, he's been playing good in the snaps he's got. Like I say, y'all, we won't stay on long tonight. We're gonna go about 20 more minutes. We're gonna bring in two guests to help wrap up the show. We're gonna bring in John from the eye test. We're gonna bring in Larry from the Dixon Way. How y'all doing tonight, fellas?
What up?
Hello. How y'all doing?
what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, guys.
You said I was capping, man.
You straight capping. Every game this dude mismanaged the clock, mismanaged down and distance. Stop it, man. 4th and 2, we doing a jet sweep, and we got Tyler Algiers. Come on, man. Oh, my bad. 4th and 4, and we running a draw with Bijan. We ain't even our power back. Like, come on, man. We're not going. I can go through every game and go back.
You're mad that we ran a draw on 4th and 4?
I'm mad we ran a draw off of what 37.
Instead of having our power back in, because you mentioned that in the same.
I'm talking about personnel. If you're gonna do that, who's the guy gonna get you the hard yard?
I'm not gonna run a draw with Bijan. I'm not gonna run a draw with Tyler Algier. Bijan is the guy that's gonna make somebody miss.
Who run the best going straight up the middle?
Bijan.
Huh?
Bijan's gonna get you. Bijan is going to make a few people miss. Bijan is our best running back. Like Tyler Algier's a 3-yard and a plotter.
I asked about who's better running the A or B gap.
Man, I think Bijan is fine at all of that shit. I don't think Tyler Algier is just so much better at all of that.
If you need 1 yard, and
I think Bijan can get you 1 yard too. Like you act like he
sir.
I don't want to make this a Bijan versus Algiers.
Did Bijan Robinson have to be taken out on short yardage in college?
No. I'm talking about the pros.
Did he have to be taken out in short yardage on college?
No, he did not. No.
He's playing against the same guys he had to play in college.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Bro, these guys they come to the pros too.
He just got there. He's not playing against the guys who he played against.
If we didn't have Tyler Algier, we would be handing the ball to Bijan Robinson.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, we would.
So I'm fine with him running.
Got Tyler Algier.
It ain't like Tyler Algier is bust out here. It ain't like he's Jerome Bettis out here, bro.
We never said that.
Yeah. He's good.
Nah, he's not Jerome Bettis.
I think you're
he knocking people over.
He's good. Listen, I'm happy to have him. I'm not trying to poo-poo him because I'm not trying.
You just did.
No, I'm not. No.
Yes, you actually did.
You just did.
Bijan Robinson. I'm not about to debate with you over giving Bijan Robinson the ball. The guy that Tidy likes to say that we drafted in the top, in the first round.
I'm talking about situational, man.
Give him the fucking ball, bro. I don't care.
Yo, you're teaching to the
I don't care when you give him the ball. I'm fine with giving him the ball.
I've been the one that's saying that Bijan need more carries than Algiers. You ain't telling nobody nothing different. When I'm telling you it's situational.
I'm not gonna.
You understand what situational football is?
If you see, just like you're saying, oh, Tyler Algier for the short, whatever.
Boss man, I'm not laughing. I'm laughing at this look
with Tyler Algier. With Bijan Robinson, you have to wonder what's going to happen. As a linebacker, if I see Bijan Robinson in the game versus Tyler Algier, I know I have to cover. I have to worry about. I have to sit at home a step longer. I can't just run downhill quite as fast as I can with Tyler Algier. I'm not going to get beat to the edge with Tyler Algier in the same way that I might be with Bijan Robinson. When Bijan Robinson gets to the line of scrimmage, he's falling forward. It's not like when Bijan Robinson gets hit on contact, he's falling
backwards. I didn't say any of that. You argue with yourself.
This guy over here.
What?
You argue with yourself.
I
never said that. I said situational football, bro.
Giving Bijan
Again, I'm going to ask, do you understand situational football? I'm not trying to be condescending.
I totally understand situational football.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Personnel.
I just explained that.
Do you go? Look, man. Like I said, man.
If Bijan,
I've been the one saying that Bijan need to get more carries than anybody on this thing.
Well, I'm gonna just say it again.
I've been that dude. Okay.
Because I was talking fast. Maybe you hear this part. With Bijan on the field in his short yardage versus Tyler Algier, I know exactly what kind of play is coming with Tyler Algier. You don't necessarily know that with Bijan Robinson. So when you said situational, I feel like it gives you more versatility with what you're able to do.
Now you're trying to be too cute. See,
I don't think you're being cute.
Yeah,
That's
no.
just- we can
I
agree to
think you're
disagree
actually
like
being no. I think Arthur Smith is trying to be too cute too much.
Give the ball to your best player.
He even said that he overthinks things. He try to,
He does sometimes. Give the ball to your best player.
dumb. It's dumb football.
Put the ball in your best player's hands. Period.
Look, all
Put your
last
team in the best
year,
position.
all
Listen, man,
last year.
I'll
When
die
you
on that
needed
hill.
that
If you
yard,
die on that hill, I guarantee you,
got it?
I'll find more people who will agree with me that know football. Not
I,
Falcons fans,
I,
just people who would
I
say
don't care about all
who
that.
you would say can go.
Which
Would
situational
say
football,
would
man?
be
You don't even
fine.
understand what I'm talking about. So
I
I can be
understand
silent.
exactly what
No,
you're
you
saying.
don't.
I
No,
just
you
think
don't.
you're giving too much credit to Tyler Algier.
What?
No.
So
No,
let me ask you this.
I'm not giving too much time.
I'm sorry,
I'm
Larry.
not
Go
giving
ahead.
him the props, man. What I'm saying is situational football is key, bro. Why you run? Okay, let's get off the Tyler Algiers Bijan because I think Bijan is the better running back than him anyway. So you preach it to the choir. What about a jet sweep with Jono instead of your more athletic tight end with Kyle Pitts? What about that? Is that sound? That's the better player, right? Jonnu Smith on the goal line, jet sweep with Kyle Pitts blocking. What sense does that make? Riddle me that.
Or a halfback pass with Jonnu Smith against Tennessee.
We're gonna leave Bijan and what's name? I got you.
I'm talking about Jonnu Smith
I can go
against
to every
Tennessee.
game and find some situation
I'm not a fan.
Exactly.
I'm not a fan of those of no jet sweeps to Jonnu Smith. Although that is a play that they've let him do in Tennessee, and I think it was kind of effective for them.
The worst blocking tight end in the league.
The worst blocking tight end in the league.
Kyle Pitts, yes.
I don't think he's the worst blocking tight end.
No, that's 100%.
I've actually talking about how much you watching this man blocking on you really paying attention to this man blocking on most plays? Because I've actually seen him do pretty good on some blocking plays.
What?
I hear you.
As good as a wide receiver.
Not that bad. He's not that bad as a blocker. He's not that bad.
Now let's get to this about Taylor Heinicke versus Joe Flacco.
I'm a mute on that.
Okay.
I'm mute on that.
You know,
you got it, John.
Are you kidding? Are you seriously kidding?
I'm not going to dignify myself by arguing whether somebody else is better than Joe Flacco because Joe Flacco
that man has a Super Bowl ring. The Cleveland Browns picked him up and he's helping them win. Versus Taylor Heinicke? Are you kidding? I didn't say that Flacco should start. I said Flacco should have been called in as a backup because the man still can throw.
Personnel, man. John, we don't got the type of man. Flacco.
Yes, you wait a minute. You drafted a wide receiver. You drafted a running back that can come out of the backfield. You got a tight end. What personnel do you need?
I don't feel like Joe Flacco is that much better than Heinicke right now.
I'm sorry. He's better than Ritter, and he's better than Heinicke.
I mean, I guess.
The man has a Super Bowl ring.
Going into the season, I was
None of those people on that staff
John,
that we have up there in Flowery Branch could possibly develop a quarterback or help a quarterback out better than this man, Joe Flacco.
You don't think
it's not like the man was going to break apart at his first snap, or otherwise none of the other teammates, nobody else would have drafted him. Nobody would have taken the chance on him. And see, the thing is about Heinicke, the only reason Heinicke was taken out of the game is because he got hurt. Okay, now you put Ritter back in, you have to go right back to Heinicke, and Heinicke is doing the same stupid mess that he was doing before he got hurt. Staring at receivers, throwing. He threw a doggone knee pass today.
John, that's what.
Are you kidding me?
That's Flacco's career, man.
Flacco has the big strap of gold. Okay, Once
Man,
you get that
he also
strap
played
on,
with a historic
that's it.
defense, John. What are we
Yeah,
talking
John,
about?
I can't get with you on that.
Oh,
If he
that.
gave Matt
don't.
Ryan that
Y'all
defense,
don't
he would
have
have a
to.
Super Bowl
Y'all
too,
don't have
man.
to. What I'm saying
What does that have to
is
do with
that
anything?
this man brings more to the table. This man brings more to the table than Taylor Heinicke did.
I guess.
Even at this point in his career, the only thing you wanted was a backup. The only thing you wanted was a backup.
John, do you know how down bad we are to be even having that convo? No, I
No,
just don't even agree
how
with you.
down bad are we now?
I don't
Wait, hold
think
up,
that
hold up.
I don't think that
How
Flacco
down
gets,
bad are we now?
but I think with our
What
pass
y'all
blocking,
talking? What?
I think for our
Are we
scheme,
winning the Super Bowl
I
this
think
year?
with our I think with
True.
our I think with our scheme,
Are we winning the Super Bowl this year?
That was my
Talking
point
about how
though, John.
down
Like you
bad
talking
we are.
about
Are you
Flacco.
kidding?
You talking about Flacco, man? Come on, man. I'm just saying.
You still can't bring nothing to the table.
I guess.
I mean, look at what you got.
Heinicke,
You got either the Three Stooges or Abbott and Costello.
John, wait, John.
You
he don't
didn't have nothing.
Hold on, John. Wait, you say he didn't bring that to the table, but Heinicke did what we paid him to do. We paid him to be to be the backup to come in if Ritter sucked it worse than we thought he would suck, which he did.
And you overpaid to do that.
John, hold on. I just listened to you talk about Flacco, man. Like,
but you're not making any. Cause see,
I'm not
if
making any sense.
if you bring Flacco in, you're doing the same thing. You bring Flacco in, you're doing the same thing, and
Merry
with less
Christmas.
money.
Oh God.
And with less money.
Also, man, Avery, man, why are you on, brother?
Yeah.
You okay, brother?
Yeah, you all right over here?
Yeah, I'm good.
You
I'm
sure,
good.
Hey,
man? You
man,
got
what's that?
for real. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all arguing about that. I'm like, you all right, brother? I see a holes in your nose. You all right?
Yeah. I had pneumonia. I was in the hospital, but I'm
Oh
about to
goodness,
go
let
home.
him talk, man.
Get
Yeah.
well soon, bro.
No, I'm good, man. God, good. I had caught pneumonia at the job. They
Oh,
got in my
goodness.
lungs, and the doctor had get all the pneumonia out my lungs. But I'm doing good, though. I could breathe and everything on my own.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right then, man.
That's good.
Straight to
news.
God,
Well,
man.
bless it, man. Merry Christmas to you, brother.
Merry Christmas to you. Happy New Year's, man. But overall, man, but we played good on all three phases, but I feel like Arthur Smith, I feel like they still need to go ahead and get an offense coordinator because Dave Ragone, he's not a consistent at play calling. We don't have a quarterback coach, and I feel like it was Arthur Smith's fault for not having Tyler Heinicke and Ritter started for that quarterback position because we ain't played our quarterbacks in preseason, and I just felt like we waited too late to start to play conservative. Our offense wasn't consistent all year. Our defense was consistent all year. So it is what it is, though, man. Just hopefully we can get us an offense coordinator, go in the late draft and get us a quarterback or something because I don't think Tyler Heinicke can go be our starting quarterback by 2024. And I ain't with that Justin Fields. I'm good on Justin Fields. He's great.
Right.
He ain't coming to Atlanta, man.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think that Arthur Smith trusts Justin Fields or he would have drafted him. That's just my opinion. I don't think he's gonna go get Justin Fields. If anything, he'll go get a Cousins or something like that, or a Tannehill. A Cousins or a Tannehill. That's what he trusts.
Maybe he'll do Justin Fields for like a third or fourth round. I wouldn't mind him for that. But I would again, because y'all gonna be sitting there criticizing him for that shit if Justin Fields don't pan out. So.
Just do a whole replacement for Arthur Smith, then just get it over with and get his ass gone.
Who you want?
Just get a new coach.
Who you want?
I don't think Arthur Smith's a guy.
Who?
I just don't see it. He don't have no leadership. Like when I look through all these NFL coaches, them boys preach about all three phases of the game. Arthur Smith, I'm not having no communication with the players, the coaching staff, and none of that. He don't have no emotions about his players, and I just don't see that in Arthur Smith. He's like a yes man, like a puppet.
I feel like our team actually works with all three phases of the game and shit. You see, we didn't improve every part of the ball, so
except offense. What he runs and what he calls.
I mean,
Now,
the offensive problem been fucking Ritter, man, more than anything.
now
And his play calling.
let's get back on this Joe Flacco situation.
Y'all talk about
Oh,
play
man.
calling. When I see niggas open
Now-
on every play, that's kind of crazy.
Now, Joe Flacco has thrown for close to 1,000 yards in
Hey,
3
man.
games.
Come on, man.
7 touchdowns, 3
Come on, man.
interceptions.
You gotta stop with this Flacco, man.
7 touchdowns.
Let's take
3
a vote on this.
interceptions.
Let's take a vote on this first, man. If
No,
everybody
no,
else
ain't
thinks
no
this is
vote.
valid,
The
come on,
vote
man.
is not going to make you
All right, come
right.
on, man, you
I'm
right.
reading the stats.
Man, these stats ain't
The
gonna make
votes
you
are
right.
not
Go
going to
ahead,
make you
John.
right.
Go ahead, man.
I want you to go against
These
these stats.
stats ain't gonna make you right, John. But go ahead, man. 'Cause I
The
want you to
stats
speak your
are
truth.
going to justify
I
my
want you to live
position.
your truth. I want you to live your truth. Go ahead. Go ahead.
7 to he threw for 7 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Got a 2-1 record up there at Cleveland, where Heinicke is 1-2-0 after the day because they haven't updated the stats yet. But prior to that, he was 0-2-0.
Right.
Okay. Now, you said out of hand, without even considering the stats, without bringing any stats or anything to the table, oh, Flacco, oh, he this, and then you went all the way back talking about, well, when I said that Flacco was a Super Bowl winner, well, so was the man in Chicago in 1985. So was Trent Dilfer. So was that.
Don't forget Brad Johnson.
Disqualify the
Brad
situation.
Johnson too.
And that is wrong. This man still has something left in the tank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten. This man is a Super Bowl winner, and he is an accomplished quarterback versus Taylor Heinicke, who hasn't even got a super check.
I agree with you on those things. What I was saying is, for our scheme and for our personnel, Joe Flacco is a sitting duck. He cannot move at all.
So was Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan.
Yeah, that's why they got rid of him.
That right. Matt Ryan can move a little bit better than Flacco can right now, though.
No.
Yeah.
And
either way, man.
Flacco knows how to throw away the ball versus Heinicke versus Ritter.
Does he? What's his interception number?
Now, what I will
told you he had only 3 interceptions this year.
In John's defense, what I will say is, outside of this game, the other 2 games, our genius of a coach couldn't do anything with. Well, we lost the game with. I won't say it was Arthur Smith's fault per se on those games, but we actually scored over 25 points in both of those games
with Heinicke.
Okay. But
that's what you're talking about.
Yes, but they also had short fields because of the defense. We don't need to misconstrue that either. So yeah, it's a little give and take. I think those 2 games were the defense's worst two games of the season. I will say that when Taylor Heinicke. So I will give you an olive branch on that for Arthur Smith. But I mean, bro, the game clock management and situational coaching is where I have a problem with Arthur Smith. And I don't trust him with a rookie. If you're going to go the rookie route, you need to get a new coach.
Who do you want?
First of all, I need an experienced coach. So either I'm going to get Harbaugh because he's the quarterback whisperer. At least he was in the pros. Now it's been over 10 years since he's been in the pros. I understand that. But if Michigan don't want to really back him like that and let stuff happen, we could entice him.
You think the players are you think the players are like Harbaugh in Atlanta?
Yes, I think
they say he's a very unpleasant person.
I heard he was a player's person. He's the one that backed up what's your boy
Kaepernick.
Yeah,
definitely.
You know what I'm saying? So
definitely with the front office person. I know he'd be getting it. He got it.
Well, that's the only thing. Yeah. I think he would tell Arthur Blank, get off my sideline. You know what I'm saying?
I can see that.
And that's one reason why I want him here. We need somebody who's a leader of men, not just a so-called genius. And I don't think that I kind of agree with John about I don't think that Arthur Smith has his fingers all in stuff. He really don't know defense. That's why he got Ryan Nielsen. That's why he got Jerry Gray. You know what I'm saying? That's who's the assistant coach right now. If Arthur Smith gets fired, Jerry Gray would be acting interim coach. Interim coach. So I think Jerry Gray is pretty much over that defense, and he let Ryan Nielsen call the plays. But like that secondary, every sack that we got today was a coverage sack. That's Jerry
Not every
Gray.
one of them. Not every one of them. They're just getting there on some of them. But you're right. We had some coverage sacks.
No. All of those were mush push sacks that closed it because there was nowhere to throw. Every last sack, he stepped up into the pocket and had nowhere to go. There was no clean blowout. Maybe one, but that was still front pressure. There was nobody coming up that bent the corner and just got him in like 1.5 seconds or something like that. Not two. I mean, maybe one.
I mean, it wasn't that type of. It wasn't but it wasn't like it wasn't like no 5 second. It wasn't like no 5-6 second sacks though either. They was somebody like they had to work for him. They was getting to them about 3 seconds.
On the first drive that the Falcons, drive that the Falcons that they went on, you couldn't do nothing about that because that man was getting rid of that ball so quick it wasn't even funny. Nobody could get to him, and he had somebody to pick it up. As the game went along, they started getting greedy, waiting for longer pass patterns, and the 4-man rush that we had out there, which, by the way, got some rest this week because of what the offense did today. Yeah. They were able to pressure him. Okay. Yeah.
Now, they dropped out of zone too. They were playing a lot of zone in that first, and that was the adjustment. We played a lot of cover 2 shell in that, and he was picking us apart. And then once we got into man-to-man, and then we try to stay out of man-to-man because our offense isn't consistent. So we stay in man-to-man.
We like that 2-man though.
Yeah, so we stay in man-to-man, and then our offense don't be consistent. That runs down our defense. So I understand why we get into those bubble zones sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because the zone help you, you know what I'm saying, kind of recuperate too, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not chasing a guy down the field 20, 30 yards. So I understand it. And that's why they were fresh, just because of what John said.
And then something else too. We were playing the number 27 defense in the league today.
True.
Okay. That made Heinicke look way better than what he was, or way better than what he is. Because, like I said, prior to the day, that man was 0-2-0 as far as record is concerned. Okay. Now, Ritter's best game, going back to Ritter's best game was against the Houston Texans when he was, I guess some people say it was one read. Some people say that he was decisive, but whatever it was, that was the best game that Ritter ever played. We here thinking that he was going to continue to do that same thing. He didn't. Whether it was Arthur Smith, whether it was Ritter, I don't know. Whether it was both of them, I don't know. But like I said, you put the veteran out there, the one who's bringing the rings, if the man dragging rings, and you have a chance to get this man as your backup, you get a chance to get this man as your backup, why don't you talk to him? Because you're not paying. Look, Flacco ain't making but what? I think about $1 million this year. How much are we paying Heinicke?
10 million.
8 and 10
to $10 million.
I think it's 2 more incentive, right?
Joe Flacco is not getting no $1 million, man. Is he?
Yes, he is. So look it up.
Hey, John. John. With Arthur Smith not going to get Flacco, was that incompetence or
incompetence?
Ring the bell, Tidy. Ring the bell.
And see, you know what?
Joe Flacco base salary is
a question like that ever since I got on here from either you or Tidy one.
Oh, you know I was gonna get you.
But that's incompetence. That's incompetence. I mean, and I'm gonna tell you now.
Because we didn't get
No.
Joe
Let me ask
Flacco?
this question. Did either of you see a play sheet in Arthur Smith's hand today?
Yeah,
Yes, I did.
he called the plays today. He's been calling the plays the whole season. I don't know why people.
No. There was some people saying that they didn't see a play sheet in his hand.
I did.
We saw a play sheet clearly. He was calling plays. At one motion, they put the camera on him, and he was calling the play in.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
right
just
up
want
to
to
his
make
face.
sure. I'm gonna go back and look. But okay.
on that just before halftime, we spiked the ball and then still had to not have 2 plays coming in like I would normally think a team would have on a 2-minute drive with under 20 seconds. That didn't happen. He had to use a timeout. He was mad. He went to the sideline, saw Arthur Smith arguing at Taylor Heinicke. Then Taylor Heinicke was like, well, he's like, yo, I didn't know the play. No play came in my head. And then he pointed at David Gone and then walked away. So you got the play sheet up to your mouth. You the head coach. What are we doing in practice that they don't know what 2 plays? Most teams have a schedule or a script in 2-minute drill. That's why I'm so upset about why we wasted a timeout after kneeling it, after wasting 10 seconds.
You can't skip your 2-minute drill though, bro. That shit got to be game flow, man.
Bro, I'm telling you right now.
Your 2-minute drill has to be
They practice that every week. What is you saying, bro?
They
practice that every week. They know what play they're going to because they look at the team and see what the team is doing. They got film on the team. What is you saying?
Man, talking louder don't make it right.
No, I'm just saying, what is you saying, bro?
If you let me respond, you can hear what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is them practicing it doesn't mean that it's completely scripted out in game. You have to call plays at that point in the game based on what the situation is. So yeah, they practice 2-minute drill. They should have a play, but that don't mean it's all the way scripted. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he shouldn't have had a play or whatever. But like as far as it being scripted, nah, that ain't happening. Like you can't script what's gonna happen in 2 minutes before the game. The only part of the game you can script is maybe your first 10 or 15 plays. After that, you going off a script after that.
So what's the point of having a plays chart sheet when you got different plays for different scenarios in that situation, and they go over it with it throughout the week? Then
do you understand?
I get what you're saying.
Between that and being scripted.
I'm just saying though, but they have a play chart when it comes to a 2-minute drill. So what's the point of that? If he can't script out like what it's supposed to, it was a miscommunication between the coach and the player. Arthur Smith been having that for almost the whole season. It's been misconstrued and critical points in these games, bro. That dude is incompetent. He's professionally incompetent.
I feel like we've had more quarterback mishaps in key positions.
So who you put the blame on?
Right, the player gotta make the damn play, nigga.
But it's up to the coach to coach him up to do it.
Coach him up.
So it goes on both ends, bro.
Bro, listen. You don't think they're coaching this nigga to damn take the check down when it's 3rd and 3, or hey, go and run for it. You saw he started running more. Ritter didn't run like that in college. He runs more and they coaching this boy up to do stuff. He just can't do it. Or he is making the mistakes at that point in time.
So, hey, some of what you're saying is true, but then the way that both sides, both coach and quarterback, are incompetent. You
don't get that.
Let me say it again.
You don't get that mad about. You don't get that.
I don't know which one it is. Now, did you check Flacco's salary, sir?
$2.5 million, Joe.
2.8.
No. The base salary is 1.8. He's got
1.8.
He's got 1.8, and then he's got let me see, what is that? He got a cash advance and some miscellaneous stuff and a signing bonus. So, and
400,000.
Oh yeah, you're right. Now it says it's average salary 2.5. Well, I'm looking at Spotrac, and you have to sift through Spotrac.
Yeah, his contract is $2.5 million.
Yeah.
So, okay, now what you paying Heinicke?
Eight,
Man,
and then escalator.
if you would have told me
Escalator.
Gardner Minshew, cool, like Joe
Now,
Flacco,
Gardner Minshew definitely should have been an option.
you know what I'm saying?
What,
Like,
what about Baker
or
Mayfield,
Gardner
y'all?
Minshew.
What about
Or
Baker Mayfield?
Gardner Minshew.
Hey,
Well,
but
Baker
guess
is
what?
making
Guess
$30
what?
million.
One
We
of
weren't going to
Guess
spend that
what?
much.
Guess what? He's Gardner Minshew decided that he wanted to go and play with the Colts because he was told that he would have an opportunity. Yo, these guys decide where they want to go to, John.
No, my
you
thing
can't just
is,
you can't just say, "Oh, I'm gonna get whoever." Like these guys decide where they want to go to.
no,
Free
the
agent.
conversation was the last time that you were in the group with us in the Waffle House was that there was no one else available
There
to
wasn't
get.
nobody else. Joe Flacco was not anybody available. I'm sorry, that is not a.
Yes, he
valid statement.
was available.
No, man,
Cleveland
no.
signed
He-
him. Oh,
no,
whoa,
but
wait a minute.
He's not anybody.
Is Cleveland
anybody.
better than
Joe
us?
Flacco is not anybody, is what I'm telling you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm
All
sorry.
right,
The facts and the stats say different.
How many games has Joe Flacco played this year?
Well, everybody had a chance to get
3.
him. Technically, I mean, they didn't even have him on the
Talking about
roster
3 games
until
for
recently.
Joe Flacco. Yeah, man.
How
nobody
many
wanted Joe
games?
Flacco,
How many
man.
games did? Wait a minute. How many games did Heinicke play?
2.
This is
Including
third
today.
game, right?
This is
for the
third
season?
game.
John,
Yeah.
this is a ridiculous conversation.
No, it's not a ridiculous conversation.
You're mad that we didn't go get Joe
I'm
Flacco.
not mad about
This
nothing.
is ridiculous as hell.
How is it a
if you wanna
ridiculous
talk- listen, man.
conversation? Wait a
Listen,
minute.
I will
How
entertain
is it
you
a
talking about
ridiculous
games.
conversation
I will
when
give
Joe
you pro-
Flacco
Listen, I'm
has
giving everybody
outperformed?
validity toward
How?
play
Wait a
calling,
minute. Wait a minute.
game,
How is it
like,
a ridiculous
game
conversation
situational
when
ball.
you put
We can
the
discuss
when
that.
you
We
put
are
the
not
two
going to
quarterbacks
argue
and
about
their
Joe Flacco.
performance together? When you put the two quarterbacks and their performance together, Joe Flacco has outperformed Taylor Heinicke in 3 games
Joe Flacco
for
man.
less money. Case closed.
See, one thing that I will say is that just like you told my man down here right below you that talking louder don't make you right. I kind of agree. I don't really like the Joe Flacco what's the name, but I mean, John give a point. I mean, we're comparing bums to bums, to be honest. None of them are franchise quarterbacks. Will we be better off throughout the regular season with Flacco? Possibly. I will give you that, John. I will give you that. But what I will say is we don't know if Joe Flacco played the whole season that he don't get hurt because he's been injury prone a lot. So it's a lot of, I don't know, man. I would have rather had Minshew instead of Heinicke. But again, when you don't have a quarterback competition, it don't matter who we would have got, John.
Yeah, you're
Arthur Smith was
right.
Arthur Smith was dead set on proving that he was such a genius that he can make Ritter a starting
he
quarterback
could make
on
a
a
silk purse out of a sow's ear.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know.
I mean, you guys are arguing about something, but I mean,
let me ask y'all a
Arthur
question.
Smith still made the decision.
He
was riding with Ritter.
Do y'all think
regardless?
Y'all don't think that in camp that Ritter outplayed Heinicke? You don't think
Did
that's
you come out and not really?
You don't think that's possible at all?
No. It was all 3 of them were damn near the same. I was out in that heat, bro.
Okay, so
Ritter played slightly better. Slightly better.
So whether he was better or even kind of slightly the same, it's common knowledge that if you got an older guy and a younger guy and they about the same, you lean toward getting the younger guy the reps and you let him play and you take a chance on them and see what's going to happen.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Now,
John is right.
He could have.
I don't think it was as close the previous year. I think Desmond Ritter probably did get better and learn some shit.
No.
He's gotten better.
No. He didn't do that the previous year when there was a decision to be made between Mariota and Ritter.
No competition.
I just answered that.
No competition.
I just answered that. he was hands down worse than Mariota. We saw that in preseason, John. We saw that with our own eyes. That was on display for everybody.
Now,
I
how was that?
thought that stats were comparable.
Mariota was better than him in preseason.
You talking about last
Was
year?
he?
I thought they were.
The only time they played together, yeah, he was better because Ritter didn't look good against the backups.
What's the yardage stats?
I don't know.
What are the stats?
Listen, John, whatever their stats were, Ritter did not play against starters.
No, Mariota looked really good in the last preseason. He did. You know,
in the last
that was a lot of excitement.
And Ritter played all right and was struggling at times to make throws against the second and third stringers and fourth stringers at times. I don't even think he was our second string.
But there was no competition between Heinicke or Ritter this season. It was all window dressing. It really was.
You just said that they played that it was really close.
No,
so if you
in
practice, you see when you're doing these reps, you see who's playing and doing what they close. You're gonna play the younger guy.
And then on top of that,
there was no competition.
What does the competition entail?
It wasn't
and
a
after
competition.
that,
what does the competition entail?
Good decision.
What does the competition
right
entail?
now, Arthur Smith's decision making,
as
far as quarterbacks are concerned, is in question, and it has been in question ever since he got here. So, did they really look better?
Yeah, because Arthur Smith never developed a quarterback either. I'm being facts. He never had. Oh, I'm gonna
he made Ryan Tannehill look halfway decent in Tennessee. They was ready to get. They got rid. They traded away. They traded away Ryan Tannehill for a 6th-round pick after they spent.
You talking about Willis?
You mean
they spent a 1st-round pick on them?
You mean Mariota. You mean Mariota.
No,
can I stop you right there?
Oh, you talking about Miami? You talking about Miami?
Yeah. Miami traded him away for a 6th-round pick after they spent a top 10 pick on him.
Yeah, they did.
And he came in to back up Mariota in Tennessee, and he made him a starting quarterback or whatever. Yeah, okay. You want to say Derrick Henry made him look good? Yeah, a good having good players around them is going to make you look better and everything. Like again, he's a
novice viewer.
He is about the edge of what you would consider a game manager. I don't think Ryan Tannehill should ever been a 1st-round draft pick to begin with. What I'm saying is he made him into a serviceable quarterback. Is what I'm saying. He was able to get him out into a game manager.
He didn't.
Whatever. I'm not about to argue about that shit either, man. Like if you want to say
he didn't.
You want to say
Tannehill was throwing for 4,000 and 5,000. So high 3s, middle 4s down in Miami.
John, they traded him away.
Do you know the circumstances under which they traded him away?
That shit was shitty as hell. They traded him away and then drafted a quarterback, John.
Okay.
He was bad. They didn't believe in him. That's evident. What are we talking about?
Arthur Smith did not make him serviceable.
All right, man.
Arthur Smith did not make him serviceable. The man was already a 4,000-yard quarterback, and I think he threw about 27 touchdowns in both of those years when he was in Miami. So Arthur
trade
Smith,
away serviceable quarterbacks for 6th-round picks, though, John.
Sometimes you do.
No, you don't.
Especially for a full rebuild, they will trade him.
You don't do that
if
after
you're doing a
you
full
don't do
rebuild.
that after you just drafted him in the top 10, though. You don't do that. You don't do that prior to his first. You don't do that prior to the end of his first contract.
What did Philly give away?
That happened.
They
did
that.
No.
Still on his rookie deal.
No, what did the Cowboys give away for? Or what did the Cowboys have to give up for Trey Lance?
I think
third
round pick.
Okay, 3rd rounder, because I mean they gave up so many picks to get him. But Missy Relevant took his job. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, it's all crazy. You know
like that show you that the boy can't play.
No, it doesn't.
Trey Lance
picked him up.
I'm talking about Trey Lance. No, Ryan Tannehill is just all right. He marginal. He all right. He's a game manager.
I wanted to ask you. Wait a minute. I wanted to ask you who made who in Tennessee. The last time I checked, Devin Henry made Tannehill look good in Tennessee.
And then when Henry got hurt,
Then we seen
Tannehill looked like boo boo.
Right. So who made who?
So
He still had AJ Brown too.
We did say that Mariota was the starting quarterback.
No,
True.
I'm not talking about Mariota.
You asked the question. Let me
I
ask
said Tannehill.
Okay, I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question, right? In Tennessee, when Tannehill got there, Mariota was the starting quarterback. And Mariota didn't look better than Tannehill. He couldn't get it out of Mariota there. So regardless, you still got to play. And I mean, why Mariota couldn't do that with Derrick Henry? You still got to play, man.
Tony, I want you to look up the year that went to the AFC Championship.
They bitched Tannehill.
I want you to look at how many yards Tannehill had and how many yards David Henry ran that year.
Which year?
On the year that went to the AFC Championship.
That was 2018.
18?
Yeah.
2018.
Probably 2000.
I think it was 2018,
1700.
19, I think 2018, 2019. One of them years. I remember though.
Yeah, they played the Chiefs.
Yeah, Tannehill had
the last time I checked, Devin Henry was running over everybody that year.
I think he had 2,000 yards that season. But Tannehill had over 4,000, I think.
Which year was it? 18 or 19? Because they went 9 in both years.
I think it was 19.
18.
19.
Look, look at our quarterback. He can't. We look at all the talent he got. He can't do what Tannehill was doing up there. You still got to play. That's what I'm saying.
Once again, Arthur Smith not no good head coach or OC.
I don't think nobody was gonna get nothing out of Ritter. I just don't think Ritter's that.
Ritter's the one get nothing out of Ritter.
Man, I don't think that you could have put him with Andy Reid and he would have been trash.
But Andy Reid
wouldn't have
chose.
What made Arthur Smith a great coach, Dan? Let me ask you that.
This how I feel.
What made Arthur Smith a great coach? Let me ask you that.
I ain't say he's a great coach. I just think I think he's a good coach.
Arthur Smith.
What makes him think? What? Let me ask you that. What makes you think he's a good coach?
I ain't never said he was a good coach in my opinion. I never said
to start off, the fact that we was even pushing for playoffs and won more than them 3 or 4 games that we was expected to win during those first 2 years says a lot. We got a lot out of our team with that shitty defense and that terrible roster that we had and really having nothing at quarterback for the most part. He also seems to be the only coach in the NFL that knew how to do anything with Cordell Patterson. After 10 years or however long, 7, 8 years on the tail end of his career, after finally get to his third team, somebody could finally do something with Cordell Patterson. I think that those two things right there are parts of showing that he knows how to do some things with his players. I feel like our team is pretty focused, and we don't have the same type of lapses that we had under Dan Quinn, and some of the same type of mistakes that we made when we had Mike Smith, who again I think are okay coaches, but I don't think that they're necessarily like better in situational football than Arthur Smith. Like a coach like Dan Quinn and Mike Smith, they had much better rosters than what Arthur Smith is doing. Like we still might have a winning season this year if Arthur Smith wins out these next 2 games. And I think that if we had, hell, y'all even saying if we would have started with Heinicke or with Joe Flacco, we'd be like 9 and whatever right now. So if y'all are saying we would have a winning record with them shitty ass quarterbacks, I think that says that the guy can coach.
Wait a minute.
When we look at it, I'm not done because you about to go in on me. The last thing I'm gonna say
Wait,
is
this is not nursery school. This is not nursery school.
the last
You
thing
got
I'm
to
gonna
wear
say,
your big boy pants in here now.
hey, you asked the
You
question.
start throwing stuff out.
Yeah, because I know you go start talking about Joe Flacco again. So let me finish before I forget. All these plays that y'all be talking about, a lot of these plays where Ritter is fucking up and shit, and some of these plays that they even mad that we calling a pass to play on some of those downs, we got motherfuckers open. It ain't like this shit ain't schemed up where we ain't got people open. We got guys running wide open and people just missing them and shit. So
I've seen that. I've seen it.
So I'm not gonna throw him with the can't coach. Talking about great, I'm not gonna say. I just don't think he should deserve to be fired. Like let him grow and develop the team. I think he's the best coach we've had in the last few years.
Hold on. Hey man, what you do in your personal business is cool, but don't roll up on Tidy Stream, man. You can get him kicked off of YouTube. Straight up.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah. All right.
What happened?
Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Oh.
Well, yeah, like I was saying though, man, but I just feel like Arthur Smith, he never came with a game plan starting the quarterback. He just baby handed put Desmond Ritter under the fire, not getting a quarterback coach to develop him. I feel like he should have let Taylor Heinicke and Desmond Ritter compete for the starting quarterback position. Because like you got Bijan Robinson, you got Drake London, you got Kyle Pitts. So we wasted all these draft capital on each offense, but you don't know how to utilize these talents. And I just feel like you need to go ahead and get them off offense coordinator and let Arthur Smith stick to head coaching. Don't call them plays, just stick to coaching. I don't want Arthur Smith to be our head coach next season. I'm just being honest.
Let me ask everybody on the panel this, since William said that. Listen to the panel. What could Arthur Smith do this season minus winning the Super Bowl? Because I think we all can agree that's probably never happened this year. In order for y'all to say he can continue being the coach of 2024, or is there nothing he can do this year to continue to be the coach?
Tiny, I'm not going to even lie to you, dog. That man got the job. Even Ray Charles, to see the man not consistent out there with play calling, dog. He got the job. I don't care how far we go into the playoffs. I don't even trust him as an offensive coordinator. We got so many weapons, and the man don't even use everybody. The man not even consistent at every game, man.
Facts. Got too many weapons.
So he got to go no matter what.
He got to go to me. If I'm off the blank, I'll be like, hey, dog, don't pack your shit up right now, ASAP.
Amen.
I told you and that funky mustache.
Yep. I appreciate your 3 years in Atlanta, but I'm sorry. It's just business. Don't take it personal. Just business. Go back to FedEx, working with your daddy. And I said this. Our offense went good till we played against Green Bay. I went to that game when we played against Green Bay and Carolina. We was efficient running the ball. All for some reason when Arthur Smith started getting cute around mid-season, around October, he wanted to pass instead of being balanced and running the ball. You got Tyler Algier. You should use Tyler Algier early, and then when the defense get tired, that's when you use CP and Bijan Robinson. He don't know how to utilize these players. He don't know how to get Drake London open.
You actually should do that in reverse.
He don't know how to get Kyle Pitts more involved. Kyle Pitts is not a blocking tight end. He's a route running tight end. You move him in the slot or in the outside. He just don't know how to use these players. And like I say, he got to go, man. It's business, man.
Let me ask you this, William. Do you think he got one hand tied behind his back because we don't have a good quarterback?
I feel like Arthur Smith is not. He know what he doing. I feel like his ego caused his job. He knew what he was doing. Like I feel like this defense, our defense gave us chances after chances. I watched these games. The players got tired of Arthur Smith. Like I feel like he deserved everything because his ego. He never, like I said, he never took his job serious about letting Taylor Heinicke and let Desmond Ritter compete on Logan Wood side. He ain't let none of the 3 quarterbacks compete for that position. All let Ritter, get some playing time in preseason. You said all your starters the whole preseason? No. So like I said, he got to go, man. Our offense was inconsistent all year. You wait till the end of December to start running the ball. No, man, you got to go, man. You got to go. Man, 3 years. There was a 3-year plan. We gave you cap space. Last year we ain't had no money. This year we had got Jay-Z Bates. We added our defensive players. We gave you the keys, Arthur Smith. So ain't no Terry Potter. No, I just feel like Terry Potter don't need to go ahead and pick his head coach that he won't. Let Terry Potter do that. And I feel like Rich McKay, I ain't got no problem with Rich McKay. He just need to stick where he at, what he doing. Arthur Blank, just go ahead and let Terry Foster pick his head coach and this office coordinator.
All right, one last question, William, and anybody else can answer this too. Hypothetically thinking that it's probably a long shot that this gonna happen, but somehow we make it to the playoffs. We win the first round of the playoffs. Do you still fire Arthur Smith at the end of the year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Most definitely. But I even hate to say it. If Tampa beat the Saints, it's over with. I'm gonna go ahead and say that. If the Saints don't beat Tampa this week Sunday coming up, I know us, we're gonna handle business on Chicago. Even though Chicago, them boys playing for the contracts, the boys playing for the salary, it's gonna be a hard game against Chicago. I see us beating them by 20 to 23. But I feel like the Saints, they got to beat Tampa. If the Saints don't handle their business, Tampa might win that division. And Baker Mayfield might get resigned too. He just had a baby too. So they're trying to keep Baker Mayfield as they start a quarterback.
Okay, John and James, jump in here. Hypothetically speaking, we somehow make it to the playoffs at 9-8. We win the first round in the playoffs. Do you still fire Arthur Smith?
Boy, that's a hard one. That's a hard one because see, you be rolling the dice that it could get better. But from what I've seen, from what the decisions that have been made, I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring him back. He has, he's made bad moves and bad decisions from the jump. Okay, we're in this mess because of a bad decision at the beginning of his coaching tenure. We're in this mess right now because of that.
What decision?
Not drafting the quarterback.
His ego, his pride.
You wanted to draft that year, John.
Now, let's go back to what you were saying about Tannehill. You know why Tannehill left Miami? They fired Adam Gase, his head coach.
They traded him.
They fired Adam Gase. So when they fired Adam Gase and Brian Flores came in, Brian Flores didn't want it. And the 6th round draft pick was compensation to Miami. No, excuse me. They sent Tannehill and a 6th round pick to Tennessee. Miami got a 4th round pick in, I think, 2 or 3 consecutive years. So him leaving was because of a coaching and philosophy change. They wanted to go in a new direction. Okay, not because he was that bad. So the argument of saying that
John,
that man developed him, he was not developed by Arthur Smith.
If he wasn't good in Miami, he wasn't good in Miami.
Not true.
No, that's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. You might be the only person in America who thinks he was good.
Use this.
You better give me numbers,
use
man.
it right here and go look up
John,
what he did.
their record was so bad. John, their record was so bad that they was drafting a quarterback in the top 10 again after him.
And
he wasn't doing well in Miami.
That just
so
like
when the
like
coach
right
came
now,
in, wait,
just like
when new coaches come into other teams, right? They don't always get rid of the quarterback that's there.
Sometimes they do.
Not if they think that they can play.
Not If you
not
need
if
draft
they
picks,
think they can play.
If you need draft picks,
not
and
if
you want to go and
good.
you bringing your own guy there,
if you go to a place and they just drafted a quarterback and you think that guy is good, and he's
no. They didn't just draft a quarterback.
They did just Brian Tannehill was still on his rookie contract.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was, John.
Go ahead, Ty. I've answered the question. Let me do a little bit more research.
He was still on his rookie contract, John.
So,
go ahead, James.
With that being said, if he does all that, he more than likely will keep his job. But we ain't seen that in the past as well. We make our way to the top, then next year it's a lackluster season.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was up to me and everything like that, to me, he still gotta go.
Been 3 years.
That's 3 years. Even though the first year he was dealing with Matt Ryan, second year he ain't had no money. It goes back to the off season beforehand. When the Bears were looking to trade their first round pick, him and Terry need to do everything in their possible hand to get CJ Stroud, and the reason why I say CJ Stroud, because CJ Stroud visited Atlanta. Remember, because I put a post up, if he slipped to 8, do you go get him? When the majority of us said yeah. You could have had your future quarterback right then and there. You could have had your future sold up. You could possibly have led us to more wins the way he's been playing in Houston. And plus, he fits your scheme. The Elijah stuff that Arthur Smith does affects the team strongly. So even though we get past the first round, long story short, get past the first round, we win the first game, he still got to go. He still got to go, because that next year it's still gonna be excuse my French, a fuck up somewhere.
And we got a harder schedule next year. Dallas, Philly, and
Baltimore.
We play AFC West.
Our schedule's treacherous next year.
Yeah, we gotta go.
And to that point, what did we do with the easiest schedule in the NFL?
Messed it up.
We just piddly pooped it away. we just piddly pooped the easiest schedule in the NFL away. Well, yeah, you couldn't lie this good.
Yeah. You gotta go,
you
man.
got drunk and started telling a lie, you couldn't even lie this good drunk.
For real, ring that bell. Jeez.
Look at Miami. Miami, they clinched their division. We had Mac Daniels
I was
left.
saying the easiest schedule. It might have been the easiest schedule coming into the year, but it ain't the easiest schedule no more.
It's still the easiest schedule.
We played the Lions. They like top of the NFC
North. Yeah.
They top of the NFC. We played the Panther. I mean the Packers, who I believe, I don't know if we ahead. I think they ahead of us right now.
They in the hunt. They in the hunt.
They ahead of us in the hunt, and I'm just going by week. So then
Seattle.
But you still got a schedule. You still got a schedule with Carolina, the Cardinals.
We ain't playing nobody.
I'm just saying, Carolina and the Cardinals, and we lost to both of them.
Those are the worst.
And they barely hanging on.
Carolina and the Cardinals
and Tennessee.
bad teams. But besides that, I mean, everybody else is in them hunts. And we should have won those games. Like, we lost to them, but we should have won them.
Yeah, we should.
Exactly.
So, it's like, again, I think if we got a more competent quarterback, we win that. The Saints, a lot of people talking about the Saints being bad this year, and I think that they in a lot of the same boat that we in, with having just really bad quarterback play. like they roster ain't terrible though. They got they kicking the can down the road. You know what I'm
But
saying?
with the Saints, they got a bad quarterback, a bad head coach, a bad GM, a bad owner.
The boys can play though. They can play. They got players. They'll say the
They
team ain't
got
sorry.
players, but you need a good quarterback to throw the damn ball.
Right.
I ain't gonna say the Aints got a bad GM because that GM got him out some cap hell, and that's where Terry come from. And Terry ain't got us from some cap hell. Mickey Loomis is an okay GM. It's just that head coaching that team is a retirement home at this point.
You sure about that?
I'm sure. Because if you look at what he did, how you think they're able to sign players every year? They've been in cap hell for the last 5-6 years.
But they take money. They get money from their players.
They get money from their players, and he shares the contract. I'm just being honest. You think Terry got us out of cap hell? That's the only thing I give him. He got us out of cap hell, even though we were down for that 1 year. But overall, with that being said, I don't think he's a bad GM.
No, Terry did a good job for us.
Loomis?
Yeah, Loomis.
No. Hey, man, I'm just waiting for some news to come out that they cheating. Because, see, man, them jokers been doing voodoo magic with the salary cap.
Oh, yeah, they do voodoo out there.
They've been doing voodoo magic with the salary cap.
Can we really say that Derek Carr has been bad as a quarterback, though? I'm looking at his stats.
Yes.
Of course.
Man, stats don't tell the whole story, man.
I know they don't. But let me at least
Jackson way better than his stats this year.
Let me at least give you the stats. Right. I know they don't tell the whole story, but he's completing 67.4% of his passes. He has 19 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and his rating is a 94.
How many fumbles he got?
3.
Oh, that ain't nothing for a quarterback.
How many interceptions he got?
8 interceptions. No, he got 8 interceptions.
Okay, you been in the NFL for how long?
10 years.
Okay, you got 8 interceptions.
But that's not bad though. If you got 19 touchdowns,
8 interceptions in how long? 2 years? 1 year?
It's very pedestrian though.
But
okay, let me ask you.
I tend to look at
he's not good. He's the problem.
I think Carr is serviceable. I don't think he's bad, but if you got a plus 2-to-1 touchdown to interception rating, you got to take that every day.
He be missing plays, man. He be missing wide open shit, and
let me ask you,
throwing interceptions at inopportune times. He throws them at bad times.
If you're a GM, will you give Derek Carr $36 million a year?
No, not right now.
I wouldn't have gave him no money because
they gave him for 4 years for $164 million.
But let me say this, Roy. I'm not defending his contract, but sometimes you can get caught in the pickle, a la Atlanta Falcons.
Right.
Where you don't have a choice but to put somebody that can play quarterback at quarterback, a la Atlanta Falcons, Marcus Mariota, Heinicke, Ritter. Sometimes you just get you get yourself in a pickle where you ain't got no choice. But look, I got to put somebody.
I wouldn't choose to go after Derek Carr.
I wouldn't choose to go after him.
Well, New Orleans, when he was at the Raiders, you remember, Tidy, you remember me and you had that conversation about whether he quit versus Mariota quitting, because you remember he asked for permission to leave the team, knowing that he was going to be traded, right?
Right.
And New Orleans hurried up, jumped in there and scooped him up. Okay. Wow. And partially because of their salary cap situation, I would imagine. Well, I thinking about it. Now, let me ask y'all a question. Now, under the current collective bargaining agreement, how many years is the first rookie contract?
4.
4 years.
4.
And you got
Boss man. Ryan Tannehill was with Miami for 6 years, so he was not under his rookie contract when they traded him.
When did he
came in the league in 2012.
What was he getting paid? What was he getting paid tonight? What did Miami give him for his contract?
You said that he was under his rookie contract, and he was not.
Let me state that back. It's a 4-year contract with the 5th-year option if they want to pick it up.
If you're a first round pick.
If you're a first round pick. Yeah.
If you're not a first round pick, how long is your rookie contract?
4 years.
4 years.
Probably like
Ryan Tannehill was a first round pick.
But at that time,
see the year service he put in Miami?
Yeah. Cause he got a contract out of Miami.
What?
all I'm saying is, man,
He did sign his second contract.
all I'm saying is,
See now you now see that's why I keep telling you when you come in here, when you come in here.
When I come in here, what? I can admit if I was wrong. That's cool. Like again,
No.
Like, I can admit I was wrong.
Okay.
Like,
You
know what I
admitted
mean?
it. You admitted it once superior information was
Like, it
given
was
because see you talking off the top of your head. Now, like I was trying to tell
It was.
you,
I mean, John, you can see how I thought it was still under his rookie deal. It was close to that though. It was like you said. It was in
2
his
years after.
John, they do a 5th-year deal though. Typically, he was a first round pick. So I was off by a year. My bad, bro. You know what I'm saying? Again, Flores didn't think he could play. He wasn't good down there. He didn't live up to that contract, man. He wasn't.
How he didn't live up to the contract and they gave him another year?
He wasn't good, man. Like,
They gave him another year until Adam Gates
he was
said
alright. He was a first round draft pick, and it's like being a first round draft pick is like being on scholarship. Like you get a little bit more leeway, and they give you a little bit more time to see what you can do because they invested so much capital. First or second round pick. Once you like a third round pick, you don't get as much leeway.
All of that notwithstanding.
So he was all right. I mean, he was game managerial. He wasn't good though. He was better than Blake Bortles, which was who they had before.
You know what? Now see, my car already has 2 coats of wax on it already. We don't need no more. We don't need no more.
Get that cover, John.
I mean, he trying to say I'm laying it on there.
Laying on that thick.
You put it on very thick.
Wax on, wax off. Come on, man.
Listen, man, you got me saying too much to try to say
No, that's your mouth.
He wasn't good in Miami. I stand by that comment. You weren't good in Miami.
That's your mouth.
That was all right. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't putting no words in your mouth.
Was he serviceable at all? Would you say he was serviceable?
He was serviceable. I mean, they drafted somebody right after him.
To me,
they drafted a first round. They drafted a first round quarterback right after they traded him.
To me, he was decent.
Yeah, that's serviceable.
Right.
So, I thought he was bad. Like when he got listen. Y'all saying he wasn't bad, but when he went to Tennessee, he got comeback player of the year. He wasn't injured
because he got hurt.
No, I don't think he got hurt, man. No, he just came
did
back
he hurt his leg?
bad.
Did he hurt his leg?
But once
I think
again,
his first year in Tennessee, he was comeback player. I might be wrong.
But once again, he had Derrick Henry in Tennessee.
Hold on. He was leaps and bounds better in Tennessee.
He was comeback player of the year 1 year.
But did he get hurt though?
I don't think so.
I'm trying to remember. I can't recall.
See, look. Are we using turtle wax or are we using McGuire? You just let me know so I prepare the car. I'll wash it.
Let's see if he got hurt because that'll tell the story.
He played for the Dolphins. You said he was in the Dolphins from 2012 to 2018. He was with the Titans 2019 to now, and in 2019 he got comeback player of the year.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Did he get?
Wait, he had a season-ending knee injury.
Was that what he had?
Yes, because that's normally that's the only reason they're gonna give you comeback player of the
year.
No,
you're right. You are right. That's why I was like, he was so bad he got comeback player of the year. Okay.
Yeah, he got hurt. He had a knee injury.
See what I'm talking about?
Listen, I threw that one out as I was fishing.
No. You
Well,
said
you've
it with your
been
chest.
fishing a
You
long
said it
time.
with your chest.
No. I was
You
fishing
said
on
it with
that
your
one.
chest.
You've been fishing for a long time.
I did because he's that bad.
You said it with your chest.
You've been fishing for a long time.
I'm standing by that comment. He was not
What,
good.
what was you trying to catch? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I was just trying to say how bad he was. I was just trying to say how bad he was. And
I mean,
that doesn't serve to that point.
This is how bad history gets written. This is how bad history gets written right here. Back in the days where folk didn't know how to write and would tell stories to each other, whatever. Hell, next thing you know, Jesus Christ is the devil. The way y'all tell it.
Okay, I know we say stats don't tell the whole story, but let's revisit Tannehill in Miami, if we may.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
2023, he had a quarterback record of 8-8.
Mm-hmm.
He threw 24 touchdowns, 17 interceptions. That was his second year.
You said 2023?
No, excuse me if I did, but I meant 2013. Excuse me.
Okay.
And he had 3,900 passing yards. That's his second year as a pro.
All right.
2014, he completed 66% of his passes, 4,000 plus yards, 27 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. 2015, Miami completed 62% of his passes, 4,200 passing yards, 24 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
Is that when he got his contract? Was that his contract year?
That's his fourth season. So 2016, which is the next season, will be his fifth season.
Mm-hmm.
And this is he had an 8-5 quarterback record, 67% completion percentage, 19 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Now, the year he got injured, which I think was week 14, he had a 5-6 quarterback record, 64% completion percentage, 2,000 yards, and he had 17 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. I can't say he was bad. I think serviceable is the right definition for him. He's pretty decent. He's pretty straight.
Decent.
Now, and now read off Tennessee.
What?
Okay.
Well,
Right.
I got it. I'll read it. I got it.
Go ahead.
Okay. Tennessee. His quarterback record in Tennessee in 2019 was 7-3, 2,742 yards, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. 2020, 3,819 yards, 33 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. 2021, 37-34 with 21 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. 2022, 13 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. And as of last week, Tannehill had 2 TDs and 6 interceptions on the year.
Yeah, he washed now. People like you. There's no way we should want him to come to Atlanta next year. He's done. I think he's gonna be 36 next year.
And from what I saw just a few minutes ago, while I was doing all this looking up, Mike Vrabel is pissed about today's game.
What happened? What was the score?
Lost.
Yeah, he mad about what happened in today's game concerning Tannehill, especially the last drive or whatever. But my point is that Arthur Smith and me and Ron was saying the same thing. Arthur Smith did not develop Tannehill.
Right.
Tannehill was already developed.
Tannehill didn't make his only Pro Bowl until he got.
Let me say this: Tannehill
riding the back of Derrick Henry.
When you got a monster truck behind you, we run over everybody and their mama, like Derrick Henry did. It would make you look better than what you do.
Why didn't Mariota look
He had AJ Brown. I forgot he had AJ Brown.
Right, AJ Brown.
And AJ Brown, yo.
Why didn't Mariota do all that with those guys?
Mariota was not good.
Mariota's first couple of years, he actually was pretty good. His first few years, he was looking better than Ryan Tannehill his first few years. That's why they brought. Listen, That's why they brought him in to be the backup.
So let me ask you this:
He actually was better than him at that point in time. He started tailing off his last couple years being the starter, but his first 2 or 3 years he was pretty solid. He started having issues like toward the end of his stint.
Well, once again, he did have Devin Henry too.
Man, he had DeMarco Murray and Derrick Henry at one point.
Okay, so when you got a good running game, that would make you look good.
Marcus Mariota
to see that shit.
Yeah, Marcus Mariota never was lacking a good running back at all. And he didn't go and look, and it wasn't looking good that year with Derrick Henry. They had to bench him for Tannehill, and Tannehill took over and started playing and didn't look back. So there has to be something said for that, though. You're right. It does help. It does help having a running back. But again, why ain't Desmond Ritter looking like? Why can't Desmond Ritter give us Tannehill then?
Because he looked one side of the field instead of looking the whole side of the field.
I'm just saying.
He was a competent quarterback. He lets the pressure get to him. The thing is, at the end of the day, Ryan Tannehill was a veteran at that point. You cannot use that with you can't use that with
best season at that point in time after he got to Tennessee, though.
But he was a veteran at that point and was established.
Veterans go places all the time, and one coach can't do something with him, and another coach figure out how to do something with him. Look at
that man had a year and a half to put that together with him, bro.
Geno Smith, just like Geno Smith looked like nobody expected Geno Smith to look halfway serviceable or decent with the Seahawks last year, and he had a career year.
Ritter don't have it.
And he having a solid season this year. I mean, comparatively, at least, you know what I mean, like.
Now, wait a minute. Now, what's the discussion about Mariota?
He said, why Mariota?
Why did they have to bench Mariota in Tennessee? He said, oh, well, he had Derrick Henry. I said, well, why they had to bench Mariota for Tannehill then? Why he didn't do what Tannehill was doing that year? Why did his job get in jeopardy at that point in time? Because the year before that, he was starting to look bad as Derrick Henry was starting to look good and was coming along and everything. Tannehill had his best season under that guy as a coordinator. All I'm saying is he found a way to get something out of that guy. Listen, so we taking two guys that was veterans, right? Cordell Patterson, nobody could figure out how to do anything else with him, and we figured out how to do something with him here in Atlanta. And then with Ryan Tannehill, they threw him away for basically nothing after had paid him and having a first round pick on him and everything. That's not only just Brian Flores didn't want nothing to do with him. The GM got to sign off on that as well too. The whole organization was done with him.
Bro, that's two totally different positions, though. What you talking about?
Matter, man.
Look,
yes, it does.
Yes,
it's the development of the quarterback and the development of the running back is two totally different things, bro. What is you saying?
All right, bro.
And then on top of that, how do you know?
It's coincidental that he had his best year in Tennessee. My bad.
Then on top of that, now you jump from Cordell Patterson to Marcus Mariota to Ryan Tannehill. Okay, number one, Arthur Smith. Did he coach Cordell Patterson? You talking about finally got something out of him? He didn't coach Cordell Patterson. Cordell Patterson had a running back coach, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, taking apples for apples, position for position, person for person. Okay. Now, I'm looking at Marcus Mariota's
You think it's the running backs coaches that got not the guy that coordinated or the guy who implemented the system that got some out of the running back? You think it's the running backs coach?
You said get some out of him. I think it was a running back coach.
All right, bro.
And two,
the running back coach.
And two, something else we got to bring up too. Going into that year, were we really comfortable with our offensive line that year?
No.
Which year was that, John?
When Cordell Patterson came.
2021?
Mm-hmm.
No. We didn't get comfortable until 2022, toward the end of the year.
Yeah.
No, wait. Talking about what you mean got comfortable with our offensive line? All of last year, 2022 was last year. Came in the league. We started out the year busting ass with the offensive line.
2021.
He Cordell.
Did we? No, he said 2021 season was we comfortable. We weren't comfortable at that time.
Did we sign Cordell Patterson the same year that we had Matt Ryan? The first
year
we had
Matt Ryan's last year. In 2021 is when we got Patterson. Ryan's last year.
The same year that we had Kyle Pitts as well, correct?
No.
Yeah, we did. We had Pitts that year.
Oh yeah, that's right. We signed Pitts. No, that's right.
That's Pitts year.
That dumb pick. That was the dumb pick. How could I forget that?
We had Mike Davis, I think, that year too.
Yeah, you had Mike Davis.
Yeah. So we got something out of Patterson, and then the next year he improved the play out of McGarry and Lindstrom as well too. Because at that time Lindstrom was out of the two. Lindstrom was better out of the two picks that we got out, but he's kind of looking at both of them as like, yeah, we don't know about these two guys.
Whoa. Hold up.
What?
How does a running back improve the play of the offensive line?
Talking about the coach, man.
You called their name. I thought you were talking about them.
You said
and then on top of that, was Arthur Smith coaching the offensive line? Because you keep mentioning Arthur Smith.
What is his core? Where was his core specialty to begin with at all? You don't think he has any bearing over how these players are coached up at all? John,
no.
What do you think a head coach does?
Absolutely, positively not.
What do you think? What is the coach? What is the head coach's job?
Head coach is supposed to be the overseer. Head coach, if he comes on one side of the ball,
you don't think he implements philosophy and tells his other position coaches what he wants to get out of these players and what he wants them to be, how he wants this system to be run and what he wants them to be doing in that system and how to utilize them. You don't think they have to draw up plays how they're going to utilize these players and how to do things to their strengths? You don't think that a head coach comes in and says, okay, hey, this guy isn't good.
Wait,
this guy ain't good with this.
It's 2 a.m. and I'm old. Now give me one question at a time so I can answer that question. And then we can move on to the next.
John. These are basics, man. These are basics, man. Whatever system we were under with Dan Quinn, because McGarry and Lindstrom were not picks of Arthur Smith. They weren't looking as good as they was looking under Arthur Smith.
Oh, now Lindstrom was.
No, that was Metro.
Lindstrom was all right. He was all right.
Can I say something, Tony? I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude or nothing, but do you even watch the game?
Who, me?
No. The man in the middle at top.
Simo?
Yeah.
Simo.
Do you watch the game?
Yeah, I watched the game, nigga.
You sure? It seemed like you.
Let's not do this, bro. Let's not. Hold on. Hold on. I'm saying, be careful of how you say certain things because I might think some of your analysis is stupid as hell. But I'm not. Hold on. But I ain't sit here and say you don't know what you're watching, right?
I did not.
I'm just saying, but you questioned if I watched the game, and I said, yeah, I watched the game, and you said, you sure? But so I'm just as sure that you don't know what you watch it, but I'm sitting here giving you your respect. So just watch how you say some things, because I can just as easily question your football IQ with some of the stuff you say. And some other people on the panel as well too, but I ain't going that route. So
because
motherfuckers get
whooped you with stats all night.
You ain't whooped me with nothing, John. You ain't whooped me with nothing. You ain't whooped nothing, John.
I done whooped you with stats all night. You didn't even know that Brian Tannehill was at Miami for 6 years.
I made a mistake.
He ringing the tide.
You been going, man. You didn't even know know Ryan Tannehill was with Miami
Right.
for 6
Hey,
years.
no, John, don't straw man no shit now because
What you mean
Right.
straw man? I told you that the man was down there longer than that.
John. Tell the story
I
straight, John.
told you that.
I told you
that
why
Brian
I
Tannehill
told you why I
was
made
in
the
Miami
mistake.
for
Welcome to the
longer than
big dog,
4 years.
Simo.
John, don't play me though. I'm just saying, don't straw man me and
Simo.
play me, bro.
I'm
You
not
know what-
straw
Well,
man. I'm putting the
I
10 man
explained
in front of
why we
you.
made
Ain't
that
no
mistake.
straws
I
here,
don't know.
bro.
Like I just don't know some shit though, John.
I
We
put
said
the
that we
10
thought that
man
was in
in
the
front
6
of
years.
you.
Wait a
I
minute.
gave you
We
stats.
said we
We
thought it was
compared
in the 6
Tennessee
years.
Tannehill
We
to
said we thought it
Miami
was in the 6
Tannehill.
year.
A Merry
It's the
Christmas
same
to
thing.
everybody, bro.
Arthur Smith
Yeah.
did
I
not
promise you,
develop
ain't
I
in
was
the
not
Ryan
even
comments.
trying to
Merry
be
Christmas
rude
to
or
Not
all.
you, not you,
I was
Mr.
not
Joe
even
Flacco
trying to
was
be
good.
rude.
Now you, Mr. Joe Flacco, was good now. Come
And
on now.
Joe Flacco too. I
Man, get
proved
the
that
fuck
Joe
outta
Flacco
here,
got
Look,
a better record
look.
than
All I
than,
just telling you.
Ritter does or Heinicke. Now, see, thing is now you hustling from the bottom, bro.
You talking nonsense.
You can tell me
talking
my
nonsense.
takes don't make any sense.
I'm
All
talking
you want.
nonsense.
Hold on, y'all. Let's show respect to
They go
the
low country.
super chat.
They go low country.
Shout out to Big Low Country. Big Low, thank you, man. I appreciate the support, man, of the channel, and also appreciate the super chat. He says Titus Springer is in full effect tonight. Jerry. Y'all go ahead, man.
I'm not
You know,
even
I'm
trying
just
to be
saying.
rude or nothing, Tiny.
I'm just saying. See, thing is now, I don't come off the top of my head with no Smiths. I use this. This tell you anything you need to know. This tell you anything you need to know, and will back you up.
And that's
cut
what
the
I'm talking
legs
about,
out
John.
from
I ain't
up
come off the top of my head.
Man, I'm talking about like
That's what
he
you
used
been
that
doing.
face.
I added in.
He
That's
said,
what
"Why
you
Friday
been doing.
Friday night
First you
Wi-Fi her
said,
tight."
first
It
you,
is.
He
you
used that
tried
face.
to down Joe Flacco.
Get out of here,
I
man.
busted that up.
You talking some
You
nonsense.
tried to down Ryan
Fuck outta
Tannehill.
here,
I
man.
busted that up. What I mean, and I've been trying to give you the leeway to go and look at these things before I say anything, but no, you saying it with your chest. Come on, bruh.
Judge, calm down, Judge. It's all about.
No,
It's all
I'm
about.
all right. I'm all right.
Yeah.
Hey, Tidy, I'm just glad Winston ain't in here.
Winston gotta be sleep because he at least be up on the
Yeah.
panel.
When he sees this morning, he gonna be mad he missed it.
I was not even trying to be rude or nothing, but his information don't add up.
Hold on, John. John, you see that comment?
I want to know who said that.
I don't know. It's a Facebook user.
My shit.
Yeah.
Now,
I want to know who
what
said
information
that.
don't add up?
I want to know who said that, because see, thing is, depending on who it is, I might have to show him something.
Man, John, this is the PG-13 show.
I didn't say that. What did I say?
Well, no, we NC-17. We owe.
Hey, Tidy, I use English. I didn't say anything vulgar. But hey, Tidy.
Hold on, John. I'm gonna tell you who it was, John.
It was every time I say something.
It was somebody by the name of Razor Blade. This coming from the Atlanta Bird Gang group. Razor Blade.
Oh,
he said you
Razor Blade. Yeah, hey, Razor Blade, step on in the Terror Dome. Step on in the Terror Dome.
You said I should send him the link?
Send him the link.
Okay, I'm gonna send Razor Blade the link.
Now, Tidy, I didn't mean to keep you up this late. I know you wanted to shut this thing down after.
It's all good, man. Hey, y'all, we Falcons fan. Y'all know how we rock. As long as y'all want to rock, we'll rock out, man. I ain't got nothing to do. I'm gonna send this to Razor Blade. See if he accept the invite. Hold on. This should be good if he come on.
Think folks scared up in here.
All right, Razor Blade, I just sent you the link via Facebook. So John has challenged you to come on and explain yourself. We'll see if he come on, but y'all continue on. Hey, I'm sitting back and enjoying this guy. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna mute up.
But like, Simo, what's your logic on a lot of this stuff? I just want to know. Because for some fact it is, I'm not trying to question your intelligence or anything like that. I just want to know where your logic come from.
Man, what
with the logic and
what
stuff.
kind of question is that? What do you mean? Where does my logic come from? Like that's a
Well, like with some of these scenarios, like with John, when you and John was talking about the Joe Flacco situation, I just want to know where your thoughts and basis came from that.
Wait. Talking about. So, what did I say
I'm
about?
just saying, with all the subjects we
Let's
discussed.
address this specifically. What did I say about Joe Flacco that you didn't agree with? That you feel like you needed to question?
No, I'm just saying, John. I said,
I'm just saying, like, see, you brought up Joe Flacco though. So, what specifically?
I just used that as an example.
See, that's what I'm saying. See, you can't sit here and be like, where my logic come from when you just talking out your neck though. You see what I'm saying? You just
I'm not talking out my neck. If I was talking out my neck, then you get a different side of James. James is a calm, cool, collective cat right now. If I was talking outside my neck, then you'll find it disrespectful.
That has nothing to do with your point at all, though. If Joe Flacco, if I didn't say nothing messed up about the Joe Flacco situation, like you,
boy, you're not getting my question. You're not getting my question at all.
I'm totally answering your question. Why would you even bring up Joe Flacco? If that ain't an example of me saying some out of pocket stuff that don't make no sense. Like bring up the logic. Hold on. Bring up the specific logic or whatever the situation is, because from my standpoint, all I'm getting from you is a bunch of, he just can't coach. The coach sucks and he don't know how to call plays, and we should have got another quarterback. But when we talk about specifics, I feel like some of y'all are bringing up scenarios that aren't really feasible. I think you're the one that was saying, if I'm not wrong, aren't you the one that said we should have went for CJ Stroud?
We should have.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me jump in real quick. And James, I'm gonna give you the opportunity to respond, but let me give a shout out and much love to Big Low Country for the super chat. 499. He said that's the beautiful thing about sports, fellas. Different people have different opinions. We all Falcons fans at the end of the day. Hey, as always, Big Low, appreciate the love. Definitely appreciate the support. All right, but y'all, you go ahead and answer, James. I'm gonna mute up.
Big Low, go to bed.
Yeah, because for the simple fact we needed a quarterback. Right. Desmond was not it.
Right. And
we knew that from the four games that he played.
Right. And so y'all sit here and you ask me a question like, do I watch the games or whatever? When you say stuff like that, to me, that make me feel like you don't understand how teams are really built, right?
Because the team really built.
I'm explaining why I think that would have been.
Explain it. Let me explain, y'all.
I explained it earlier. Me and Tidy was talking about this. I don't know if you was on here earlier.
I watched a little bit, but I was doing something.
So I was saying why I thought that would have been a bad decision. For one, we would have had to give up to go and get a quarterback, right? To go and get that pick. For one, like look at what the Panthers gave up. That didn't help them out. They gave away their talent, their best player on their team, to go and draft a quarterback, and they surrounded him with a wide receiver who wasn't as good as him, and a guy that's some potential talent or whatever. But in order for us to trade it up, we also would have had to have given up what we had, our draft pick and Bergeron, who's been very good for us as a second round pick. We had problems at guard. You see, we cut Jalen Mayfield. If we trade away and we try to trade up for that pick, we probably trade away some of our next year's picks as well too. I'm pretty certain, and we would have traded away some of those other mid-round picks that we did with that cornerback we got. I forget what the young rookie's name was. He's been key for us, and he's going to be a really key component if we choose not to sign Jeff Okudah. At first, all we thought we could do is sign him to play nickelback for us. But he's been great on the outside as well too. That guy has also been a key special teamer for us. That's how you got to fill your team out with those type of guys. Like we were a bad team and a bad roster because we also were thin at other positions. We didn't have rotational guys that we could play. We also drafted Harrison from Ohio State, who's starting to turn around, who's seeming to turn out well for us. We needed to at least get some other depth and take some flyers on some third and fourth round guys, and maybe even some fifth round guys, because that's what Grady Jarrett was a fifth round guy, to see if we could get some guys that could be some gems and turn out to be a starter. Nate, our linebacker,
Nate Lamon.
We signed him as a free agent, but we could have drafted him. You see what I'm saying? That's why you draft. That's why you don't just give up all those picks when your team is already bad and thin. Because if nothing else, you need those guys to be special teamers for us. But we needed more pass rush. Now we got guys that we could potentially develop, and I feel like that's why we shouldn't have traded some of those other guys earlier than that as well too. Because we wouldn't have had an Arnold Ebiketie or whatever, and we wouldn't have Bijan Robinson if we would have traded up for a quarterback. So
I'm finna say this. Did you know Frank Wright did not want CJ? Did not want Bryce Young. Did you know that?
I don't care what Frank.
No,
Wright wanted.
no.
I don't know that, and I'm answering you.
Wait a minute.
I also think that Frank Wright was a terrible coach. So I don't think he even hired him.
Let me finish.
Go ahead. That's all I was going to say.
Did you know the owner wanted him and not Frank Wright? Did you know the Frank Wright wanted CJ Stroud? Did you know that?
Listen,
but the owner trying to be like Jerry Jones and be like, "Hey, you finna do it my way. My way, you looking steady now."
Everybody in America wanted Bryce Young, though. Everybody wanted Bryce Young. Like, it's not like it was a majority that was like, if you said you wanted CJ Stroud, you were one of the few people that was saying go with CJ Stroud. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people that say don't go with Ohio State quarterbacks, but they haven't been good in the league. So. I mean, hindsight be 20/20 a lot of the times. I'm not saying that like if you would have tried that, it might have panned out and it might have been a great move. But if it didn't work out, because it didn't work out for Carolina though, is what I'm saying.
Carolina did that as a desperation move. That was first off, second off.
Now this year, I think we a quarterback away. I think this is a great year to do that. I think we got some young talent. I think in the draft, all we need is a quarterback and a pass rusher, and we're good probably.
So you think we should trade up for a quarterback?
I would love to trade up if it's feasible. Yes. If it's feasible, it depends on what we got to do.
So since it's not feasible,
McCarty,
how you know it's not feasible, John?
Yeah, I get McCarty.
Do we have what are we gonna have to pay? What are we gonna have to give a team to move up into what?
No, we like
season ain't even over yet. We don't know.
It depends on what we drafting at, John.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, now this is what I'm saying. Now, quarterbacks this year, okay, looking at who it is that's up there right now. Chicago is up there. Okay.
You like two.
Who else? Who else?
New England.
Yeah,
New England is up there.
New York Giants, Cardinals.
Yeah.
So you got right now with 2 games left, you got 5-6 teams that are going to be shopping for a quarterback. Right. Now, what do you think that those people are going to want from us in order to move up to get the person that we want? Not just anybody that's available. We're going to have to, and I'm thinking pick number 1. Now, what do you think we're gonna have to give up to get to the number 1 pick?
John, we can
use the
that exception.
We can use the Panthers trade as a comp, or the 49ers trade as a comp.
A compensatory pick?
Well, no, a comparison.
No, that's a comparison.
That's a comparison.
Like to get an idea of
that'll give us an idea of what it would take.
What was that trade again from the Bears, Carolina?
Okay, so what was it?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what it was. Just a second.
Here's why I say that's too far off, because like at this point last year, nobody was saying that Richardson was gonna go that high. And even when he went as high as he went, they weren't even looking at him as a first round pick. That hype, a lot of that hype started coming a lot more after the Super Bowl and going into the last month of the draft, where it started talking about where he shot up on those drafts. You know how that shit gets around that time. So
no, I'm not talking about the person. I'm talking about the pick.
Just hear me out. Just hear me out. I'm saying a lot can happen in between then and now. We also
look. Draft position is 2 games away.
Let me get around to that.
Final draft position is two games away.
I'm with you.
So you there?
I'm with you, John. I'm with you. Also, on top of that, it's also possible to draft somebody in the second round as well, John. Like
not to get the quarterback we want.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, let me get
drafted in the second round, and Jalen Hurts was drafted in the second round.
Let me give y'all the comp. Let me give y'all the comp real quick, and then y'all can continue. The Panthers, when they moved up, it says Carolina parted. They traded the number 9, the number 61 pick in the 2023 draft. Also, their 2024 first round pick, a 2025 second rounder, and also star wide receiver DJ Moore.
Good God Almighty!
Yeah, so they sold the farm. So if we're using that as a comp, that means we got to trade similar picks and probably somebody like a Kyle Pitts or Tyler Algier.
No.
What
did Houston give up for their picks though? Because I feel like Houston got a better deal for jumping up with their other pick.
Houston, when they which trade exactly?
The Deshaun Watson trade.
He's talking about Houston Cardinals during the draft.
Yeah, before the draft, right? They had
it was during the draft.
They had the third pick, and then they drafted up and got the second pick as well, or something like that. Or it was the fourth pick, and they draft, or I can't remember what their 2 picks are exactly. I know they traded up for one of their picks, and if I'm not mistaken, that was their second.
See, that's why
this past draft.
Yes.
No.
Yeah,
Who got? All right.
They drafted Stroud in the defensive end in the first round, in the top like 5 picks or something together, or the top.
Okay.
Yeah, they drafted Stroud and Will Anderson.
Now, did Houston have to move up into that pick, or did they already have it?
They had one of them.
At that point.
They had one. They had one pick, and then they traded for the other one.
Yeah, they basically traded for Steve trade.
First round pick is where they picked Stroud, correct?
What?
They picked Stroud with the third pick.
So they didn't have to move.
No, they had to trade.
Yeah, they had to move. They had to move up on the Cardinals.
They had to trade. They had to trade up to get, because they had the third and the fourth pick, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
But see, now this is where I go back to what I said. It's not the player, it's the pick. Okay, we got to go to number 1 to be sure to get what it is that we want.
But we don't have to go to number 1 to be sure.
Yes, and in order to get who we want, we do.
No, we don't.
I don't think for Jaden Daniels.
You got 5 teams that need quarterbacks. Okay, 5 teams that need quarterbacks, and we just rattled off here. You only have 2 more games to play. Now that you got 5 teams that need quarterbacks, their position is just going to change. Those same 5 teams are going to still be there, along with us, which makes number 6. In order to get who we want, and Tidy, who do we want? Y'all tell me, who do we want?
I would like to get Jaden Daniels personally.
I like Michael Penix.
All right.
McCaffrey.
All right. Now, do you think that those 5 teams are going to let either one of those people slip by?
No.
If we identify one of those folks that say that we want them,
man, you don't know what's going to happen, John.
It depends on the pick and how they fall in love with them. I'll say Jalen may can fall to us without trading up. Penix, that's an iffy.
Yeah,
because the top 2 quarterbacks I know for sure, which is Khalid Williams from USC and Drake May from UNC, they already predicted them in that top 5. They already predicted them in that top 5.
So now I'm looking at what Low Country just wrote. He said, "What did the 49ers trade?"
Let me give y'all
that's
another
a good point.
Yeah, let me answer.
Traded away a lot of draft capital. Trey Lance was a bust. They're still best.
Let me give y'all that
with
Let me answer that question real quick about what the 49ers trade. This will give us another comp. When the 49ers traded to get Trey Lance, they of course they moved up to number 3 overall. What they gave the Dolphins was the 2021 first round pick, which was number 12 overall. 2022 first round pick, which ended up being number 29 overall. The 2022 third round pick, which ended up being number 101 overall, and also the 2023 first round pick, which was number 29 overall. So in essence, they traded 3 first rounders, depending on how you look at that.
Mm-hmm. Now, and now this last sentence, he said they're still the best team in football with Mr. Irrelevant at quarterback. Coaching matters. Now, and he's absolutely right about that. And the thing about this situation was
the player matters too, though.
And the situation about this was they had everybody who was ranking quarterbacks at that time said that Trey Lance was a number one pick. Okay, said he was a number one pick. Okay, you sent your scouts out there. Your scouts went out there and looked. Yeah, he's a number one pick. 49ers team, we should move up and draft him. Okay, so they made a decision to draft him. Now, one thing I'm going to say about that is that Garoppolo was still there, and they were trying to trade Garoppolo until Trey Lance got hurt. So they had to keep Garoppolo. Garoppolo kept them winning games till he got hurt, and the luckiest of luckiest strokes took place to where Mr. Irrelevant got to play. Now, everybody else said that Mr. Irrelevant belonged at the bottom of the draft. Everybody. 242 teams went past this man, and the 49ers picked him. All right. You got Kyle Shanahan and Brian Greasy. You trade the man. When he stepped in right. He stepped in hard. He's the man right now. He the man right now. They went and beat Philadelphia. Now, I wish I could have seen an NFC Championship game between them and Philadelphia because I was waiting on that one. Because, see, I was going to see whether this really was the real deal. But by what I saw a few weeks back, they killed Philadelphia. All right? So, in that instance, coaching matters. That's why I don't want, and this is just my personal opinion, I do not want to take any more projects. You just got done with a project that's sitting on the bench now.
Mm-hmm.
You just got done with a project. All right. You didn't have a quarterback coach to coach him. You didn't have anybody to bring him here and get him right. So I'm done. No more projects.
We got like 3 former quarterbacks on our staff, man.
But the thing is that this man, whoever this first round draft pick is, since we didn't make the move in 2021 when these people came here, now we're having to make it now, but we're going to have to give up the farm or some real good pieces and some real good draft picks in order to move up to get it. Because, see, the best way to ensure that you get the person that you want is to go to number one. And the quarterback position being the most important position in American sports, you go get the person that you want.
So, look, this is what the Texans gave up. If I'm not mistaken, it might be something else, but what I'm reading here. In order for the Texans to move up to number 3, they gave away the 12th pick, and they got the 3rd pick. But they also gave to the Cardinals the number 33 pick, which is in the top of the 2nd round, and then a 1st round and a 3rd round in the 2024 draft. Which, if I can't remember everything verbatim, but I think that sounds like that was a better deal than the other 2 teams, than Frisco and what Carolina gave away to trade up.
Aren't you forgetting something?
What?
Who is Arizona's quarterback?
Kyler Murray.
So, did they need a 1st round draft pick last year?
Look, they not about to. I don't think they're gonna re-sign Kyler Murray. So who knows?
I'm not talking about now.
Yeah,
I'm talking about then.
Yes, arguably they did need a 1st round quarterback. I don't see why they didn't think they needed one. Kyler wasn't like, I didn't look at Kyler and say that was right. And John, that is my point that I'm trying to make to you. You're saying all this stuff we're gonna have to do. There's a lot that's going to happen in between now and the draft, and that's
like what
I'm trying to say, John. Aside from the two games that have to happen in the regular season over the next couple of weeks, there's still the playoffs. There's still free agency signing, and there's still other things that can happen, or other trades, or other moves that can happen, and other things going on behind the scenes that we don't necessarily know about. There are players that are disgruntled and may not want to be in a certain place that we don't know about. There are firings and rehirings that are going to happen. You don't know what direction a certain team might be going in. Somebody might be willing to trade. Hell, let's say that the Chargers fire their head coach, and their new coach for some reason just decides that he doesn't like Justin Herbert. He wants to go in a different direction. He's going to trade him away for something. Like we just don't know what's going to happen completely as of yet right now. We don't know what's going to happen with the Cardinals, like you said, with Kyler Murray. So we may not necessarily have to trade up into
the situation.
Let me make a quick proposition real quick. Let me make a quick proposition real quick, guys. Right now on the screen, we're looking at the website, which is the 33rd.com. I think I said that right. But they did a redraft of the 2022 draft. They had number 8 Atlanta Falcons taking Brock Purdy from Iowa State instead of Drake London. Now, Big Low proposition, a very good question or a statement, I should say. He says, put Brock Purdy with the Atlanta Falcons on the Arthur Smith and tell me how that works out. I want you gentlemen, John and also Simo, James, and William, what are y'all views on that? Let's say we do hypothetically redraft in 2022. We take Brock Purdy with Arthur Smith. How do y'all think that works out for us?
It would have been bad.
It would have been disastrous.
I think that would have been bad.
You ever
seen nobody
a-
to throw to? He wouldn't have nobody to throw to.
You ever
Wait, hold on.
seen
You'd have had Kyle Pitts,
and that would have been it.
You'd have had no, because you
had London.
No. You don't got London. You don't got London.
Okay,
you
that's
don't got
it.
London. You don't got London.
Okay.
But you do got Kyle Pitts, and I guess we could say hypothetically some way we still got Bijan Robinson.
You got
Matt Collins.
Cordarrelle.
Yeah, you still would have had a lot of cap space to bring some other receivers in here also.
They would have got him out of everybody else, man.
He would not have had Bijan that year though. You see what I'm saying? Like he benefited for sitting on the bench for one.
Bijan was the next year. Bijan was this
hold
year.
on. Let's say for hypothetical purposes, you still do got Bijan because we still was bad at that point in time. Let's just say you still got Bijan, but you don't got Drake London. Just hypothetical.
I mean, I'm saying part of Brock Purdy's development was that he got to sit on the bench behind other guys for most of that season, and they also had a plethora of running backs. A running back room collectively was better than our running back room at the time, and then they went and traded for Christian McCaffrey. So I just think that's a lot when you could dump off to Kittle, Ayuk, McCaffrey, Debo Samuels. And credit to him because you still got to make the throws, but he had to develop, and I think his development doesn't look like that moving right in.
Answer to that question, y'all ever seen a truck caught on the railroad track with the train coming?
No, not in person, thankfully.
I seen.
I don't want to be nowhere near that, John.
Hey, man, I ran. I had to run. I saw it coming and heard people hollering. I had to run, but I just couldn't turn away. I just wanted to see what that looked like. But that's exactly what would have happened if Brock Purdy come here. Number one, because we do not have the people that 49ers have to develop quarterbacks. You saw it here with the quarterback that we did pick. He sat on the bench and was supposedly being trained, tutored, and accelerated up to the pro game. Didn't work.
That don't got nothing to do with the player at all?
Nope.
Okay.
Because hold up.
If the players don't matter, why did they trade away?
Hold up. and the reason why I'm saying hold up is that I got to get this thought out while I still got it on my mind. Like I said, it's almost 3:00. I got to get this out while I can get it. Okay. When you come from college to the pros, whether you are pick number 1 or pick Mr. Irrelevant, you are part of a fraternity that is the best that has been identified by scouts, your team, the other 31 teams, as the best that college has to offer. Okay. Yeah. You are joining a league that is full of the best that college has to offer, no matter whether you're pick number 1, no matter whether you're pick number 242. Okay. So you need a person that is on your coaching staff or other persons on your coaching staff to bring you from where you were to where you need to be. Okay. Now, whether it is the person that will be identified when you put them on the field. But if you don't have those people on your staff to develop you and get you ready for this, how can you be ready? And how can I blame it straight on your lack of talent?
Thank you.
And that's my problem with Arthur Smith. That's my problem with Arthur Smith. You did not. Ritter might have been the sorriest thing that ever came out of college and carried a notebook from class to class. He might have been, but I can't absolve the coaching staff for not developing them because they didn't. I can't make it all Ritter. I can't say Ritter was sorry. Okay, I'm sorry for Ritter because he didn't get what it was that he needed here. And to your point now, I'm gonna say this. Used to be years ago, you had 3 or 4 years to develop a quarterback. But now, when you put them out there on the field, they got to be ready to hit the road running just as soon as they hit the field. Okay. Now, Kyle Shanahan has demonstrated what he can do with quarterbacks because he did it here. He did it in Washington. He did it out there in San Francisco.
In Cleveland.
Hold on now. Now, if you don't want to give Arthur Smith no credit for improving Ryan Tannehill, you definitely can't give whatchamacallit no credit for improving Matt Ryan.
Wait a minute.
Kyle Shanahan.
Because no, hold on. I don't disagree that he improved him, but if you don't want to give that guy credit for that, you can't give him credit for that because Matt Ryan was already a veteran, was 9-10 years deep in the league, and he was already a rookie of the year and had made Pro Bowls before that.
Okay,
Matt Ryan won. Hold up.
So you contradicted your point earlier. You can improve. You can improve stats. You can improve a veteran. You can improve a veteran.
2016.
You can improve
and this
a veteran.
man won MVP.
Hey, you just proved my point, though. You can.
No, I
didn't.
Veteran.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. And your homework for your own
edification.
Give me
no homework. You listen.
Yeah, you do.
No, listen.
Yeah, you do.
Your homework.
You do.
Listen, I got some
you need to look at the difference between Matt Ryan in 2015 and from 2008 and to 2015 and what he did in 2016.
Listen, you preach it to
Kyle
the choir,
Shanahan came in here and improved that man.
I was just showing you.
And the bad part about it,
the hypocrisy
and the bad part about it, Matt
Ryan
Ryan said he did so.
I'm just showing you the hypocrisy of your point.
There's no hypocrisy here. There's no hypocrisy here.
I know, John. I hear you. That's gonna go
I said, and I didn't say the head coach. I said the offensive coordinator and quarterback coach here.
Okay.
Look it up. That's
on this Matt Ryan again.
And see, look at that. He said that he'll again. Thing is, Desmond Ritter was scouted as a better prospect than Brock Purdy. So in essence, Desmond Ritter was in the same situation Brock Purdy was in. Sit most of his rookie year, see how that worked.
For some people, the lights just get too big. Desmond Ritter has regressed, right? The biggest knock on him was his arm strength, right? That was one of the bigger knocks on him was that he didn't have the arm strength to necessarily get throws there quite as fast.
And he couldn't read.
But but they also they was wondering, but they thought that he could maybe offset it because he knew how to hit timing on certain things, and he wasn't going to make bad decisions and throw the ball away with you. He had accuracy issues too. That was the biggest issue. He still had accuracy when he got to the pros, but now he's getting even worse with making bad decisions and putting the ball in harm's way and things like that. These are basics. And I think the next level of the game just it's too big for him. Like, I don't think he's understanding how to anticipate the throws.
Hold on, John.
To be able to offset him not having that arm strength to get that shit there fast enough. Because Desmond has problems on out routes.
Hold on, big dog. Let him get it out. Go ahead, get it out, Simo.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You don't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead and finish up. I was telling them so you can go ahead and finish up. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want you to feel like you're being interrupted anytime you speak.
No. Go ahead.
So my question is, when has Rilla ever progressed in the first place?
I don't know. I'm assuming he progressed last year because he looked better at the end of the year.
He didn't look. He looked at the same.
No,
he did. Yeah, what he's doing at the beginning.
I'm trying to answer you. If you think Ritter would look the same at the end of last year as he looked at the beginning of last season, is that what you're saying?
He looked the same. He looked the same as the last 4 games of the season, plus the ones he ain't played this year.
All right, so you're not listening to what I just said, right? So to begin,
you said Rilla regress. I'm asking you when he ever progressed. That's why I'm asking you. You said he regressed. I'm saying when he ever progressed. Now, did you say that, Simo? Did you say that?
What I said was he regressed from things that he was doing well in college. Now you want to know when he progressed, as I was trying to say. He got better from what we saw from him in preseason last year to the end of last season. From the end of last season to some of the beginning, I guess at the beginning of the season, he looked all right with Green Bay, and then he started looking kind of bad with some of those other games and shit. It's kind of like, well, damn, where's all this? Like, he started looking worse than he looked last year at that point. Then you look at the end of last year. But yeah, Desmond Ritter looked better than he did from the beginning of last season to the end of last season. He had improved. That sitting on the bench helped him improve. He got better because he looked terrible in preseason, his actual rookie year. It's all marginal, but you asked when did he get better?
Okay, where are your stats to prove that?
I mean, John, stats don't show everything, man.
But no.
I'm not gonna quantify it by stats. Look, I don't care. I don't care enough about. I don't care.
Is because
I don't care enough to argue about this.
Hold on. With you. What you see and what I see are 2 different things.
I know.
Stats can aid in the conversation because they are impartial and they are facts. Okay. Now, the eye test. I agree with you 100%. The eye test may say something different, but when you look at the actual stats as to what he was here and what he was there, John, we can say,
John, to be fair,
didn't look like John, that, but these stats show that he is this or that.
To be fair, John, what you asking is impossible. You wanted to know stats to show that he was better at the end of the year than he was in preseason.
You made the statement.
Right, but John, like, what quantifiable stats do you want a person to give you for that? Like, you got to take into account. Hold on, John. Let me finish the question. Let me finish the question, John. Let me finish the question before you answer.
Okay.
Right. Take it to account.
Now, start over.
Take it to account, right? He played in the preseason, and he was bad in the preseason against second and third and fourth stringers in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever his stats were in the preseason, whether they were good or bad, like it doesn't help an argument to be like he had good stats in the preseason, and then they'd be bad. They were worse at the end of the season because you're still saying like, okay, those stats were better against backups. So you don't versus that being against starters. And if they were bad against the backups and they or whatever they are against starters, it still don't matter because he wasn't even good enough to give Mariota a run for his money at the time. Looking at him in preseason, in his rookie year, I didn't look at Desmond Ridder and be like, yeah, he's a guy that we can start this year. Like, I thought it was going to take Desmond Ridder more than a year to sit on the bench to even start. So when I saw him at the end of last season, he actually looked better than he did at the beginning of the season. I was like, oh, we could potentially go into next season with him. Let's see. I thought it was worth kicking the tires to see what we could get out of him. Because he actually progressed over those 4 weeks. But since you're a stats guy, I think by stats, he did progress over those 4 weeks that he started.
Okay, well, where are the stats?
Oh, you pull them up. You the stats, dude.
Nah, you made the argument.
Man, what argument? You pull them up and show me I'm wrong.
You made the argument. I've been putting up stats all night. Now it's your turn.
For what? For what? For what?
Hey, you don't forgot.
No, I didn't say I forgot. I said for what? Like, where are we going? Where are you going with this? Why do you want me to pull up the stats for Ridder? Like, are you saying that he didn't improve last year? Like, where are we going with this?
Okay. The reason why I am asking for stats is what, just like I said a few minutes ago. You said that he looked like he was doing better. Okay. I'm trying to use Bible stats, pass completion, incompletions, yards thrown, touchdowns, third down conversions, things of that sort, to quantify or just that you're asserting. You say he looked better. Okay. You say he looked better. Now, looking in my eyes and looking in your eyes, that's two different things. We will be arguing all day long about what looks good and what didn't look good or whatever. But when you put the stats up, we can compare the stats and see what the stats say, because the stats don't depend on looks. Those are facts that we can use to quantify, justify, or defeat an argument in a debate.
Not always.
Yes, always. Because
the stats garbage time, break up stats too.
Then on top of that,
I'm glad somebody said so.
Now, just because you got an amen from another corner don't mean that y'all right.
but it's the truth, John. But it's the truth, John.
No, that's not
it is the fucking truth, though, John.
I know it's not.
John, do you play fantasy football?
No.
Okay. Because fantasy football is one place that stats will tell you one thing, and the play don't necessarily always match it.
The stat
prime example. Hold on, John. Prime example is since you want to talk about Ridder. Prime example is the Tampa Bay game. The prime example is the Tampa Bay game. Desmond Ridder on paper looked to have had an amazing game in the Tampa Bay game. But when you look at the actual game, Tampa Bay pulled all their starters. So stats don't mean nothing unless you have them in context. It has to be in context, John. You just can't go by stats, bro. Period.
Like I said, in the beginning of my soliloquy, me looking at one thing, him looking at something else, you looking at something else. The stats will give you another outlook. Now, I did not say that the stats rule the day. The stats will give you an outlook as to what takes place. And you're right, Coach.
Okay.
You're right.
Again, so by your logic, he's better than Tom Brady. By your logic,
no,
he's better than Tom Brady.
Who better than Tom Brady? Now, how in the world, Coach, you fix your mouth to say?
Because Tom Brady only played 2 quarters.
You want the stats, John?
And then, wait.
John,
Don't the stats show that he played only 2 quarters?
God damn it,
Fine.
you gonna get these
But-
fucking stats, John.
Hey, partner. Hold up, partner. Hold up,
You
Fine.
gonna get these damn stats,
Oh,
John.
hold
You
up,
asked me
partner.
about these stats. You gonna get these
Hold
stats.
up, partner. Hey.
You gonna
First
get
off,
these stats.
now I'm not cursing at you.
I'm not cursing at
John.
you either, man.
You not.
I'm not cursing at you.
Don't use that type of language when we talking. Let's stick to the
We
facts.
not allowed to
please.
curse on the show.
Coach.
You cursing at me?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Cursing
All
at
right, bro.
you, John. I'm cursing while I'm talking. I'm
Well,
not
hey
cursing
man,
at
now,
you.
I
ain't
have
curse
gone
you
to
out.
great
All I said was you
pains.
gonna get these
I have
stats.
gone to great pains not to be cursing when I'm talking to you. Can you give me that same?
John, listen.
Can I get that same consideration?
I go
please?
through great pains to respect your point of views too, John.
No. I didn't. Hold up.
Everything.
It's
John,
not
John,
a respect
listen,
of point of
listen,
view. It's a respect of person.
It's a respect of everything, John. Because
No,
I gotta
sir.
give you, I
No,
gotta give
sir.
the respect
You
of a
can
person
disrespect my point of view
Jesus
all
Christ,
day
John.
long.
Yeah, you ain't even.
You can
finish talking,
disrespect
bro.
my point of view
You got it,
all
bro.
day long. I don't have a problem with
John,
that
you sit
because
here-
see, we're not going to agree
John,
on a
you
lot
sit
of
here and
things.
talk over people
But
all day
all
long.
of that unnecessary cursing now.
But if you feel disrespected,
I've been using them words a long
John, you ain't even
time
gonna-
prior
you
to
ain't even gonna allow
you
me to
being here
clear-
now.
what the fuck
Come
am I
on
even
now.
talking for, man?
You
God
don't want
damn.
me to start that.
Man, I don't give a damn what you do, John. Do whatever you
No,
want to do.
well, obviously you do.
Why we can't get along, man?
No, we
That's
gonna
all it
get
is.
along, but we gonna set some ground rules here. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about the subject. All that unnecessary wild cussing because you got mad. I'm sorry. No, not this morning.
We all got our own opinions. Sometimes we might disagree with.
Say, bro, let me explain something to you, John. I ain't mad about nothing, bro. Ain't nothing to be mad about. That's what I was trying to explain to you while you was going on your long-winded tangents that you like to go on. I was trying to tell you, like, hey, if you feel disrespected, please don't feel disrespected. I ain't mean no disrespect to you. Like, I wasn't mad about nothing. I was just trying to give you the stats you asked for. Like, if I don't talk over you, you just go keep talking, bro. I ain't got nothing to be mad at. Like, I don't give a damn about none of this shit. So I'm sorry if you got sensitive and your skin.
No, it's not.
You don't like
no,
Hold on, John. I just let you talk, bro.
Now,
I just let you talk.
Now,
All right,
I give an apology, then I snatch it back. I'm sorry you got sensitive.
But anyway, back to what I was saying, John. By your logic, that means Desmond Ritter was better than Tom Brady in that game.
No, sir, that is erroneous.
Yeah, he's gonna have more. He's gonna have more passing yards. He's gonna have more tips. He's gonna have a higher QBR. He's gonna have higher everything.
You absolutely right by using his logic, right? Because he's asking for stats.
Because
so I tried to give him the stats he was asking for.
That
is stats don't tell the whole story.
That's not wrong.
I was like,
that's not wrong, John.
Stats ain't gonna tell you the whole
I'm
story.
going
That's
to
what I'm
look
trying to tell
at the entire game. If I see that Tom Brady is not in the game, those stats are skewed. I can't use those stats.
So, but that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. Stats don't always tell the story, bro.
But isn't time played in the game a stat?
Yes.
Okay. So when I look at the time that Tom Brady was in the game, I use that stat to quantify the yardage stat, the completion stat, the what is that? The quarterback rating stat.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm still using stats.
But the stats are skewed, correct?
That's what I said. Yes.
Okay, just like the stats are skewed in garbage time, just like stats are skewed all the time. So again, stats cannot be the end all be all. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying.
I have never said that they are.
If you know the stats are skewed, what can be skewed? Why did you ask for stats then, John?
Because I want to know what the stats are. I want to know what the stats are.
You still want
to know?
So
that we can both make a determination about whether these stats were skewed, whether it was garbage time. Because in your argument about how good Ritter was,
I didn't say he was good. I didn't say he was good.
No. I'm not talking about you, Coach.
I did not.
I'm
okay.
talking about you, Coach.
Hold on. I didn't say he was good either, John.
Man, here
I didn't say he
about. I
didn't say he was good either.
Ritter was.
No, I didn't say he was good either, John.
You said that he got better.
He improved. Okay, right. Let improve. You asked when he improved. And I just said he improved from the end of the year to the beginning of the year, right? And so the stats are definitely skewed in general. And I tried to tell you the stats don't even matter. But I am going to tell you this because to my man point down here, he was in there against backups. He didn't look good against backups in the preseason, but he looked good against backups during the regular season. So that's improvement.
So
that is an improvement. I'm just saying, as small as these improvements might, you asked a blanket question, bro.
I did.
He got
it. On top of that, like Coach just said,
you saw progress.
What, like Coach just said, those are garbage time stats.
Hold on, talk about. And then over the 4 weeks, right? Well, that's that one game. That's that one game. He played against Baltimore's. He played against Baltimore's defense and the Baltimore starters. They just didn't have Lamar Jackson, but he had 66 completion percentage rating there as well. Then the next week had 73% rating. So I can understand how somebody looking at that might say, "Oh, he's getting a little bit better. Let's kick the tires on him and see he's starting to come together. He's looking like he's okay." And Tampa Bay pulled their starters, but they didn't pull all their starters. They had some starters playing still. They still had some guys still out there playing or whatever. So, I mean, he was looking like he was starting to get better at that point in time.
Against
starting the season off, though, he didn't look like that. It was all worse than that, in my opinion. And I might be wrong. I might have to look at the stats again. But the way I remember it, starting the season off, he was worse than what he looked like at the end of last season. But that's why I keep asking, where you going with this? Like, are you trying to say that none of that's accurate? Like,
no. I just want to know what the stats were so I can think about it.
Yeah, I mean, like,
you know, I got to decide what side of the argument I want to be on.
Well, what you want to argue? Why you want to argue? Like,
well, you were saying that
like,
Ritter. Oh, okay. Now, James asked you about how Ritter was looking or whether he got better, and you said that he improved.
Well,
you said he improved.
I think the whole thing was that
James said he wasn't sure about that. So that's when I asked about the stats, just to show how much he had improved or what the difference was between preseason of that year and those 4 games at the end of the year. Had he improved?
I think I wonder what y'all was saying about the improvement because y'all was trying to say that the coach, he didn't get better under the coaches or something like that. And that's
he didn't. Because see, everybody was looking at all of those, and this is a stat that I really don't like to use, but they have a stat called turnover-worthy throws. And Ritter should have had, hey James, how many interceptions Ritter should have had in that game? Because
I thought you were talking about total. I was going to say total. He should have about 40.
That was this year though, right?
No. I'm talking about
this year.
I'm talking about last year.
What game?
Last year it was 7. It was 7.
About 7 interceptions that he should have thrown last year that people just dropped.
What game?
In the Tampa Bay game. In
was it?
New Orleans. It was New Orleans.
New Orleans was his first game.
I don't think he looked bad in the. I don't think because it was the games he played was New Orleans, which he did. He looked like you expected him to probably look in that game. Baltimore, he looked all right. In the Arizona game, he looked all right. I had to work during that.
Oh, they're low.
I don't know really, bro, what you mean by he looked all right. I mean, I guess that's your personal opinion, which you're entitled to.
I didn't see a bunch of turnover throws, worthy throw, or whatever y'all.
But everything he did this year, he did in those 4 games last year. I made a post.
He looks even worse.
Way back.
I have a question.
He didn't throw an interception last year, so you can't say he did everything he did this year. He had a turnover last year.
Yeah, but the same thing. Not reading defenses, throwing off the back foot. Like he hasn't progressed or regressed, in my opinion, in any shape, form, or fashion. He is who he is and has always been who he has been. But this is my opinion.
So you think that at the end of the year and even at this point, he looks exactly the way he looked at preseason when we drafted him as a rookie?
I don't ever watch preseason games, so I have no idea what he did in preseason. I only care about the regular season. So I'm not sure. I'm not going to debate you on that. I don't know what he did in the preseason, but I know the 4 games he played
to answer your
last year
question, yes.
is the same thing that I pointed out. I pointed out all his deficiencies in those 4 games last year, and all the deficiencies are still there to this day. He is exactly who he has shown to be. Again, in my opinion.
Y'all, let me jump in real quick, y'all. Let's welcome our guy, Big Low Country, Low to the building. How you doing, Low?
Who's still up?
Man, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Coach Lawrence, he put out his candy in my stocking, and I'm up here geeking right now. So, so it's one of those situations where,
you are comparing Purdy.
Yeah, exactly. So that's actually what I wanted to come on and talk to old Seymour about. So, the Brock Purdy comparison. So, I know you were saying that, it's one of those situations where we need to consider the player opposed to the coaching. Now,
absolutely.
So moving forward, if we would put Brock Purdy on the Atlanta Falcons, what would we have gotten? Because he's in the same situation.
I don't think it's the same situation. I think we was talking about that. We was saying how he didn't. If we would have drafted him instead of Drake London, he wouldn't have the weapons that he has in San Fran. He still don't. Even if he was here now, he still wouldn't have exactly the weapons he got in San Fran. Because I feel like that's a better collection of weapons, like collectively. But yeah, he wouldn't have had Bijan and Drake London if we drafted him instead of Drake London.
I mean, so if we would have drafted him instead of Drake London,
I think it would have been bad with Brock Purdy here and everything. Yeah, I also want to say too, because I thought about it again. I didn't get to say it, but you made me think about it when you just said the player as well. Everybody keep glossing over that about the players, but it's like, why if a coach could just get it out of a player, why didn't they get it out of Trey Lance? Why did they trade him away?
Thank you. So, bro, that's exactly what I wanted to say.
So
I think if we
look at the situation, hold on, wait a minute, let me talk, bro. We've been talking for the last 3 hours.
Well, you asked me.
Yeah, I did, but you went off on you went down a whole nother hill, bro. Then we got to get back up that hill so we can go down the hill again, and then it's gonna be a roller coaster. So moving forward, it's one of those situations where I don't think it would have been that much of a different situation, because if we wouldn't have drafted Drake London, I mean, at the end of the day, he's Drake London, he's pretty good, but you still could have gotten a wide receiver in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th round that still could have been pretty serviceable, or even traded back up into the 1st round, because Chris Olave and all these other guys came a little bit later in the draft. But with that being said, it's like, I'm not saying that it would have been one of those cases where Brock Purdy would have been an MVP caliber player, like some people are saying he is. But all I'm saying is that he would have been terrible. Like, I'm not saying he would have been close to what he is in San Francisco. I'm just saying he would have been terrible. So
he would have been terrible?
Oh yeah, all day.
I mean, I said that.
Can I jump in? Why is that? Why do you believe he would have been terrible?
Because Arthur Smith would have put him in terrible situations.
We had TJ.
Think about think about the situation that he put Desmond Ridder in this season.
Having
free rushers come to the boot side, and you having free rushers come to the boot side like 6 or 7 times a game, and then you're having you're cutting half the field off. Like, that's putting you in a terrible situation.
So is he cutting? This is what we got to stop giving Arthur Smith that smoke. So is Arthur Smith cutting the field off because he's bad at coaching, or is he cutting the field off because Desmond Ridder is just that trash? He cannot read the other half of the field.
If you look back at 2019 to 2020, Dave Ragone did the same exact thing with Mitchell Trubisky. If for example, whenever you tried to walk as a kid, your parents didn't say don't walk.
You don't see the pattern.
They tried to help make you.
You don't see the pattern here. You just.
I get what you're saying, but
Mitchell Trubisky, though. Come on, man. We talking about Mitchell Trubisky.
He's
bad too.
Desmond Ritter, Marcus Mariota.
All three of them boys can't play.
But the thing is that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
But this is what I'm saying, Big Low. You personally go to the games. I do not. I can only watch them on TV. So like I can't see except for what they showed me. But in my looking at the game, do you know? And this is another reason why I hate people giving Pitts the smoke, because from what I'm seeing on TV, Pitts be open on the left side of the field almost 80 to 85 to 90% of the time, but yet Desmond only looks at the right side of the field. So again, is that Arthur Smith telling him to do that, or coaching not putting him in the correct position to win, or is that just what his skill set allows? Because again, we see today a better caliber quarterback was able to do those reads and get the ball out.
Exactly. And see, you make a great point with that. Because think about it like this right here. Like, if you don't mind me asking, like, what do you do for a living?
Right now, I'm in IT.
Yeah, so you're in
but
IT,
I'm trying to get back into coaching. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, well, definitely, man. Hit me up sometime. But it's one of those situations like, so you're doing IT, and, you know, I don't know if you have a supervisor or not, but I don't know if you have, like, quarterly reviews. So you have, like, those quarterly reviews.
No, I don't have that.
Oh, you don't have that, but does your supervisor give you opportunities?
Yeah.
So he gives you opportunity. Every time Desmond Ritter come off that field and he doesn't throw the Kyle Pitts that's open on the left side of the field, that's an opportunity. So whenever they look down, they sit down. They're supposed to sit down and look at that surface tablet after every possession. And somebody's supposed to be coaching this young man up if he can't do it now. Because today we've seen a quarterback who could do it a little bit better. In 2021, we've seen a quarterback who did it a whole lot better. But the thing is that Arthur Smith isn't a developer of quarterbacks.
Right. And I must tell you the same thing I tell John. It's not the head coach's job to develop talent. That's what he hires now. If you want to give Arthur Smith the smoke for not hiring the correct guys, I'm with you 1,000%. He should have a better QB coach. He should have a better QB coach. He should have a better offensive coordinator. But him as a coach, y'all keep saying he doesn't develop the talent. But look at what he doesn't. He doesn't. No head coaches don't develop talent.
I want to ask you a question,
Coach.
Yeah.
Let's reverse what you're saying.
He's been saying that ever since he got here. He said that he was going to coach Matt Ryan. Arthur Smith said it himself. Okay.
Right. I understand what you're saying, John. I understand. I understand what you're saying. But again, that's not what a head coach job. That's not what a head coach do, though.
He said he was going to do it. Then, as far as Desmond Ritter and Marcus Mariota are concerned, you hire, and I don't know how you got it twisted about me, but he hired Charles London as quarterback coach. Okay.
Right. Again, I'm with you that he hired the incorrect people. I'm with you. But this idea that he doesn't develop talent is a wrong idea. I'm with you.
But the responsibility falls back on him.
Right. For not hiring the correct people.
It comes back to him. But to answer your question, if Desmond Ritter would have been in San Francisco, I bet you they would have been going to the playoffs easy.
No, they wouldn't.
No.
They would have got rid of him just like they got rid of Trey Lance.
Easy money.
Yes.
Look at Trey. Look at the offense Trey Lance was running in college. Look at the offense Trey Lance was running in college. You sit here telling me that's close to an NFL offense.
And see, that's another point.
Answer that question for me. No, hold on. You telling me that offense he was running was close to an NFL offense?
With Patrick Mahomes ran in college, wasn't the NFL offense per se.
But who coached Patrick Mahomes in the NFL? Who coached for the NFL?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what kind of offense they ran in college or what.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Hold on, man.
That's my brother right here.
At least let me
that does IT.
At least let me answer the question, bro. At least let me answer the question before you pick it apart. It's not about what offense that you want to run as a coach. The good coaches tailor their offense around their team's talent. That's what the boy in Miami is doing right now. It's not about, I'm gonna run. You're gonna run. You might have certain plays you like to run. You run them out of different formations, or you find a different way to run things you like with the talent that you got, and you play to your team's talent. It's not a. It's not.
So you telling me if I specialize in gap, if I specialize in gap run blocking, you telling me that if I got Raheem Mostert in the backfield, I got to change my whole scheme to run zone, or I need to talk to this GM and say, hey, Bo, nah, we getting a whole nother type of offensive line.
If that's what you got, you got to find ways to win with it or whatever. Again,
a little bit.
This is what the coach.
I think it's a little bit of both.
This is what the coach in Miami is doing. Like these offenses are only so much a certain way anyway. Like the offense that they run that they run in Kansas City is not what Andy Reid ran with Donovan McNabb. That's not just his offense historically.
Once again, you're going down a whole nother hill.
I'm not going down a whole nother hill.
The fact of the matter is that coaching does matter. It's one of those situations. You talk about Patrick Mahomes. He wasn't running nothing close to an NFL offense. They were running air raid, bro.
The offense.
They were running air raid. You got to get that thing out your hands quick. But when I talk about what they were doing in Dakota,
the same offense they ran in Atlanta with Matt.
Hold on. Can I let me jump in there? Let me jump in there.
What are you talking about?
They don't run the same. They don't run the offense the same.
But it's the same.
They don't run it the same exact way.
It's the same.
That's the West Coast. That's Kyle Shanahan's playbook.
Hold on. Let me jump in there a little bit.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Utilize our wide receivers the way they use Deebo Samuel out in San Francisco. They got different type of players, so they run the skill sets differently.
That's the same offense.
Oh God.
Let me jump in here real quick. It's a little bit of both, in my opinion, and I would.
That's what
I would.
He don't run with He don't run the same thing San Francisco runs, though. It's a variation of the West Coast offense.
It's his variation that he brought from Philadelphia.
West Coast offense is dinking and dunking and valuing short passes as if they're running games.
Not Andy Reid. Not Andy Reid. Because he ran his version of the West Coast offense up in Philadelphia. Donovan McNabb wasn't dinking and dunking up in Philly.
He was dinking and dunking in Philly.
No, he wasn't.
Until he got T.O. Yes, he was.
Until he got T.O.
Until he got T.O. You cater your offense to your players.
Now you're trying to claim that you know what was going on. And I told you what was going on, and you said it wouldn't happen until he got T.O.
What are you talking about, John?
Because you had receivers other than T.O. up there that was stretching the field in Philadelphia.
Who did they have that was on the level of T.O. in Philadelphia?
We talk about on the level. We talk about stretching the field. We talk about stretching the field. We're not talking about the level. We're talking about stretching the field. We're not talking about the level.
You have offenses where they have a guy that just runs downfield, and that's what he's supposed to do. He might maybe get 700 yards in a season because they're not going to throw to him that much. They'll catch it slipping, right? And they got guys that can stretch the field, but they went deeper with their number one more often as a thing and really opened that offense up once they got T.O.
You telling me T.O. just stretching the field the whole time. That's what you telling me.
So what do you think? First off, what do you think a deep throw is? Let's get this straight first.
Now the NFL standard is 20 yards.
20 yards or more.
Right.
Now what are you talking about?
Right. So they weren't consistently throwing 20 yards as often when they didn't have T.O. But they also didn't have guys. They also didn't have guys who could take a slant and take it to the house, or take a simple hitch and make a guy miss.
Now you're not confusing T.O. with Moss, are you?
I know.
I'm just asking a question.
What do you mean I'm not confusing T.O.?
I'm asking, are you confusing the two?
Wait, what do you mean confused? The main difference between T.O. and Randy Moss can run the same route tree. So why does it matter if I'm confused?
What?
They can run the same routes.
Bro, you know what kind of wide receiver T.O. was, right?
I know what kind of wide receiver T.O. is.
I'm saying
there's not a route that Randy Moss don't have in his route tree. He can do whatever
you know what kind of wide receiver Randy Moss was, right?
I know what kind of receiver Randy Moss is.
So you tell me Randy Moss was running? You tell me Randy Moss was running 5 and unders? You tell me he was running that consistent?
I'm telling you that Randy Moss runs a complete route tree.
All right, can I jump in there now?
Yeah, jump in there.
You gonna tell me I can't
find look up something right?
You gonna tell me I can't find Randy Moss on a slant route?
I mean, I'm sure you will, but it's not a situation where he was.
They murdered Wes Welker for saying that Randy Moss can't run a complete route tree.
Okay,
go
ahead, brother, because you've been trying to jump in there for a minute, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say is I think it's a little bit of both. I think you guys are both correct. Right? And the prime example that I would use is Carolina's quarterback. So recently, before I think it's like the last 3 games, I think it's the last 3 games. But before that, they were trying to force him into whatever system the head coach there or offensive coordinator, or whoever, I don't know their team, but I just seen it today. They were trying to force him into whatever system they ran. That's not his. That's Carolina's quarterback.
Bryce Young.
Yes, Bryce Young. So they were trying to force him into the new scheme, and it wasn't working out well. But once they went to his play set, a bit of what he did in college, the RPO heavy, now he is starting to look like a pro quarterback. Now I think only 2 other teams other than Carolina run the RPO. I think Carolina is number 3 or tied for number 2 for the most RPO in the game. And now he's starting to, you know what I'm saying? He's starting to, I'm not saying he's good. I'm not saying none of that. So please don't kill me. I'm not saying he's good, but he's starting to look better because they started to play to his strength. So I think you guys are saying the same thing. It's a little bit of both.
Tampa
You
Bay,
have to have a little bit of both.
They changed the coaches, right?
Tampa Bay did that.
Right. It happened once they started running the RPO.
Tampa Bay did the same thing with Tom Brady. He was looking bad and old when they was trying to go down there because that's Bruce Arians' offense. When they let him start dinking and dunking more, then they open it up to let him go downfield more. You gotta be able to do more, do both of them. But it's a reason why Mike Evans' numbers, took a dip a little bit with Brady versus what they had with Winston, because Winston was a gunslinger that they was letting him chunk it deep all the time and everything. Brady was still throwing for 5,000 yards. You know what I'm saying? It just the numbers weren't the same type of numbers though under that offense.
But I agree though. A coach is supposed to play to his player's strength, but I am very much against this thinking that Kyle Shanahan is I ain't gonna say end all be all because I know y'all not saying that, but I don't think Kyle Shanahan is this this QB whisperer either. Brock Purdy is him. Like Brock Purdy is him.
I want to add
if Brock Purdy wasn't him, why didn't Shanahan do it to any other quarterback?
He did it with Matt Ryan.
The first year that we had.
No, he didn't, bro.
Yes, he did.
He played to Matt Ryan's strengths. He didn't make Matt Ryan. Yes, he did, bro.
Hey, John, I got you.
No, he didn't.
John, I'm about to debunk that.
Man,
The first year, because I gotta talk, so niggas won't hear me. Shanahan, the first year that he came here, he tried to force Matt Ryan to run his offense. He changed the offense around and tried to cater toward what Matt Ryan likes to do. And then Matt Ryan, when he had an MVP year, Matt Ryan's first year under Shanahan was terrible. And
it was trash.
Everybody's ready to fire him.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in rebuttal.
At the beginning of it, at least. At the beginning of his first year, they was ready to fire him.
Okay.
Once they switched it up, Brad Ryan started.
Hold on. Matt Ryan himself said Kyle Shanahan was the best thing that could have happened to
He
his
was,
career.
but they bumped heads at first. I'm just saying. It matters. He tailored his offense to his star quarterback. He tailored his
what we debating. Yes, he made him an MVP quarterback, but his scheme allowed Matt Ryan to be an MVP quarterback.
I believe he's a good coach. He had to coach Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan himself said that Kyle Shanahan pushed him to be better than he was. If you look at Matt Ryan's quarterback stats from 2015 to 2016, his percentages jumped 20% in quarterback rate.
Is that the MVP year?
That's the MVP year.
Wait a minute.
2016 is the MVP year.
Okay,
so he jumped his quarterback rating because number one, he found out that he needed to go to quarterback camp, and Matt Ryan went to quarterback camp for the very first time in his career after the 2015 season because Kyle Shanahan told him his arm was weak. He was doing some bad things.
I understand all that, John, but answer the question. Why, if he is the quarterback whisperer, why didn't he do that to nobody else? Matt Ryan was him. Brock Purdy was him. Why didn't he do it to Trey Lance?
What about Brian
Why didn't he do it to Trey Lance? Why didn't he do it to
listen to the list that Big Low giving you.
What about who?
Yeah, what about like Brian Hoyer before he got hurt and there was why is it invalid? You ain't even
Brian Hoyer done.
Talk. He tore his ACL and he was having the MVP season. I think in week 11. You talk that year? Yeah. Kyle Shanahan was his OC, Bo.
1 year.
RG3. Look at what RG3 did before he got hurt and got his knee.
Well, look, I'm not trying to say that Shanahan's a bad coach anyway. So
I'm not saying he's a bad coach either. I didn't say he was a bad. I didn't say he was a bad coach either.
I'm not trying to say he's an improved quarterback.
I didn't say that.
Ryan Shanahan is him though.
Yeah, I think he does improve.
The amount of work that he done in his league,
you right.
He is him.
He did.
And Matt Ryan, you heard what John said. Those are true statements, bro. If Ryan Shanahan, if Matt Ryan didn't have Ryan Shanahan, you think he would have made it to the Super Bowl that year?
I mean, we'll never know, but
I'm just asking that question.
I mean, we'll never know, but we got to the playoffs without Kyle Shanahan, so it's possible.
But I'm just saying, when he made it to the Super Bowl without Ryan
again,
Shanahan.
we've made it to the playoffs with Matt Ryan before.
After he left,
I think it's possible.
So they can keep it similar to Matt Ryan.
Look,
am I right, John?
If Julio don't act like a bitch in the playoffs the next year,
so if he ain't him. If he ain't him,
okay.
Listen to me. If he ain't him, why would they try to when they brought the next coordinator in to keep everything similar that Shanahan had established that next year?
I'm glad you asked that. I'm so glad you asked that because historically, in the number of percentages, if you go back and look at it, every time we've had a offensive coordinator that first year, Matt Ryan has struggled under that new coordinator until he completely learns the playbook. It's always been in year two, Matt Ryan has shined in whatever coordinator we have had in Atlanta in year two. They didn't want to, we were already on the hot streak. They didn't want to have a lull year and go and have Matt Ryan learn a completely different playbook the next year. So that's why they kept a similar playbook to that of Kyle Shanahan. But to rebut what you said, if Kyle Shanahan turned Matt Ryan into an MVP, why is it? And I know y'all told me it was 2019, but I swear it was 2017 or whatever. The following year, when we played Philly in the playoffs, Matt Ryan had the exact same numbers he had under Kyle Shanahan. It just wasn't talked about as much because we wasn't as spectacular as we was the year that Kyle Shanahan was here. But Matt Ryan's numbers were exactly the same. He had the exact same MVP caliber season without Kyle Shanahan. So if Kyle Shanahan made him an MVP, how is that possible? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Kyle Shanahan is not a good coach, but what I'm saying is at some point talent has to matter. And Brock Purdy is him.
Nobody's denying that. But the thing
right,
is,
but Brock Purdy is him.
If you've been taught a better way, and the improvement was so astronomical from 2015 to 2016, if you don't forget what you've taught, how is it so impossible for you not to duplicate what it was that you did the previous year when someone taught you the way?
Hey,
but I can't answer that, John, because it's a matter of opinion. It's a matter of opinion because you believe he jumped. You believe he jumped so astronomically. I believe Matt Ryan was playing the exact same. The only difference is that the plays that were drawn up were much better under Kyle Shanahan. So yes, I give Kyle Shanahan for drawing up an amazing game plan. But as far as playing, Matt Ryan looked the same. Like he was still doing the normal Matt Ryan things.
Matt Ryan did not.
I don't know. I don't know why me and you go back and forth about Matt Ryan anyway, because we're never going to agree. We're never going to agree. You just hate on Matt Ryan, and I don't.
The fact that Brock Purdy
for touchdowns.
The fact that Brock Purdy was
again
means that they're scouting.
Again, that is the play scheme, bro. That is the plays drawn up. Again, you just answered. You just said what I said. It was the plays that were drawn up, but as far as him quarterbacking, he looked the same. Okay.
And then on top of that, John. When Matt Ryan himself says that Kyle Shanahan helped him, improved him.
Brock Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant,
coach, I'm just saying when
on
Kyle
talent evaluation.
When Matt Ryan said,
how do you let a guy go that far down and see? Like they didn't have him as a third, fourth, or second round pick or anything.
No, he was.
I mean, it's just those instances, bro. Just like Tom Brady, just like your Russell Wilsons. Sometimes it just happens.
Nah, Russ.
Tom Brady was not Mr. Irrelevant
because of his height, though. Tom
Brady was not Mr. Irrelevant.
Nobody said Tom Brady was.
No, I'm.
He was a 6th round pick.
He was not.
If I'm not mistaken, he was a 6th round pick.
He was 6th or 7th though.
He was not Mr. Irrelevant.
I think he was a 7th round pick, but he wasn't Mr. Irrelevant. He was close to it.
So if you go 7th round pick, how is that not irrelevant? Like how is that the talent evaluators not thinking you're good enough?
He wasn't Mr. Irrelevant, but
he was not Mr. Irrelevant. The very last person that was really a throwaway pick. Hey, San Francisco, you got pick number 42.
Tom Brady failed.
You want a water boy?
He had a bad situation.
All right.
Tom Brady failed with a bad situation.
Go ahead and take this joker right here. Go ahead and take him. All right. Come on, son. We'll see if we can make something out of you.
How was that not irrelevant though? Like I don't understand.
That's what that was.
Okay.
Okay. No, they kind of
so what this panel is telling me is Brock Purdy is only him because of Kyle Shanahan. And that's what I'm hearing.
I don't think that's the case. I think Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. I feel like he's in a great situation.
Yeah, he is in a good situation.
I feel like anybody who's good enough to get up to play in the NFL, which is the elite, you have to have some sort of talent. Like we just seen Stick, play. What was that last night for the San Diego Chargers, and he looked capable in that game. So it's like I never heard of Stick before. On the Sticks I heard of is all these boys, little baby, and all them talk about riding around with.
Hey, look.
But at the end of the day, I feel like coaching is a huge, a huge component of how successful a quarterback is. And I feel like Desmond Ritter got a little bit of a disservice with Arthur Smith. Just simple things like having free rushers come and shifting the line to one side whenever he is an offensive line guy. But I know the backstory behind Archie Smith that a lot of people don't know. So I'm not even going to go down that road because I'm sure Tidy's tired and it's 3:51 in the morning.
Oh, we good, Bo. I'm just sitting back enjoying the conversation. Merry Christmas to everybody, man. I'm just sitting back just enjoying it.
Yeah,
reading the comments, moderating. It's all good with me.
Look, tell me the story. I need to know.
Yeah, he's trash. I'm in agreement with you on that, but I still think at the end of the day, I think in the NFL, good players make coaches look good versus the other way around. I think you have to have talent for a coach to do something with you. And I just don't think Desmond Ritter has that talent. I don't look at it solely on Arthur Smith. I think a lot of his play calling is hindered by the talent of the quarterback.
I don't think Desmond Ritter thinks he can overcome his shortcomings. It's a reason Matt Ryan didn't make certain throws. He knew he couldn't make them.
Until Shanahan.
Even with Shanahan, he still couldn't make them throws.
Look, hold up.
Listen, John, he couldn't make
I'm not gonna
his arm didn't get stronger,
because
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady is an example. Tom Brady, from the time that he came to New England up until the time that he retired, he went to quarterback camp. He didn't rest on his Tom Brady that you see right now.
John, Matt Ryan been gone about 40 years, bro. Let it go. Matt Ryan been gone 40 years, brother. Let him go.
Tom Brady,
let him go.
What everybody arguably calls the GOAT. Tom Brady made himself into what he is right now.
He's not the GOAT.
Now,
I don't think so.
That's a matter of opinion. I said arguably. This is what those people say. And you might have your GOAT. I don't have one because there's so many errors, so many different situations, so many different things.
I think
the thing is that this man leads the league in yardage thrown. He leads the league in touchdowns thrown. He has all of the records. All right.
Yeah.
This man was nowhere near where he was when he first started versus when he retired. He made himself into what he was, okay? With coaching and with training and with some, look, the man sacrificed.
So that was on him, right? That was on him though, right?
And with some deflated balls and some video cameras. Don't forget about that too.
Yeah. That was on him though, right?
And you had some cheating going on too. So I'm on.
Don't forget that part of it. Now don't forget it.
But at the end of the day, John, that was on him though, right?
Not all of it.
You said he took it upon himself to go to quarterback camp. He did these things, right? Okay. Okay.
But I didn't say that was a be all end all. I didn't say that's all he did. I said
I didn't either.
I said coaching, quarterback camp, working to be where you're sacrificing. He sacrificed everything to become what he is now, or what he was when he retired.
He didn't just rely on the coach to teach him. That's what you're saying, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you're saying the same thing I just said.
Now what did you just say? Cause see, now thing is now your English.
you said what I said, brother.
I had to check y'all English because see, thing is, I be done signed something or signed on to something that I didn't intend to say.
Then read the fine print.
Yeah. I need him to repeat what he's saying. By virtue of the fact that we arguing on this, we saying something.
We're not arguing, brother. We saying the same thing. Again, I don't think it's on Arthur Smith. It's as far as development of Desmond Ritter. He didn't do his part. Period.
I understand that. Now I know that Desmond Ritter. I know that he went to quarterback camps and worked with Jesse Palmer and things like that. And I also know that in college he was fairly efficient with better coaching. I know that coach put him in better situations.
What was he fairly efficient? He didn't play nobody, and if I'm not mistaken, the misconception about Ritter is he played 4 years. If I'm not mistaken, Ritter was a 5th-year senior, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So, and he didn't get good until his in quotation marks until his 5th year, his last year. So
I thought like that junior. Didn't that junior year?
Nah, it was his senior year.
Did Georgia run for it? Didn't he give Georgia a run for their money? That was his senior year?
It was his senior year. Yeah, it was his senior year. His senior year is when he got quote unquote good.
Oh, okay.
Before his senior year, he would have never even he would have been an undrafted free agent.
Hey, his scouting report coming out of college was that he had accuracy issues.
It wasn't just that. It was he couldn't read the defense. The only upside that he had was he had good footwork. What was it? Good footwork and space. Good footwork and spacing. And I believe it said he was quick. He had a quick release. But outside of that, like a lot of he couldn't read defense. His arm wasn't special. And he was prone to making bad decisions with the ball, if I'm not mistaken.
So with all of that,
I don't think it was that. I don't think
with all of that.
Look it up. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
I got it on my phone because I'm at the post.
With all of that, we picked it.
Yeah.
John, it was a 3rd round pick, man.
It was third. I mean, but we had to, John. We had no other choice.
Right.
We really had no other choice.
Like I said, you could have brought Flacco in here.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, what money, John? We had no money. We were shopping at the dollar store.
What did you?
Flacco don't cost nothing. He just ain't worth a damn.
What do we pay Ritter?
He on a rookie contract, and he's a 3rd round pick, so barely nothing.
Like 1 1.3 a year.
Let me look at it.
True though. That is true.
He's getting like 1.3 a year, right?
Yeah, he's a 3rd round pick on a rookie contract, so I'm pretty sure it ain't more than $5 million.
Okay, just some quick context. Ritter was drafted in 2022, and at the time, Flacco was with the Jets, so we couldn't necessarily go get Flacco, I don't think.
Okay, well, let me see.
But we could have gotten Geno Smith.
Yes, that's correct.
We could have gotten Geno Smith. That's the issue that I have.
Man, come on,
bro. Let me talk, bro.
I mean, he better than Ritter.
Come on, man. No, but nobody was banking on Geno Smith though. Y'all.
We weren't banking on him either.
Y'all hindsighting it though, man. Yo, you can talk. I'm just saying you hindsighting it though. Come on,
bro. Like, what in the world, bro?
We have a convo.
I'm just saying you got to think about speaking over folks, bro. Like what?
Bro, everybody been doing that this whole time, man. Everybody been doing that. That's on brand for this whole panel, bro. Don't do that.
Okay, I'm saying.
Coach don't speak over nobody.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. Everybody been interjecting.
I'm sorry.
All I said was Geno. All I did was said Geno Smith. Like, I'm sorry, I
You've been doing it all night, bro. Been doing it all night, bro. Come on, man. Basically, it's one of those situations where. It's like, Geno Smith, that's the whole issue that I have with Arthur Smith, is because whenever he brought Marcus Mariota in, there was no competition. Like, whenever Matt Ryan decided to leave, Arthur Smith was like, oh, yeah, we're going to get Marcus Mariota. He said, like, it was announced like an hour after Matt Ryan got traded. So, I mean, if we look at it, that's another issue that we have with the coaching. Once again,
absolutely.
You give us all these promises and we just stick with it until it doesn't work. And then we're halfway through the season trying to figure it out.
Absolutely. Yeah, he has a lot of fault for a lot of, in my opinion, the fact that Taylor Heinicke didn't start the season to begin with is a fireable offense in and of itself. Like there is no way me, a regular Joe Blow who don't make millions of dollars, so I don't have, in their eyes, all the football knowledge. There's no way me at home sitting on my couch watching the TV, I can see the inefficiencies of Desmond Ritter, and you, a coach making millions of dollars who supposedly do this every day, didn't see it. That alone to me is fireable offense. That in and of itself. But yeah, he makes a lot of bad decisions.
Another reason.
A lot.
Hey,
Yeah.
ho, ho. Arch Smith got
Yep.
to go.
He got to go. He got to go.
Yeah. So that's where I am with it. That's where I am with it. I mean, there are other avenues and other directions that you could have gone in with because the thing is, just like you said, hey, you didn't know what upside Geno Smith had. You didn't know what upside Marcus Mariota had. You didn't know what upside Desmond Ritter had. You know, and unfortunately, you get judged on the decisions and the moves that you make as a head coach, general manager, owner, whatever. Okay. And you got to get it right. Otherwise, you're going to get excoriated for making the wrong decision. All right. And see, this is where we are here now. This is where we are here now. And the thing about Ritter, like I've been saying all night, like I've been saying for the past 2 years, like I've been saying when I first found out about it, you didn't give Ritter a fair shot because you didn't put a plan in place to develop him.
Right.
And now,
but I will say,
now he got to live with it.
But I will say this, John. It actually was the smartest move for the Falcons, for Arthur Smith, not to go get a Geno Smith, not to go get a whoever, and to draft a quarterback, because we had to have a quarterback, and you got him for peanuts, which allowed us to go and get other guys as we got this year. You know what I mean? Like that was the smartest move to do money-wise, because you got a quarterback for peanuts versus having to pay a quarterback and then they don't work out. You know, a Geno. Let's just say we go with Geno Smith. We go get Geno Smith. You're gonna have to pay Geno Smith. Geno Smith is a veteran, so he's gonna at least make $10 million. I mean, I would think that would be the least that he makes. And then you gotta try to get other guys as well.
Heinicke wasn't a veteran.
Yeah, but Heinicke was with Washington.
Hey man,
no. We went and got Heinicke though.
I cannot.
This year with the money, we had money. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm saying.
Now,
we mentioned Geno Smith like everybody in the league didn't think that Seattle was in trouble when they let Russell Wilson go or traded with him or whatever, and brought in Geno Smith and didn't have no other option. Everybody else thought that Pete Carroll lost his mind.
Yeah,
and honestly, even this year, it ain't like Geno setting the world on fire. They kind of about where you. I mean, he's like being serviceable, but he ain't what he was last year. That's what I'm kind of like, man.
That's all we were looking for.
I'm just using him as an example. Yeah. I'm just using him as an example. I'm not saying we should have went and got him.
At that point in time, Geno had been what you would consider a bust. You see what I'm saying? That's why you wouldn't have gone after him. Like,
so was Heinicke.
No,
so
Heinicke.
Was Marcus Mariota.
Heinicke was not a high draft pick like that. And with Marcus Mariota, he at least had went somewhere else and had become a backup and shown that he could step in and play up a little bit. At that point in time, Geno, all he had been known for was the butt fumble. He had been remembered for the butt fumble, if I'm not mistaken, or am I thinking about somebody else?
About Mark Sanchez.
Okay. These New York quarterbacks are terrible. But Geno was definitely remembered for not studying the playbook. Because I remember while they had him and Vic, it was like he wasn't on top of that. And he was just known for being bad in New York and just like making bad plays. That's kind of why they had and then I think he wound up going to the Giants. Where did he go after he left the Jets? Didn't he go to the Giants?
Yeah, he went to the Giants and then he went to the Chargers.
Yeah, and then he was bad there too. So it's just like nowhere else did he go and like actually log any meaningful steps. Like Mariota stepped in a couple times for Derek Carr, and it was like, oh, maybe he learned how to play a little bit again. You know what I'm saying? So
he did.
If you're talking about getting Geno and not getting Marcus, okay, I can see that.
Yeah.
But getting Geno over Desmond Ritter, that wouldn't have been a smart move because we needed that money. But if you're saying if what you were saying, John and Big Low, I apologize if I misunderstood. If you were saying get Geno Smith instead of Marcus Mariota, okay. I hear what you're saying, but I thought y'all were saying get Geno instead of drafting Desmond Ritter.
I mean, basically,
I apologize. I misunderstood.
Nah, you good. My whole thing was
I said both of them.
Oh no, you can't do that, John.
Why I can't?
My whole thing was it's one of those cases where it's like you at least see if you could find somebody, like see what options that you have out there. For example, it's like last year. Well, I'm sorry, yeah, that was last year. Marcus Mariota made $10 million. Geno Smith only made $2 million. You see what I'm saying? Before he got this big contract, whenever they deemed him capable. But it's like there were other options out there. I really feel like nepotism kind of came into play with Arthur Smith and Marcus because he just knew he just knew Marcus. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I understand that. I understand that, but John, you can't do again. You couldn't. They could not do that, bro. We had no money, so there was. It would not have been.
That they paid what they were paying that man $2 million. Okay,
right?
$2 million. Now, Ritter is making at least 4 or 5 times that.
No. Like $1 million.
Hold on. Let me
he's a 3rd round rookie. He's a third round pick on a rookie contract. There's no way he's making $5 million.
I think the total for his overall contract for like the next 3 years is like $4 or $5 million. If I'm not mistaken.
Well, he only got 2 years. Well, next year is his 4th year then he has the 5th year player option. So he only technically has 1 year left if we don't pick him up. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
This is his 2nd year right here.
2nd year. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's going into that 3rd.
All right. Yeah. So he got 2 more years.
Yeah. So
when we paid Marcus Mariota, I know he had a $5 million signing bonus, and it was a 2 years for $18 million, and six of it was guaranteed.
Yeah.
So it says annual salary was like $9 million.
Yeah, paid him almost $10 million.
Wow.
I mean, that's not a lot of money, man.
I mean, no. I mean, it might not
at
be
the time,
but I would take it.
Yeah, at the time it was a lot.
What was Geno getting? What was Geno?
$2 million.
You sure about that?
It like a little bit over $2 million. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like the fact that he already had Marcus Mariota in mind, and he decided that that's the guy that he was going to go with.
I didn't see that as a terrible move, though. I mean, like, I wasn't happy we got Mariota, but I would have been more at the time. I would have been more against Geno Smith. I would have been more concerned with Geno Smith at the time.
Okay,
like
I see Ritter. Ritter is 4 years, $5.3 million.
Just over $1 million.
Yeah, so like $1 million a year. Yeah.
So that's $1 million more for Geno Smith.
Right. But what I'm saying, John, is you already knew what Geno was. We had no idea. Although his scouting report was bad, we had no idea what Desmond Ritter was going to be in the league. You had to go with him, bro. You had to.
We had to see if
you had to, John.
His own guy. Like we had to see what he could do with his own quarterback that he took.
But
right.
Only thing about it. No. I'm talking about Geno Smith versus Ritter. Okay, that was the discussion. That was one of the discussions. Anyway,
he's saying we should have got.
And you got a back, and I'm talking about a backup now. I'm not talking about a star.
I know what you're saying. Backup, yes.
Versus,
but you had to go get him, John.
If you take a Ritter, like it's low risk, high reward, John.
Exactly.
Desmond Ritter was a projected 1st or 2nd rounder.
Isn't $2 million a year low risk, high reward for somebody?
But Geno been in the league for what, 8 years?
Yeah,
like he has some weekend seasons. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you get Desmond Ritter coming in, young Thundercat, still wet behind the ear.
Yeah, and you see what you got.
I mean, look at what Brock Purdy got. What they got with Brock Purdy, though. You know what I'm saying?
Brock Purdy. Now, don't even start.
Don't start.
Don't even start. We done wore the rubber off of that one already. Ain't no rubber. Ain't no rubber.
It's the same. It's the same thing though, John. They drafted him 3rd, 4th round, and he was high reward.
I'll say this.
Okay.
Y'all asked about Brock Purdy. I think that if we drafted Brock Purdy, I don't think he would have been nearly as bad as Ritter or Mariota, though.
Probably would have been worse.
No.
Because you not coaching the man. You not doing nothing. Arthur Smith did absolutely nothing with Desmond Ritter.
I do think
he did not get quarterback coaching until the
But John, what you're not understanding is he has talent.
The regular season, he was just like an empty bowl, with nothing getting pulled in there, because you didn't have.
But he has talent.
To pull anything in there.
There's a difference, John. He has talent.
What was Brock Purdy's scouting report like whenever he came out? Anybody?
I have never even looked at
it. Hey, Low, when you Mr. Irrelevant, do you really want to look at it? See, so look, that's what makes this so amazing.
His combine grade was a 5.57, which
out of what?
10.
Oh, out of 8. So like an 8 is a perfect score. Like if you're in the 5.5 to 5.9 means you're a priority undrafted free agent. That's what they expect you to be. So they just expected him to just be signed as an undrafted free agent. So they didn't even expect him to be drafted. So they took a flyer on him by even drafting him. Like they had him higher than other people had him. To even draft.
Is there any commentary on what his strengths and weaknesses were? Or do you have that right with you?
Yeah, I gotta read it. Hold
it. Yeah, somebody posted just the other day in Atlanta Bird game. Desmond Ritter's grade as well. I think he was in like the high or low 4s.
No, Desmond Ritter was like a 6.3. It says 4-year starter who was never able to improve upon a stellar sophomore campaign. Purdy is a burly pocket quarterback who needs a play action based offense where he can rely on timing over release quickness and arm strength. He could be a confident passer when he finds his rhythm, but throwing is more mature than a talent thanks to a labored release. Certain areas of the field will be off limits as he moves to take on the NFL coverage talent. Yo, all of this is inaccurate as fuck because this dude can throw passes in the tight windows. Like he can hit those. Yeah. I've seen him make throws that game managers don't make. Like he threads them like in tight.
Again, that's talent. That's the difference.
They didn't think that he had that talent. Otherwise, why was that scouting report compiled and said all of those negative things about him? Now, to your point,
and he moved better than they thought he did.
Those people are wrong a lot of times. They wrong
a lot.
Okay, they wrong.
Look at Johnny Manziel.
Mel Kiper makes a living being wrong. Okay,
how much credit
look at Johnny?
Make a living being wrong.
Look at Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, Johnny Manziel. What's his name down there in Tampa Bay now? What am I called?
Baker.
Yeah. Now,
Baker been all right though.
But the thing is that those coaches, those coaching staffs, those scouts, those people, they go and evaluate talent, and they make the decision whether they're going to get that person, irrespective of what the scouting reports say. That's why they have combines. That's why they have pro days. That's why they do all this stuff. Now, when they put that man down at the bottom of the draft, and you heard the grade that they gave him, all right? They put that man down at the bottom of the draft.
That's not necessarily San Francisco grade, though. Just keep that in mind.
Well, I think I just said that.
So San Fran might not even scouted him.
So my thing is, and see, that makes if what you're saying is true, that makes the story even more amazing. Okay, and I have to credit Drag kicking and screaming that's coaching. Got to say that's coaching.
You can't coach arm strength, man.
Yes,
Okay.
you can. They do it every year.
Again, my rebut to that, John, is
every year.
Why didn't he do it to the other quarterbacks in San Francisco? They've had five, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Let me finish. No, he didn't. Garoppolo didn't have an MVP season, and he went elsewhere and never been the same. So, but why didn't he do it to the other five? I believe they've had five in his tenure there. They had Garoppolo and two others, Trey Lance, and now Brock Purdy. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it's five.
Okay, but thing is, okay, use it, and I know that's been your mantra all night about Trey Lance. Okay,
I hear the music.
What music?
That means it's about to go.
Yeah, they wrap it up, the music.
That's when the DJ turn on the lights.
Yep, turn the lights on. Start playing whack music so you get about the club.
Right.
Go ahead,
hey man, Tidy, I really appreciate you hanging with us this long tonight, cause man, you said we weren't gonna be long. Sounded like a preacher on Sunday.
Yeah, man. I fell asleep, went to the bathroom, and came back to my phone. Y'all was still on. I said, let me hop up in here.
Yeah, I got no arguments for coming from sleep.
Look at the game.
Whatever, bro.
But
just real quick though, I just got an alert on my phone. I know it doesn't mean nothing, but I follow Blogging Dirty. I don't know if y'all guys know what that is. But just go search it. It says B. John fines could help seal the fate of Arthur Smith. So
says what?
Check that out.
Say it again.
It says
B. John's fines could help seal the fate of Arthur Smith. Well, that's an opinion piece. I know that's an opinion.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
We were fussing about that in the Waffle House Friday night.
But I like to read them. I like to read them.
Yeah. Hey, man, no problem. Hey.
Absolutely.
John, that's arrogance, John.
Tidy, you want to go to bed, don't you? Ain't you sleeping? Ain't you sleeping?
I'm woke now, man. I'm woke, man.
That's not it.
Hey, Tidy.
Hey, man, Tidy, tired as hell.
I'm good now. I'm good. I done woke up now. I done got my third breath in.
No, that's all right. Me and Big Low. Hey.
But Merry Christmas, fellas.
Merry Christmas. I can't drive this truck another mile.
Hey, Merry Christmas to all, man. Let's go around the panel, man, and everybody shout out the channel where they can find you on social media. Let's go with C-Mo, man. Let everybody know where they can find you, man, and what you got going on.
Man, you can catch me at Point Game Official. So I've been doing the high school football college coach show, but I'm gonna get into some of this Falcons content for sure.
Let's get it. All right, what about you, John?
Oh, you can find me in the eye test as well as Atlanta Bird Gang, doing the same thing we doing tonight. Looking up stuff, researching stuff, battling the forces of evil, whatever form that they come out. But that's what I do. Been doing it for 40 years, and still, hey man, since I'm retired, that's all I do now.
I'm gonna try to bring Simo to the Waffle House Friday so you can have somebody to argue with, John.
I need somebody else,
bro. No, because we it's hard to talk in there with the normal 6 or 7.
Hey, I ain't say nothing last week on Waffle House, so I'm gonna just shut up this time. I'm gonna let y'all talk. I'm gonna listen to y'all.
Because you got 2 in there that you ain't gonna be able to talk.
I already know. Yeah, Waffle House is a whole other animal. Yeah.
Oh, no, hey, it's Friday night. Friday
night, man. It's different.
Hey, what about you, James? You still there with us, bro? I think we might have lost James. William Amon, you got anything you want to promote, social media, anything, bro?
You
on mute, brother.
Mute. I hear you.
You muted, bro. Wait.
Hold on.
Think we might have lost him.
Hey,
William, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You got it,
You
Mike.
follow me on Facebook, William Amy.
William Amy on
Follow me on
Facebook.
Facebook, William Amy. That's it.
That's what's happening.
Get
Coach,
well, bruh.
Yeah, and also, definitely get well, bro.
I
Hopefully you'll be
will.
home tomorrow.
Hey,
Come on here.
get you some Mullen tea, bro. That might help you. I think that help your respiration. I got COPD and I drink that, and it helps out
Yeah,
with
I
my
had pneumonia.
breathing.
I'm alright though. I had pneumonia in my
okay.
lungs. I'm good.
Man, well,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm here for
man,
a
get
week.
some rest, man. Yeah, you don't need to be out here looking at these old ugly jokers, man.
All
Rest, bro.
right, man. One love,
Hey,
man.
Low, this shock
Merry
therapy.
Christmas.
You
Yeah,
already
Christmas,
Shock
know.
therapy.
I know you in Savannah. I have my folks in Hinesville bring some moonshine. You be good to go.
Oh yeah, I need that.
Oh yeah, you already know what time it is. We got you.
What
Coach,
no,
let them know where
bro.
they can find you at, bro.
Hey man.
Yeah, you could.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
which one?
He
Oh,
talking-
it's
he
two
talking to you,
coaches
Coach.
in here?
He talking to you, Coach.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, you can find me at Coach's Corner. Look, I need you guys' help. As of right now, I can only do 10 minutes until I get at least 50 followers. So please come follow your boy so we can get out that good content, Falcons defense content at the Coach's Corner. Because right now, I can only do 10 minutes at a time or shorts. So, yeah, come follow your boy and let's get it.
Hey, Coach, hit me on Messenger. I got
you.
I'm gonna follow both of y'all's pages right now too on YouTube.
Yeah, good luck, because I tried to do a show today and they cut your boy short. I could only do 10 minutes or short. So
how you spell it? Coach's Corner? Is it just?
it's just the Coach's Corner. Yeah.
Yeah, YouTube searches be kind of difficult, man. So
I know it.
Yeah, you have to sift through so much stuff to find a YouTube search. They need to work on that. That's one thing wrong with YouTube right now. But Big Low, take us home, bro. Grand Slam, it's on you, bro.
Ah man, why you gonna do me like that, Ty? What in the world, bro? It's your boy Big Low Country. I'm just an old country boy, former football coach that love to sit around and talk about sports. Make sure that y'all check us out at Big Low Country Sports. That's spelled KUNTRY. I didn't realize I was spelling it wrong until I graduated from college. Y'all make sure that y'all come check us out, man.
Hey, Big Low, we gotta link up since you were coach too. My bad, Tiny. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, man. Go ahead. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. We definitely link up, man. You know, I coach collegiate ball and
offense, defense.
Defensive line.
Oh yeah, so okay. You defensive line, I'm middle line. Okay, yeah, we gotta link up. Okay.
Where you coach at, Coach?
Right now, nowhere, because I moved to Texas, and Texas has different laws. You got to have a degree to coach anything higher than Little League. So I'm 2 years working on my degree. Once I get that done, I don't know. I haven't quite decided yet if I want to go back in, if I want to go into college, or if I want to stick with high school. I kind of am leaning towards high school to actually teach the youngins the game of football correctly. But you know, with college, it's more shine as possible. More upgrade, so I don't know quite yet.
What about you, Lo?
Oh yeah. You know, I coach high school ball down there in South Georgia. You know, then I whenever I used to help out down there at Georgia Southern for a while, but you know, right now we're just trying to pour as much as I can into my little cousin. You know, I don't know if y'all seen the vlogs. He's getting scouted pretty heavily. We went to Alabama like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Went to Tennessee. Went to North Carolina. So I think we're actually going to be going out to Texas for the junior day. So we're going to go chill out with Steve Sarkisian and everything. So I know Texas is huge. I don't know how close you are to Austin, but if you are close, I'd love to link up with you.
Yeah, all right, bro. Yeah, I mean it's about 3 hours. It ain't that far.
Definitely.
In Texas, that's not that far.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, because you can literally drive a whole day. I think from one point of Texas to another, it's like 30 hours. So
yes.
Lo, I'd be interested in doing something with you too, Lo.
Okay, yeah, man, yeah, definitely.
That's right. That's the lane I'm already on. So.
In fact, can we get Low to the Waffle House? Can we solicit Big Low to the Waffle House? Can we get it to the Waffle House?
Man.
Hey man, just let me know, bro. We'll figure something out.
Friday night.
Friday night, 11:30 low.
Okay.
You've been Summit.
Friday night, 11:30.
11:30. That's what go down, bro. Your first meal on the house, first drink on the house, bro.
Ah man, well look, yeah, I'm gonna have to try to slide on through there, get that double cover, smother the chunk.
Yeah. Hey, closing out, y'all. I want to thank everybody for coming through, man. Merry Christmas to everybody and your families, and happy and a prosperous New Year. And hey, we got 2 games left. Go Falcons, man. Y'all have a blessed Christmas, and wish the best for everybody. Peace out, y'all.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Peace. We out.